Okay, okay, all right. Listen, people have been sending. They're like, Papa, you need. It is my biological imperative. I will only survive if I watch this conversation, and it is interesting. SNEAKO does a stream. He talks to JiDion. Then Abba joins in there. Then Nick Fuentes joins in there. Then Voldemort himself, Destiny, joins in there. Then somebody else, Young Don the Sauce Guy, joins in there. And you know what? It was funny because at the time I started seeing it yesterday. I was like, wow, this is crazy. This is awesome. And part of me is like, man, I really would like to get in on this conversation. But I feel like, what was I going to add? But now I'm feeling like maybe I should have asked. Maybe I should have just been like, yo, bro, can I get in on this conversation too? Because I could have asked. I probably could have asked JiDion or Destiny. But, I mean, I was like, what am I going to add in there, you know? Anyway, we're going to watch it on SNEAKO's channel. He does a conversation with Andrew Tate's brother, Tristan Tate. If you are interested in watching that, it's the first, like, 2 hours of it. But we're going to start when he starts talking to JiDion, okay?
Let me set up the Discord.
Okay. What's up, chat? SNEAKO in the chat, man. He did something even I can't do. He got Tristan Tate. That's a W move, man. That's a W move. Didn't have to pay nobody, just from his own hard work. So, man,
very
that's what's up, bro. How many people did you have in your stream earlier?
Like 20K. I don't know how many are in here right now.
You got 18,000, bro.
Damn, they stayed over?
They stayed, bro. They love you, man.
Yeah, it's good. We were doing push-ups. Tristan said that if I get $1 million, he's gonna throw me a party next year.
Wow.
Fire.
You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to motivate it. See, like, they're already at the top and people get triggered because, like, I've got Bugatti. I'm so rich. I've got all these cars. I have a $10,000 suit. And I'm like, man, I'm in the hood. I want to get up out of here. I want to be a millionaire. Come with me or don't. And so I think it's going to really be motivating for people when I actually do end up becoming a multi-millionaire. Be like, yo, he actually did it. He said he was going to do it. There's no time to make excuses.
Okay.
I think you'll really do it, man. I really think you will be a multi-millionaire.
I know it. There's no doubt in my mind. And that's all you have to do. But what did you think about that HV video? We're watching it right now, bro. He just, like, talks so slow. I fucking hate.
He talks so slow. What a weird. That's just the weirdest insult that I would or argument that I would call. He's just so slow. I didn't like a lot of Ethan's points, and I made a video about it. Oh my god, I can't move.
Got off I wouldn't say debate. We talked on his live stream.
What happened? And you're cordial?
And we talked. I mean, I feel like
why do you always fucking JiDion? Sucks.
What do you mean?
Fuck that guy. He sucks, bro. What did you say?
It just sounds like JiDion wants to have like a reasonable conversation with the guy. I get that. Like, you're just trying to talk to him, especially when you first chat with somebody. It's always nice to be like, not to push super duper hard. Sometimes it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, let's just try to chat a little bit. You know, so I get it. I think I'm gonna lose this.
I just said that I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism. I like reiterated what I was saying the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I still feel like only thing I said was I could have did better articulating how, because I got emotional, and you can't get emotional, especially when like smart people. Because when you get emotional, you lost the battle.
What is Ethan Klein smart about?
But you know they debate all the time. They debate.
You know that? You know he doesn't even debate.
Or wait, he's a commentary channel. He's a commentary channel. You gotta be.
He's not even good at commentary. This is how he talks. Yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I got emotional, so I didn't get my point across. So when I went into his podcast today, I came in with
I mean, listen, bro. It's so funny because people like, Papa, you're being very biased to Ethan Klein. And you know what my wife said? My wife said, like, she's like, I've been talking to you the entire time as you've been like finding takes that you dislike about Ethan, and like you're not being biased. People are just being like, they don't want to listen to what you have to say. Instead of saying like, I disagree with you, they're like, it's a bad take, you're biased. But it's like, no, I have like a reason for the way that I experience stuff, and I don't think Ethan's a terrible person. But it's like it's one of those things where like some of this is correct. Like, yeah, like he never does debates. Like Ethan doesn't really engage with a lot of people he disagrees with. This is the first time he did it, and I respect it. So I think people should give him the respect where respect is due. But like, yeah, man, like he has like he takes some rough takes, and a lot of people feel like he does engage in like liberal racism, bro. Like, you know, and I respect JiDion for going in there and having a conversation and holding to his guns. It's just kind of funny to listen to SNEAKO say it. Certainly, I wouldn't have expressed it that way, but some of what he's saying, there's some truth to it. You know, I don't know what to tell you. You know, you have to. This is the problem. The reason, like, why people in general, and we've all been there, have bad takes, because SNEAKO definitely has his own bad takes, is because their audience over affirms those bad takes, and the same can be said with SNEAKO in different areas. So, like, if you continue to do that, if you really like Ethan, hold him to his shit. Don't just be like, no, you're biased. Like, maybe you're biased.
Peach
Like,
Face One just subscribed.
thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Like, I understand that everybody can have a bias, so maybe I do have a bias, but my argument here, I'm arguing that, my argument here is that, like, I've done a lot to make to create a platform where I am as unbiased as possible. So even if I am like biased sometimes, I'm probably less biased than you are if you're criticizing me. That doesn't mean that there aren't times where I'm biased, but like, let's be honest here, it's more likely that you're biased than I am because I'm super introspective. I'm very self-aware. I'm always trying to keep my biases in check. And it's like I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole. So I'm just saying, dude, you just saying, oh, you're biased because I said so. It's not really a good argument. If you really gave a shit, like, give me your perspective.
Clear mind, and I got everything I want to say off my chest. I articulated it the best way possible, and I'm so happy about myself, man.
Yeah, it was a good
What was
conversation.
he being liberal racist about? I was a little bit behind. I'm not even sure what he did.
So, in one point of the video, it was when the because I watched the whole video. There was like little jabs here and there throughout the video, but like I really didn't take any offense. I was just laughing about it. But it was just the part where he was talking about he said that I was campaigning for the neo-Nazis, and there he goes campaigning for the neo-Nazis. To me, it felt like he was basically calling me an Uncle Tom. So I was just like, I told him straight up. I said that was liberal racism, and then he was kind of saying, "Oh no," but I feel like he might not agree, and it's not for him to agree. But I feel like anybody that watches it, I feel like I got my point across to the point where it's like either you saw the liberal racism or you just want to be ignorant and deny it.
Yeah, man. So I think a big part of it was that, first of all, let's acknowledge Ethan backpedaled hard in that conversation. If Ethan's original perspective was like, hey, listen, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to do something like Daryl Davis, but I feel like you could have went in more prepared. That would have been fine. But that's not how this started. We need to understand that. I show all this in the video. It starts with Hassan. Ethan still hasn't watched the video. He said he watched the video on the newest conversation, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. But then he almost immediately fucked himself over because JiDion was like, yeah, the reason I was there is because there was like a viral video that came out about that town, and I wanted to that I was calling them racist, and I wanted to, people were like saying like a bunch of negative stuff, and I wanted to debunk that. And then Ethan was like, oh, was that in the video? Yes, Ethan, it was the first minute of the video. So he didn't watch the video. We already know that. So Ethan's just piggybacking Hassan's take. Hassan, very quickly into his video, before anything happened, just assumed that JiDion was going to whitewash the video. He's like, oh, is this guy going to whitewash the video? And then went on to say that JiDion doesn't care about these types of issues. JiDion even says before that, he's like, yeah, I'm a content creator, but I'm also like a black guy. So I was interested in engaging in this type of stuff. So Hassan bad faiths the fuck out of what JiDion's doing, and then of course he's going to look at that conversation with the KKK member as negatively as possible to align with the perspective the assumption he already made about JiDion, rather than like exploring it, right? Because they didn't say like, oh, I know that you were trying to do a good thing, but maybe it didn't go as well. They were like, no, this guy's running defense. And then when JiDion said like, hey, I felt more respected by a KKK member than Hassan's like, oh, so you think I'm more racist? Well, now you don't know what you're talking about. That's not what he said. He said he felt more respected by the way a KKK member treated him than Hassan. That should concern you, Hassan, because you were being more disrespectful than a KKK member was to him. That's the whole point. It's just like, bro, why are you being so condescending? So, like, yeah, that's the aspect of liberal racism there that I could see. And then to top it all off, they didn't even acknowledge JiDion for 2 days until after Keemstar called them out. Once Keemstar called them out, then they jumped on the topic. Right? Which, and it's probably because they hate Keemstar so much they want to talk about him and they can make anything look negative as long as Keemstar supports it. But think about it, bro. They didn't talk about the black guy being frustrated by his issues until a white guy said something. Right? Like, so from an optics perspective, this looks kind of racist. Like, you didn't even give a fuck about JiDion until Keemstar drolled up. And so, like, by the time we were at the conversation, Ethan had backpedaled all the way to, like, I understand what you're doing was okay. I just don't think that you did it the right way. But then even JiDion asked, he's like, well, what would you have done better? And Ethan kind of dodged the question. And if you don't agree with what I'm saying, watch my full video. Because, like, I go into a very thoughtful expression and detail into everything that I think about this, and then you guys are like, no, I just disagree. Or you just be like, no, you're doing this wrong. And I'm like, but I've explained how I disagree with your perspective in the video. Like, you'll give me a talking point that I go into depth about how I disagree with it in the video, and then you'll just, like, unintelligently say this shit in my comments. It's like, okay, watch my fucking video. Like, I've probably addressed any argument that you think you have against me. I've probably addressed it in the video. You're just not listening because you're being emotional. and it gets a little bit frustrating because like I go into like I'll go into a fucking thoughtful, detailed explanation as to why I believe a certain thing, and then people will just like not watch it, and they'll be like, "See, this is why this is wrong." It's like, I've already expressed this to you. So like, I don't know, maybe I'm just getting to the point where I'm getting tired of constantly qualifying everything that I'm saying to like this radical point. It's because I'm fat. Yeah, probably. You're so stupid. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting annoyed. So anyway, let's just continue this video.
Oh, I can't help that, but we talked, and you know.
Can you get him on right now? Can you get him on right now so I can tell him that his videos used to be good and that he's really slow and boring and I hate his videos now and he should delete his podcast?
But
I don't think that I personally, if I was JiDion, I wouldn't do that. Like, why would you want to burn that bridge? Hey, Ethan, can you come on so SNEAKO can just be like a dickhead to you? Yeah, be right on.
I mean, I donated what? I think I donated a total of $25 and I got on. So, I mean, I think that was the best $25 I've ever invested in my life to get on.
Bro, he's such a... Why don't we just get him on the call right now? Do you have his Discord?
No, we had hopped on Zoom.
Zoom? What a boomer!
Bro, it was so hard for me. It was so hard for me to work Zoom, bro. I was fucking...
I'm pretty sure they started with Zoom and then they went to Discord. So I think at this point, JiDion's just like doesn't really want to... He wants to make like an excuse to not talk about it. Which makes... With SNEAKO, which makes sense. Because SNEAKO doesn't... It wouldn't be a good idea to like burn that bridge. Because there could potentially be like a lot of positive that comes out of a relationship with JiDion and an H3.
Stressing. I was like, bro, do you have Discord? Like, I was literally like, bro, his chat was calling me LaDion. His chat, because I know they call me LaDion in your chat, but I still know they love me.
Yeah,
but like his chat, I know they hate.
Oh, they stayed on Zoom? They didn't get the Discord? Okay, then I guess I'm wrong. I thought that they were on Discord at one point, or did they get to work? Oh, okay, they were about to go to Discord, but they didn't. Okay, my bad. Then I was wrong. Never mind.
Hate me like they
No, they
literally.
actually hate
Oh yeah, I know for a fact they hate me.
They want to call you a monkey so bad.
Jesus.
And then at the end, I was reading his chat, and they were like, "He's still an L. He's still an L." And I was just like, "Damn, that's tough."
They want to have enemies, so that's what I'm saying. I was just saying it before. You got to stop like being cordial with these people because they want you to fail. It's all...
Bro, come on. That's just hey, bad take. Listen, I don't know. Like, Destiny being cordial, listen, not for nothing. It's a little ironic because Destiny's being very cordial and very respectful to SNEAKO, even though he disagrees with a lot of what he's saying. And, like, your logic is that, like, Destiny should just treat you like shit and not talk to you. Not for nothing, but a lot of the people that surround themselves, that, like, will surround themselves, like, around you, like Abba and Destiny, if they went around with that ideology, like, you wouldn't have friends. But, like, I think it's silly to shit on somebody and completely cut them off because of a disagreement, especially if you can make some kind of progress. So, like, it's kind of funny. Your logic here is a little suspicious.
bullshit. These people...
Bro, you know what? Someone might want me to fail, but guess what? I'm still gonna have a smile on my face and just be me, man. I don't need to sink to anybody else's level to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, I'm not gonna sink. You see, I'm not gonna get like especially with Pokey or when the first time I responded to him, I got emotional. So I'm not like, I'm gonna do so much better. And like, you know, I'm still young and I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm gonna try to my best to just like stay in my happy mindset. Because it's like, once you let someone get you out of your happiness, out of your peace of mind, they've already won. It doesn't matter what you say or do. If you have someone get you acting out of character, they already won. And today, man, I stayed in character. I stayed true to myself. And like, I literally have no regrets on anything I said. I don't have regrets hopping in there. You know, he may still think what he thinks. It is what it is, but I got my point across.
Bro, they would be so happy if your channel got deleted. All those people are going to start celebrating. I just want you to know that. But bro, they got to get up to 7.
Well, yeah, probably. But you would be happy if Ethan's channel went away. So like, you're kind of like, how are you any different? You know what I mean?
Up their fucking game. Zoom. Same shit with Tristan. Tristan was like, "Oh, I usually do the Zoom call." I'm like, "Bro, what? Discord? Like, how is? Grow up.
You gotta teach. Did you? So when's the Andrew Tate interview coming?
Probably soon now. After this one, they're probably gonna see the success of it. I think it's gonna probably within a week or 2 weeks.
Bro, SNEAKO, I'm happy for you. Bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you be saying some out of pocket shit, but I know the overall message of what you're trying to preach is for guys to be better. And for that message, I respect you.
To bring masculinity back, that's what me and Tristan were talking about. They're trying to make us weaker and weaker. They want us to be like L3, taking antidepressants, getting fat as fuck, complaining about shit, being a liberal racist, and talking about maturity, telling you that you need to mature. That's what they want us to be. And I literally, like, he's the poster man of exactly what not to be. Don't end up
Ethan was clowning on Boblox. Send that to me. I want to make sure I get that at the end of the stream.
Like L3, Ethan decline. Fuck that shit.
Bro, I looked up to Ethan. I was telling him in his podcast.
Bro, Ethan being fat and taking antidepressants has nothing to do with anything. If Ethan was, bro, If Ethan was more level-headed and like a little bit more reasonable and actually watched the content that he reacts to, there would be zero issue from like SNEAKO. If he was more red-pilled, there would be no issue from SNEAKO. This is the thing, is that like it doesn't matter that he's doing these things. It just matters that like he dislikes him. Like there wouldn't be any difference. Come on, you're being a little sussy right now. Like you know, Ethan's on being fat on antidepressants has nothing to do with like any of the problems that he. I mean, maybe the antidepressants are making him like less able to make content. I don't know, but you know what I mean.
I was telling him on this podcast. I missed the old H3.
So bad, man. And tell him that as soon as he voted for Hillary Clinton, bro, I'm about to fall out of my chair. That pisses me off so much.
Bro, okay. Like, bro, just because someone votes for something, like, you know, that's like the same, like, you have that same opinion, you know, everything else, okay, but you being mad at him just for voting for Hillary, that'll be, like, if you voted for Trump and people are mad at you,
but I didn't
what do you
tell
call them,
people
boss?
to vote for Trump. I didn't tell anybody. I kept the secret until, like, this year. I never
But who cares if you do, like, if you're, like, what's wrong with advocating? Like, hey, I voted for this person. You should too. Like, why is that a problem? Who cares?
talked about voting for Trump. H3 was a comedian.
But no, but what I'm saying...
H3 was a comedian YouTuber, and he posted a video on his comedy channel saying, vote for a war criminal who voted for the Iraq war and fucking kills Haitian babies.
Bro, none of these dudes are good, bro. Trump's
Yes,
like,
so a comedian should not tell you who to vote for.
I agree. I feel like us with platforms shouldn't tell people who to vote for. I really don't.
Exactly. So as soon as he made that video, I was like, oh, you're done. It's over. And since then, he's just been taking more pills. I was just watching that video. He did react to you. He just has this blank stare. He's like burping in the mic. And that's what they think maturity is. And that makes me disgusted. Chat WL. And also chat.
I will say, like, I felt like some of the things that Ethan was saying was like was condescending, especially since like JiDion is incredibly mature. Frankly, I think he's more mature than Ethan. But SNEAKO is the least mature person I think I've ever covered. So like, I don't know. It's a little ironic that you're trying to talk about maturity being as immature as you are.
WL, should I get Andrew Tate on the stream? I got his Discord now because like when I was setting Tristan up with Discord, I got the Cobra Tate Discord. So yo, I can call it. I can fucking.
Well, bro, SNEAKO, bro, I want you like. I mean, you might be happy, but bro, I want you to feel like me right now, man. I feel happy, bro. I don't wish no harm on Ethan. I'm not even dissing at him, bro. You know, I didn't agree with what he said, and I stood my ground while still being positive, bro.
Yeah,
I feel like
I respect that.
I feel like we can do that. Like when I went to the KKK thing, bro, I feel like I still got the message across while still being positive. And you can't get worse than talking to a literal Nazi. Like, you know, you can talk as much shit about Ethan or Hillary or anybody, but you can't get much worse than a Nazi. So if you have a Nazi,
last night on my stream, I had I guess. Well, I don't think he is a white.
That's true. If you're gonna like have the conversation with like an actual like neo-Nazi or a KKK member, then you kind of have to be cordial with Ethan, you know?
I'm just about to have a white
Because Ethan is not even close to his bed, obviously. That goes without saying.
supremacist technically on right after you in the stream. I don't know if you watched his name is Nick Fuentes. He got deleted off everything. He was
That was bad because he barely pushed back on like any of the racist shit Nick Fuentes was saying, and even agree with like the anti-Jewish takes. It was pretty fucked actually.
like at the Capitol rioting and everything, but he got booted off of every single platform. He has his own thing now. Right after I had you on, I had a guy that everybody says, and I guarantee you, L3, all these people they hate him. They would call him a Nazi white supremacist
Because he is. He literally gave you white supremacist talking points. He literally said that he thinks that black and Hispanic people are genetically inferior to white people and Asian people. What are you talking about? How could you? That's what he said those words to you. He told you that they were genetically inferior. He said those words. He told you that Jewish people control the world. I guarantee you people would call that guy a white supremacist. Yes, I would. That is white. How much more white supremacist can you get than saying black and Hispanic people are biologically less intelligent than white people? How the fuck could you get any more white supremacist? I'm shitting and farting right now.
But if you actually talk to him, I think it's important to talk to these people.
that's what too. I think even if they have like fucked up views,
I think it's important to talk to people like Nick Fuentes, but you shouldn't talk to Ethan Klein. Do you think that maybe you don't, maybe that you are like you have no logical or moral consistency, SNEAKO? You think that maybe that's possible? Because that is exactly what's happening right now.
agree.
And he didn't seem racist. He doesn't seem racist at all. He just seems like he has conviction about what he says. He thinks that white people should stick to white people, which sounds racist, that he wants to only have kids with a white woman. But think about it, JiDion. How many black people say, yeah, I want to marry a black woman and have black kids? Nobody bats an eye at that. Nobody.
I wouldn't have offense.
Nobody really has an issue with somebody that like has a like, oh yeah, saying I personally would only want to date a white person is different than saying white people should only date white people. Even I don't even think that people should be like black people should only date black people. I can understand where it's coming from, but it doesn't mean that I agree with it, right? Like white people wanting to date other white or saying making the general statement white people should only date other white people comes from like a white supremacist ideology, like historically. Black people saying that they should only date black people usually comes as like a reaction to like systemic racism in some capacity. I disagree with both, but like one is more understandable. But he's not saying, hey, as a white guy, I prefer white people. I think that there's nothing wrong with saying that you prefer white people or that you prefer black people or whatever. It's when you say that everybody should stay in their own lane. That's where it becomes like fucking. That's where it becomes a problem. SNEAKO's fucking insane.
Like, as long as you don't as long as you're not afraid about being around black people. If you don't want to have kids with black people, then like you just don't. That's your preference. Like I feel like everybody has a right to do that.
They're spamming to call Tristan. Bro, I just had Tristan on for an hour and a half. What are you talking about? I just had him on for an hour and a half. It's done. He's going to sleep. He's in Romania right now. Relax. Damn, they love him.
Fuck, man. Hope they're not. If he comes in here, I gotta run. You get on my ass. If you get on my ass, I can only imagine what he would say.
Yeah, he would. But I think you're gonna be red pill pretty soon. As soon as they keep trying to cancel you, as soon as they keep trying to
probably
not.
not.
Eat it, though? Where my bitches at? I want to put my suit back on.
Bro, man, I'm getting the girls set up. We said 7:30, so 8:30, so I still got time to get it set up.
Okay. Have you got it 8 girls? Chat, do you want to see eat 8? Do you want to see me compete for 8 or 8 women compete for me?
Yo, did you tell your Discord here? Let me go to because I DM'd a bunch of girls. A couple of them hit me back. I think
it doesn't look like they even talk to girls in this one because they kind of just roll into like talking to Abba and shit. So that's good. In a little bit.
Max, I got like 3, 4.
I could do 4, but I want more than that. Chat, we need some.
Hey, the goats, Abba and Preach. I think it's great. You're trying to be cerebral with your reply. Wait, I'm not gonna even read what they said.
That's Abba texting you. I guarantee you.
Abba and Preach, they are the goats. And bro, W Abba, W Preach in the chat, y'all. W Abba, W in the Preach.
Why? Because he said you're cerebral.
No, but it's just the fact that they show love, man. Like,
yeah, they're showing love because he did really good in that conversation with Ethan.
Oh shit, he's calling me right now. So you want to add him to the call?
Who?
Abba and Preach.
Oh shit, yeah, add him.
You want to get on Discord?
No. The chat's telling you that Tristan's with Andrew Tate, and they're trying to tell you that they're together.
Oh shit. Okay, so call him right now.
Oh shit.
Chat, even though I don't
Here, let me get out of here.
You don't fuck with me.
Huh?
Oh shit, I'm about to call Andrew too. All right.
Bro, here, do your thing.
Did you say he was fucking with him?
Hey, man, do your thing. I'm gonna watch on your stream. Okay, yeah, do your thing. Love you, bro. Good luck.
Right now, in the game.
Oh shit. We about to get Tate on here?
What the fuck is happening in the game right now?
Ain't no way.
Oh, don't do that.
What are you talking about, Chad? Also, Abba says he doesn't really fuck with me. What's up with that?
Bro, what is happening in this game right now?
Oh my god. Yo, Abba, you a fucking L, Abba. Tristan just texted me, bro, I'm asleep. I'm not with him. The chat is fake my name. Yo, my fault.
Yeah, Abba even said that he was joking. I heard him say he was kidding. He fell for it.
Oh.
All right, let's skip to when Abba gets actually in there. That's a good idea. You pull back. Well, they pulled JiDion back in.
Before you're like, they're gonna get on my ass. I need to run. He just did say
that. Bro, but shit, if I was in it for the money,
like,
you have your moment, bro. In here, like, right. Oh, he's about to join, then like not leave. Can we get some with Dion's, man? I let you have your moment, bro. I was happy for you.
You just said that you didn't want to get him on though, like 5 minutes before you're like, they're gonna get on my ass. I need to run. He just did say
that. Bro, but shit, if I was in it for the money, I would have stayed. And like I could have easily clipped it, but this is your moment. I'm not gonna steal your shine from me, bro.
Bro, why are you talking about it like it's America's Next Got Talent? Like it's my Oscar.
Bro, you know damn well that shit's gonna get like 6 million views, man. That's just gonna be.
I'm not even like freaking out about it. Like I know it's inevitable to happen.
Yeah, it is.
Good confidence. Good confidence.
Yeah.
Back
then they didn't want me.
Bro, what is happening in this game?
You were sucking Abba's dick, and then he interrupted my stream for fake news.
No, that's a good dude, man. Both of them, but
they've been using my name in the title a lot. I ain't gonna lie. They've been trying to like SNEAKO's a hypocrite. Like I'm the poster child. They love to fucking roast me, and they're.
What's interesting about this whole thing, where because he'll say this consistently about people who criticize SNEAKO. What's interesting about this though, bro, is dude, you want to be viral. And then you're getting viral. This is what it means. It's like when Andrew Tate's whole thing is like, I want people to talk good and bad about me because it just heads more people that like don't like me or do like me to my channel. The negative attention gives me positive attention by people who disagree with them. That's Andrew Tate's whole thing. And you're doing the same thing, and people criticize you, reasonably so. And you're like, oh man, I can't believe they do this. Oh, it's so like, bro, no, that's what you're asking for. You want this. This is what you want. So I don't know what you're complaining about.
Comment section like, yeah, he's so immature. He
well,
needs to grow up. They love hate. They love to hate watch my shit. All those libs, like Abba and Preach, Destiny, and then soon it's going to be Ethan to Klein and Lasanabi even more than he already has done. Just be like, oh my god, he's so immature.
Consider them liberal. I want to consider them liberal, man.
Oh yeah, they are.
Really? I want to consider them liberal, really.
Who, Abba and Preach?
I would consider them a little bit more conservative than liberal.
They're probably like moderate left. I think. Oh shit, they're like moderate left.
Yeah.
Bro, this is going long
Like,
way
I'm
too
not
far.
liberal.
This stupid
you are.
fucking dance thing
I'm
is
really
really pissing
not.
me off.
I'm
Wait.
really.
Anything left of SNEAKO is now liberal, apparently. So, yeah, Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist, not a bad guy. But, as Abba and Preach guy, those guys are fucking assholes. Like, what the fuck?
I find myself agreeing more with conservatives. I just don't consider myself conservative because I think it's all stupid.
Bro, you know who you should talk to? I want to get Nick Fuentes. I want you to talk to Nick Fuentes.
Bro, I don't want to talk to a fucking another Nazi, bro.
He's not even a Nazi. He's
Yes.
really not. Actually, low key, he really is not a big fan of the Jews.
That's why that's why it's reasonable to call him a Nazi.
But no. He's mad funny.
It's just weird because this guy's racist and he's like fucking anti-Semitic, and like you're so charitable to him, but like you shit on everybody. It's weird, bro. It's weird. It's weird that you're so charitable to like fuck. It's like it's concerning.
He's mad funny. Let me text him right now. I think you have a funny combo.
So the chat said, turn JiDion down like 10%.
Your mic is always loud too. You just got shush, bro.
Just do it for him, man. I don't know. That was
my
just
fault.
too funny.
My fault.
Turn me down 10%.
You do be loud, bro.
Yeah, Auburn and Preach aren't liberal. Even your chat is saying, LaDion the liberal. Bro, I fucking love your chat.
Dion the lib Dion.
Bro, this fucking
Yo, chat, man. Do you,
I want to get Abba on because I've been shit talking, bro.
chat, do you guys hate me, bro? Yes or no, man? Do you guys hate
look.
me?
It's Andrew
I
Tate.
love you guys, bro.
It's
'Cause
Andrew
I know a
Tate.
lot of you guys watch me, so I love you guys. W chat.
But why are you so positive all the time, man? Why can you have a little bit of
What the
toxicity? Can you just
fuck?
say fuck you, chat?
Bro, SNEAKO's right. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's wearing a dress. Look at this. They're trying to fucking emasculate men. Holy fuck! They got this guy in a dress. SNEAKO is right. Oh my god.
Do a push-up right now. Yo, JiDion, let's do 20 push-ups right now. Let's do 20 push-ups right now. Doing all the smiling and positivity.
When does Abba get on? I'm not gonna watch him do push-ups because I can't do a push-up. It makes me sad.
Push-ups?
Bro.
No way.
I literally did good form.
Chat, was he on his... No way.
Bro, I literally did proper form.
Okay.
Bro,
Chat, who
what
had better form?
Fuck is this?
One for JiDion, two for SNEAKO. One's always gonna win,
the
though.
fuck?
I did it first, though. I did it the 20 push-ups. Who had
Bro,
better
I'm
form?
280 pounds of pure muscle. Of course it was harder for
You
me.
280?
Of pure muscle.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
The fuck about
Wow.
you? You're 226 feet.
No, I'm actually 5'7".
Wow,
Shut
I'm playing
No, I'm dead as
But
fuck.
why are you capping it? We've all seen your videos running around it, bro. The reason that you intimidated the fuck of the Tommy and the Minecraft people is because you were like, oh, Tommy in it. Like, we know you're not 5'7", man. Come on, bro.
Oh, shit.
That was pretty even. I would say it's 50-50 of the form.
50-50.
I'll
W
take
chat,
it.
W chat.
So you need more girls for the E-date? Bro, I'm trying to get ready. I got my suit on. Yo, he roasted my suit. I told you he would do that shit.
Bro, it's not 10,000, bro. Gotta get your money up,
Chat, do you
bro.
want to get Abba on right now? He's saying he has nothing to say. I want to get Abba on.
I would love to talk to Abba.
Yeah, yo, you hear? JiDion wants to talk to you, Abba. He's online right now. Out here disrupting my stream.
So I think I got 4 girls right now. And they all want you like bad.
Oh damn.
They love a nice, big, strong Asian alpha male.
Yeah. Bro, I work
Wait,
160.
what type of Asian are you? You're like
Half Filipino.
Vietnamese?
Half Filipino.
Filipino? Okay.
Shout out to my Pino bros.
Do you know any Filipino? What's it called?
Tagalog. You said Filipinian?
I don't know, man. Do you speak any?
¿Cómo está acá? ¿Cómo está acá, Yoda?
What the fuck? That's Spanish, nigga.
It's very similar to Spanish.
That's so funny.
What kind of black are you? Do you have any Caribbean or anything? Or are you just like American, like slave
Bro.
black?
Oh my god.
That's the thing, bro. You know what's crazy?
Jesus
Bro, this
Christ.
is actually really serious, and I want to do something about it. Like being black in America, you know, people are you're just black. But when I went over to Europe, all the black people over there, especially like they were just like, "Oh, what are you?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm from Texas," and they're like, "No, like, what are you? Like, I'm Nigerian, or I'm Ghana, or I'm from Jamaica, like, you know." And then
Yeah.
it's just like, I'm just fuck, because obviously my people aren't from America, so like I feel like that's something like the black community really is like bad about. So
Yeah, that's like the whole thing with slavery. It's like an erasure of identity. It's fucked up shit. So now people who are like descendants of slaves don't even really know where they came from. It's fucked up.
I wanna take a journey and literally do some roots type shit and find my lineage
Hey,
and like
what country
trace that
is it?
shit back. Huh?
And what country?
No, I'm saying I don't know, but that's the fact. I want to find my lineage.
It's almost impossible to find out. It's pretty hard to.
I feel like, especially with me, I have the resources. I have the will to do it. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna figure out what I am.
Spit in a cup, right? Can't you do that? Come in a cup? Something like that?
Because imagine I figure out what I am and I know my history. Now that I know, when I have my kids, I could tell them, okay, you're blah 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 blah, and your lineages and your family is this.
Bro, it's
and
really
then they
hard
can
to
tell
find
their
out.
family.
A lot of black families in America have tried to do that, but just most of the documents are thrown away because of slavery. Like it's almost, for most black Americans, it's really hard to trace it back. I got lucky because my black side is from Haiti, so I can trace it back a couple generations, but then it even gets lost because Haiti was a slave nation.
Man, I'm gonna figure it out. I know that.
How you gonna do it? What's the way to chat? How do you look it up? Like fucking 23andMe, you send your saliva into the
Bro,
government?
but not even like just.
Oh wait, yes, there it is. The conspiracy. I heard that conspiracy too. You send it into the government, and now they have like all your genetic material and makeup, so they can clone you or whatever. It's like the weirdest conspiracy theory ever.
Get the paper, like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find out. Like I'm gonna like I have the means and I have the resources to do so. So I'm gonna take full advantage because I feel like history is my favorite subject in the world, and I feel like you're bound to repeat history if you don't know your history. So
Bro, but
I want my family.
I'm saying it's a good thing to do, but I'm saying like I don't understand how you're gonna find it.
You see, like that's the point. Like you just say, oh, I don't know how you're gonna find it. I'm gonna sit down and I can research it. Like how you fucking watched the 4-hour documentary about 9/11 last night. I could sit down for 4 hours trying to find my family fucking history.
Right, but you realize that as soon as they brought the slaves on the boats, they just erased their identity. Nobody had names anymore. They took all the names of their slave masters. And
Actually, a lot of
This is very interesting because all JiDion is saying is I have the resources and I'm going to do my best to figure out what my heritage is. And SNEAKO's like, it's impossible. You just can't do it. And the reason I find that so weird is because SNEAKO is like is a pick yourself up by your bootstraps type of guy. And right now, JiDion's like, I'm going to pick myself up by my bootstraps. I'm going to figure my shit out. I'm just going to do it. And it's like it's just a little bit weird that SNEAKO is just like so against, like, yeah, go for it, bro. Maybe you won't be able to find it, but maybe you will. Like, go for it. Why be so negative? Like, that's like that negative friend where you're like, yeah, man, I think I might start a business. And like, well, do you think you could really do it? Do you think you could really do this? Are you really good at this? Or, you know? It's like Aiden shitting on Bo Blacks for Bo Blacks trying to like shift his content a little bit to be more successful and saying you'll never be able to get this many views or this many this or that. Okay? Hey, shout out to the commentary community reference. All right? Fake friend, Aiden. Fake friend.
I don't know if you know this, but there was actually a lot of our last names we had already in England because there was black nobility in England before the slave trade.
Yeah, but most of the black names in America are like Smith or
Like
White.
or like Friedman and stuff. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like there was black nobility in England. That's what I'm trying to say.
Really?
Yeah. You see, you're fucking worried about 9/11. We should be figuring out about your history, but that's besides the point.
Black nobility in England, like how prominent was that?
It's heavily rumored that even what's his name? The dude that made Romeo and Juliet.
Shakespeare was black?
Yeah.
Oh, people say that. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I don't really care if it is, but it doesn't negatively impact me or anything. But I think somebody said, I remember like watching something about how that's not true and people are just kind of coping on that idea, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's heavily rumored that Shakespeare is black.
Okay, come on, man.
Bro, look it up.
Bro, also, I just found an article. Are there black nobles in England? Generally speaking, black nobility in Britain as a whole never existed. I just saw an article that said history.
Whoa. Wait. SNEAKO, you don't believe in internet studies, bro. That can't be. You say that objective COVID statistics are fake because the internet told you to. So, but you're gonna believe this one? I don't know. I mean, not for nothing, but there's more of a reason for the white elites to lie about black nobility than there is for them to lie about COVID. If you actually think about it, I don't think either are conspiracies at all. But if you think about it, it makes more sense for white elites to want to erase black nobility than it does for them to lie about fucking COVID. So like, why don't you believe in the conspiracy theory? Huh? Why not?
Yesterday.com.
Say, man, you know more than anybody. You can't look at the first article.
Bro, I looked at a couple articles, but you're saying like, yo, you don't know about black nobility? Why are you watching 9/11 documentaries? Okay, I just did some research and it's just debunked exactly what you said.
Okay, good shit, bro. Congrats.
But you just tried to lowbrow me with info, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
you got it, bro.
You would have brought it up. Don't try to like, all right, man, black nobility.
You got it. You all right? You figured it out, man.
Where did you get that info?
Just one Google search. Oh. Okay. Oh, so by your logic, you looking up watching that whole documentary was bullshit because if you look up if 9/11 is real,
I've seen like
it says it's real.
I've seen like 6 9/11 documentaries. That one really is good because it debunks all the debunkers of the conspiracy theories.
I doubt it debunks anything, but okay.
Well, you didn't watch anything. That's what I'm trying to say. You didn't watch anything.
What are you talking about?
You just Googled.
What?
One Google search.
Okay, so you find it then. You're the one who brought up black nobility.
Bro, this isn't for you. Bro, I'm not fucking gonna give you niggas a history lesson. All I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out what my family is. I want to figure out my family.
Bro, black nobility. That's the first time I've ever heard that. You're saying it's real. You're trying to lowbrow me with this information, and you can't.
I'm not. Why am I trying to lowbrow you? Why can't I just be trying to spread some information to you? You see, that's the problem with black people. We try to tell each other stuff, and we think we're lowbrowing each other.
Oh my god! So don't say that black nobility shit if you can't show any information that actually happened, because that shit doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to get into it. I just told you that's for you to do your own research. But you looked it
can't
up.
just say some shit like that
You
and
looked it.
it
You looked it up. You looked it up. You found one article, said it's not real. In the story, I guess.
There were black people in England before World War II, but there were no nobles.
Radio surgery.
How does that make any sense?
Hey, thanks for the sub, brother.
Another article says that too.
Okay, I guess the Moors didn't exist. It's all good.
The what didn't exist?
You don't even know what the Moors.
But why are you trying to lowbrow me? Just tell me what that is instead of like you don't even know. What
No,
that is.
I'm not gonna tell you about the Black Moors because nigga, you already you don't care. You don't care. You don't. Why would I tell you when you don't care?
I literally care. If I'm
You
asking
don't care. You don't care. I'm telling you, history is my favorite subject. I'll tell you, like, I looked into this shit heavily, but you don't care.
So then, why do you think I don't care if I'm asking you what Black Moors is?
Because you're gonna just be like, nope.
Black Moor is a metal band from, I think, Spain. Just so you guys know. That's Darkmoor. Fuck. That's anyway. I'm not super educated on it either. I should look into it. Hold on a second. Damn. What a waste. I mean, listen, I understand what I'm doing is sexist right now, but like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, how are you gonna darken that? Whatever. I probably. Anyway.
No, there's no Black Moors. Oh, it says right here on the first article.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. If history's your favorite subject, I am curious. I would like to know more. Tell me what that is.
Bro, this isn't a history lesson, bro. This isn't.
Why are you bringing this shit
isn't the
up?
History Channel.
Oh my god.
Because there's supposed to be a bypass comment.
Right. So you can do Bible study for 6 hours, but you can't tell me in one sentence what the Black Moors is.
I could definitely talk about.
Bro, why would I get banned for looking at that? They added it into the game, bro.
The Bible for 6 hours.
I don't know what you chatting right now, bro.
Wasted potential. That's what I'm saying.
On right now. Okay, now he wants to get on because now we're talking about Black Moors and Black nobility. Here we go. An educated black man. How do you add him to the call? Do you have his
nah, I don't. I never talked to him.
Here we go. I'm gonna add him right now.
Hey, Papa Gut just texted me. He said, "Convo with H3 held yourself really well." Appreciate that. Shout out W Gut in the chat, y'all. W Gut in the chat.
Who? Papa John's?
Yes.
That was kind of funny.
Bro, listen. I understand the Papa John's joke because Papa. I'm fat, right? So it's like you eat pizza, but Papa John's is skinny, bro. Say Papa the Hut or something. You know, you could have came up with something better. SNEAKO.
I hope this is the right one. Oh,
all right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm really feeling dumb that I didn't just ask to be part of this conversation yesterday. Let's get back into this.
Oh, what's up, Abba?
All right,
my man Abba, what's up, bro?
Yo,
nice
Abba.
to finally talk and meet you.
Yes, finally.
Abba, was there black nobility in England?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack. The only reason I called right now is I was on the phone with somebody else, so I didn't even know what the topic is.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you that. JiDion saying he's a big history buff and that there was black nobility in England. I looked it up and I found a couple. I've never heard that before. Have you?
No, but I'm also not that well versed in the topic. So if he says so, he might actually have more information than me.
But he doesn't want to. He's like, it's not a history lesson, so he's just bringing up the
But
stuff.
because I don't want to is because I was telling him as a bypass comment, and then he types it in. He said, "No, you fucking lied." So it's
I did
like,
not say that.
Hey, really quick, as we're playing this game, let's acknowledge this is the high value male that SNEAKO is referring to. Okay, look at this guy. He's trying to buy women. This is the high value male. He's got a lot of money. He got as many girls as he wants. Doesn't matter if it's consensual, bro. This is the high value male, dude. Okay, this is the guy. All right, this is what you all should be aspiring to.
I don't even want to get into it anymore.
Well, do you feel like he's capping, SNEAKO?
I just want to learn more, and I just find it annoying that he's like, no, I'm not going to say anything.
I don't
like,
beat
okay,
everybody
why
up
would you
already.
bring it up if you can't tell me?
Bro, I don't want to talk about it more because you're just gonna interrupt me.
Shut up. You know what it is, Abba? He just doesn't know past level 2 of this. He knows like how to say that, but he doesn't know to go to level 2 or 3. So he just doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay, I talked about the Black Moors. Now you figure out about the Black Moors and figure out you can figure it out. You do your own research.
The Black Moors. Are we talking about the folks from North Africa who invaded Spain?
Yeah. And it was all the way to England.
Yeah, I mean, hey, SNEAKO, maybe he doesn't have an in-depth knowledge of it, but he just wants to like put.
There's
you
even
on
like
some
you guys can debate this or not, but I mean, me personally, it's heavily debated that even what's his name?
He said Shakespeare was black.
Shakespeare was black, and if you notice, a lot of sculptures of old timey things around that period, especially around the what was it called, the Dark Age. Like if you notice, a lot of their lips and their noses are broken off. The statue is still intact, but the lips and nose is broke off, and black people's lips and nose are pretty indistinguishable from every other race in the world.
I'm
Maybe.
gonna be honest with you. I don't know anything about none of this.
Wait, so they're saying that they were broken off to hide the fact that they were black? Like, oh, maybe. Getting a little conspiracy, but I mean, I guess who knows? I don't know though.
That's one topic I don't read up on.
Wait, but Abba, why you saying you don't fuck with me?
Bro, you know I was trolling you. Hold up. Okay, first off, shout out to your chat because they trolled the fuck out of me. I saw them spamming that shit, and I really believed it. So I got nervous for you because I didn't want you to miss out on your big opportunity.
I know my chat's trolling me, bro. You fell for the fake news. You got to start streaming more, Abba. You got to know the
Hey, they got me. So listen, I got to give it to the chat. It doesn't happen too often, but they trolled the fuck out of me. I didn't want you to miss out, so I called you, bro. This is out of caring. That's all. I wanted you to get that. So
You have so much empathy.
no, I want you to win, stupid.
You do?
Yeah,
Bro,
listen, I don't care. I don't care if I disagree with you politically. As an individual, I want you to do well. Period.
Yo,
Somebody in the chat saying that the reason that they broke off is because the lips and the noses broke off is because they were just fragile parts. That might be true.
Even the fact I went on
Bro, the fact that they can make those types of sculptures was crazy.
Fresh and Fit 6 times last week, you don't seem
I
like...
don't give a fuck.
You been talking about...
No, hold on. Just because I don't like a group of people doesn't mean the people I like have to dislike them too. I'm not some petty bitch who's like, hey, you on my side. You can't let... Yo, you a grown ass man. Go date, friend, whoever you want. It's none of my business.
Yo, Abba, would you ever go on Fresh and Fit?
He already
again? I would
you
go back
did?
again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh shit.
JiDion, you're behind. They have a lot of... They got a big... They got a big ass.
The reason I figured out about Fresh and Fit was when they started sending out those strikes, and I was like, what the fuck? I feel like even Keemstar and the H3H3, they've been beefing for so long, but they never sent strikes to each other. That's like the nuclear version of YouTube. If you send a strike on someone else, it's just like, bro, you lost all respect.
Well, I think Keemstar would claim that Ethan sent strikes on him, and then Ethan would claim as well. I mean, it's all conspiracy, I suppose, but
Yeah, but I think some people are not. Some people start doing stuff on YouTube, but they're not part of the YouTube environment. You get what I'm trying to say?
So you don't think they knew?
It's like Andrew Tate and his brothers. I don't think they're part of the YouTube community, but now they're ingratiated in it. But I don't think they were watching a bunch of YouTubers before or know YouTube etiquette like that. I know you guys were watching H3H3 before, so you guys know a lot of how things work online. A lot of people are not. So I'm not that mad at them.
Did you see me and Ethan talk earlier?
I didn't see you guys talk. I saw Ethan's video about you, and I briefly played a little bit of it. I didn't watch the actual conversation. How'd that go? Good?
I think it went good. I was just holding my ground about how he exhibited racial, liberal racism, and he was like, how, and he was saying in his, he was basically saying to me how I was ill prepared and not equipped to tackle a topic like that, and I was just like, how can you, you're Jewish and you're white, how could you tell me, a black man, that I'm not able to talk about this topic? And he was just talking about how I gave him a platform and I wasn't disputing anything and how I just let him talk. And I was just like, that's the reason why I went there, was to just talk. It wasn't me to try to change their mind. Like, obviously I'm hoping people know in their right mind that what he's saying is nonsense, but I don't need to interrupt him or interject. And then I brought up the one guy, I forgot his name, the guy that went to I think
Daryl Davis he's talking about.
it was like 20, 30 years ago. He went to KKK rallies and he actually befriended a Grand Wizard, but before he even befriended him, the Grand Wizard would just let him come, but he would do all his things, like burn the cross and stuff, and eventually that Grand Wizard denounced his the Nazi people, and
right.
he, the black guy I'm talking about?
Yeah, Daryl something.
Yeah, and I was like,
I always say Daryl Dixon because from The Walking Dead. No, it's Daryl Davis. Yeah.
why was he more prepared or equipped for what he did, and I wasn't?
You know what the issue is, bro? It's like online people don't care about your age. They don't care about your background, how much experience you have. They just see something, they just judge it, right? So for me,
well, that's the thing though, is like that's what they're judging it on. Is like, oh, well, you're too young, because that is one of the judgments that was leveraged against I'm from Ethan. Like, oh, you're just too young, you're just too immature, blah blah blah. And like, listen, yes, younger people aren't as mature usually, 100%. But like in this instance, like it just comes off as condescending. It's just like, instead of actually proving what you're saying, you're just kind of making like the easy claim that like, oh, you're just young and immature, you just don't get it. And it's like, but you're having the conversation with the guy, and he wasn't even proving his point, in my opinion.
I'd probably look at that video very differently if a 50-year-old man did it than versus someone your age. I think people got to give folks grace to learn about stuff, to do things quote unquote incorrectly. Like, don't be so hard on motherfuckers just because like they're young and they got a different opinion. I watch people judge folks. Like, Ethan's a grown ass man. How old is he? He's 40s?
48.
No, he's like 36, I think. I think he's like 36.
55.
Okay.
He really?
I think he's 63.
He's close. He's got to be close to 40. It's like, bro, you're looking at a young man expecting him to do everything right. Even
Actually,
I
no,
myself
he's
am
pushing
guilty of
72.
that sometimes.
True.
So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't think you meant anything wrong by it. I don't even think you executed it like poorly. I just think you came at it from your perspective as like somebody who's your age as well, and you try to do right by the subject. And people should just appreciate it, because I guarantee you, if a 45-year-old man tried to do the same video, it would look so drastically different. It may not connect with people nearly as well. So I wouldn't stress the response too much.
Are you a lib?
Was that?
Are you a lib?
I think most of my like political stances would probably lean left. Yeah.
I told you, JiDion.
Because I seen it kind of look like they lean more right, but like I don't think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being liberal. But SNEAKO is mad at me for having a.
I wonder what JiDion's like political. I feel like JiDion's probably more like of a moderate, like a little bit, like probably moderate left. Maybe he's a little moderate right. I don't know. I guess he doesn't really talk about it. But I feel like a lot of times people will say that they're left. I don't know. But I think that JiDion's probably a little more left leaning than he realizes. But he doesn't really, I guess, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't attach himself to it because the online perspective of like more liberal leaning people is like fucking crazy. You know?
A cordial conversation with Ethan. I said, just because I didn't go in there calling him L3 and cussing him out,
I'm saying
he was like, you gotta
JiDion
stop being nice to these people. And it's just like,
JiDion keeps like having cordial conversations with Latanabe, Pokemon, all these libs who just want him to fail, and he's always the one squashing the beef, and they would never do the same thing for him.
Yeah, but that's just going to speak to his maturity as a content creator, and that's why JiDion's probably going to be very successful in the long run and very, very well respected because he does that kind of shit and he has these conversations after he does it. Like it's just gonna make him look really good. And the greatest part too is that it's not even a strategy. Like JiDion's not like, oh, I'm gonna act like this so that I appear really good and like virtuous and shit. He's just doing it because that's just how he is, and like it's just gonna be genuine. It's gonna come off as genuine. So it does come off as genuine.
But JiDion, look at him, bro. He's like,
well, obviously they are doing the same thing because then it's like we don't have problems afterwards. So obviously they're reciprocating the same favor.
No, they're not. They're just doing it for views. JiDion's got a smile shirt on.
See, like, how do you? I don't. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that Ethan was just doing it for views. I think Ethan was like genuinely trying to like bridge the gap. But you know.
He's all about empathy, just positivity and everything. These people would be happy if your channel was deleted, and he doesn't see past that. That really annoys me.
Well, guess what? My channel is not deleted, and I'm still happy.
Yeah, SNEAKO, you don't believe that there can be like different ways to get to the end point? Like yours is scorching earth, him it's more smooth talk.
Yeah,
you can't imagine that both you guys can try to get to the same space without doing it the same way.
But it's a lack of awareness that I want JiDion to wake up to. Because he was on my stream a couple days ago. He was like, yo, be careful, they're going to delete your channel. And then he talks about God, wakes up with a copyright strike and a deleted TikTok. Like there's a clear agenda that they have, and JiDion wants to see the good side of it. But I'm like, it's good versus evil. They literally, it was as soon as Young Don started talking about God, boom, banned on Twitch.
They didn't ban him on Twitch for talking about God. I guarantee you that's not what happened. I'm pretty sure it had more to do with like him being super fucking homophobic on his Twitter, probably, because they showed it and it was pretty bad. I don't remember specifically what it is. I know I talked about it in another, like they talked about it in that like why I did like a review video on. So Young Don referred to me as like some like racist white liberal whatever bullshit, and then so I watched his stream reacting. I watched the video somebody made about Young Don being like homophobic and shit. Some of it was like kind of shitty, but some of it was like very revealing. So you could watch that.
Why? Is that a coincidence?
But I was telling him like I feel like what he's talking about is like just like the hot topic. You know, of course it's popular to talk about the conspiracy theories. It's popular to talk about feminism and how men need to rise. You know, but I feel like in my opinion, the most pressing issue is like spreading positivity because that's what people don't want to preach. You know, negativity always sells. You never see a headline where it's something positive happening.
He's
it's
right.
Always something negative. It's always something about drama, and it's just like like who is it gonna better in the world by showing negativity nonstop? That's why I don't watch the news because they'll talk about something happy for 30 seconds and then talk about COVID for 70 days straight or the George Floyd riots for like God, who I don't even remember how long they were.
Fear tactics do spread pretty well. I'll say that.
We're talking about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think people want a mixture of both. Some people want to be able to escape shit. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So when they go online, they want to not think about these stuff. So they put in Netflix, they put on whatever. They might watch your videos just to have some joy in their life. And then sometimes people want folks to speak to what they're enraged and angry about. And so they'll turn to folks like SNEAKO or whatever it might be and then just feel like they can identify with that. I think both ends of that spectrum are important for me. Because like I like the positive stuff, but for me, it's like sometimes I just want somebody like, yo, am I alone in this? Because I'm pissed about this shit too. So I think SNEAKO comes in and does something really good.
But Abba's kind of like middle ground, like, hey, it's okay to be mediocre. I'm going to talk real. This is my Abba impression. Hey, not everything is that black and white. You got to put one side in one thing and one side on the other side. It's not all that serious. You need to calm down. It's okay.
I don't know who that cadence is, but that cadence is crazy.
You'll be fine. It's not that serious. Think about it. Really? Nah. To me, that's kind of crazy. And the preacher's like,
I think that's why me and Preach work well together. It's like we're very different in terms of energy, and so he brings one thing, I bring something different. That's cool.
But what do you think the biggest problem going on in the world is?
I would probably tell you that right now it's probably inflation. Motherfuckers can't pay for nothing. Bro.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Bills are piling up for people. People can't buy their homes. It's very bleak to feel like you have a future in this financial market when everything you're being priced out of. So right now, I think people are stressed about their bills because most people live paycheck to paycheck, and that's just tough.
You don't think it goes deeper than that? Who's causing the inflation?
The war. So right now, the biggest cause of inflation is the fact that there is basically there's a lot of turbulence going on in Russia, the Russia-Ukraine situation. If you look at where most of the inflation is coming from, it's energy costs, and a lot of our energy we get from Russia, and so we're struggling to kind of engage with that. There's also another issue of Republicans pushing flat out rejecting a bill that Democrats did try to pass that would reduce the cost of energy, but they didn't want to go with it. So when we look at that, and I would blame that on Russia. They're trying to invade Ukraine. They're trying to take over parts of Ukraine. Historically, fuck, he's gonna die. Well, I'm gonna lose this. Historically, I was trying to say, people, I'm dead. I think I just lost. Okay. Historically, Russia has engaged in trying to starve out people in the Ukraine so that they can kill them off and then implant Russians in there, right? And so now they're well, we have a right because there's so many Russians there. But yeah, because you killed them all off. So,
hey, bro, I couldn't tell you.
Do you know that the Federal Reserve has printed 80% of the money going around in circulation in the last 2 years? Since 2020, there's 80% more money in circulation than there was before the pandemic.
Maybe. I don't know if that's true. So on face value, let's see. Okay, yeah, so we have to understand how we're engaging in misinformation because I already know what he's referring to. It says 80% of all US dollars in existence were printed in the last 22 months from 4 trillion in January to 20 trillion in October. I want you to understand that this doesn't mean that there's 80% more money in circulation. It means that the physical money that's currently in existence was printed, right? We use paper money. It gets destroyed very quickly. It gets destroyed very easily, and that's probably that's most likely the majority of this 80%. There's probably some printed money to put more money into the market. I won't doubt that. But the overwhelming majority of it is just going to be more money being printed to replace money that's already destroyed or damaged. Just so you know, if you go to a bank and you give them broken money, they'll usually give you money back. They take that money, they report that it's fucked up, and the world moves on from there. You understand what I'm saying? So last year we wrote a article about 40% of the dollars, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, a majority of this is just more money being printed to replace old money, but there is more money getting put into the market. Just letting you know. Considering the overwhelming majority of our inflation comes from rising energy costs, the increase in money into the market isn't the biggest reason for the fact for inflation. I'm just letting you know. But
Hey, bro, you saying all these numbers? I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. All this stuff goes right over my head. I know my limits. When people start talking to me about economics and how this shit works and how the banking reserve, I'm bro, I don't know.
You don't care?
It's not that I don't care. It's just so big, I just couldn't imagine understanding, and I don't pretend to.
So what's your goal with your channel? What's your overall message? What are you trying to talk about?
Anything I want. That's why some days I talk about Jubilee stuff and we just laughing about dumb shit, and then other days we talk about racial issues or we're talking about sex-related issues. It's a mixture of stuff. Some days I want to laugh. Some days I want to just yell at some shit. It depends.
JiDion, why do you call Abba the ghost?
You don't feel like some days you just don't want to be angry all the time?
I'm not angry all the time, but just trying to be a man now in this world is a state of constant anger.
I'd say that most of that probably comes from wealth, the lack of a bro. The reason why men nowadays are so frustrated all the time, and why it's men are getting more angry, is because men thrive on a system. Because in our system, it's more difficult to exist now. It's harder to find a job. It's harder to find a decent paying job. And men have the higher expectation of being the breadwinner. So when it's more difficult to find job and work opportunities because technology is displacing jobs and driving down wages, and you have the rich elites trying to take over everything, or the rich elites like setting the system up to benefit them by siphoning your resources, of course it's going to be harder for men to exist now. And it's like that's the biggest reason why.
It just says what it is. I'm not angry all the time. I'm smiling all the time. Bro, look at me. What do you mean? I'm not always yelling. I'm just a little energetic.
Hold on, JiDion. Don't he look like he always angry and mad about some shit all the time?
No, like literally, I'm like, bro, come. And bro, and the thing about SNEAKO is like, sometimes I don't even like. It's not even that I disagree with what he says. Sometimes it's just the way he says it. It's just like, what the fuck?
Bullshit.
And then no. But then I give you like, bro, do you want to re-say that the right way? And then you reiterate it the exact same way, and you go into detail, like, bro, like.
It's not what you say, it's the way you say it.
Yeah, well, if that's like a general complaint, why not try to say things in a way that's going to get your message across better? Like, don't you want that? Don't you want people to they're trying to get people to wake up? So wouldn't it make more sense to like speak in a way that's like easier for most people or more people to understand, right?
Can you say it nicer for me because I'm a liberal? My feelings, you triggered me. It's just like, bro, you gotta get the message across.
Bro, I hate when he does that because he gets so he got triggered over a joke I made about how maybe the reason women don't respect him is because he's not a very high value male because he's disrespectful to them, and he melted down, started crying about how I emasculated him. Like, dude, you're just as sensitive as everybody else. You're just sensitive about different shit. Let's be honest.
Cross, bro. You want me to spoon feed to you?
Everything you're talking about doesn't affect me at all. Like, it really doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
How?
Everything I'm talking about affects you. What do you mean?
How is it? What you? I like talking to you about it, but what you're talking about doesn't necessarily affect me.
Like what? What are you saying?
Like, I'm saying I don't have a race in the horse.
A race in the horse?
The horse in the race.
Horse in the race. Yeah. I don't have a horse in the race. Like,
they basically say he's not competing. He's not competing this thing. He's just not like invested in it.
But I'm not invested in it. But you just be saying like, damn, off the wall shit. And then I be reading, bro. Every time you pop up on my For You page, I be reading the comments. It'd just be like, bro, they be like, what is SNEAKO on now?
Yeah, they're all bots. They don't know what they're talking about. Bunch of people in the Matrix. Like, what? Is he on drugs?
No. Like, what I try to tell him is like, it's not that he has to say it like in a nice way or something. I just feel like, what if he says what he has to say in a way where people can't just discredit it because he said some outlandish shit? You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, but you have to imagine, okay? This is what I was talking about earlier. When if I was to give like an example, I'm not saying you guys are analogous to these people, but if you were MLK, he would be the Malcolm X in terms of like how you guys try to get there in terms of racial equality is just different. It's a different frequency or intensity. There's nothing wrong with either of those two. SNEAKO right now, he want to be up here yelling, screaming, calling people hoes and losers and whatever it is. That's his means. You want to be more cerebral.
Yo, shout out Malcolm X, man. Yeah. Did you finish it? Yeah.
Nah. But I'm about to, bro. It's really good. But the thing about Malcolm X is like the way he would like get his point across. It would be so hard. The only thing, like literally, they had to lean on the fact that he was inciting violence when he really wasn't. He was just inciting about protecting, the community and themselves. So it was like he was debating in a way where no one could really argue what he was saying.
Yo, what's up? This is my new friend Nick Fuentes. He's streaming. I don't know if you're streaming right now.
Oh, there's Nick Fuentes.
Hey, this stream is getting wild.
My new friend Nick Fuentes. What a friend to have, huh?
Let's go.
Wait, how do you know each other?
I don't know him. I just seen him on Destiny stream a few times, and so.
Yeah, we never met, but.
Yo, Brody, I don't know if it's true or not, but SNEAKO said you're like a borderline Nazi.
Well, that's what people say.
That's what people say. He's not actually.
He totally is. He thinks that Jewish people like control the world, and he thinks that genetically white people that white people are superior to like black people. He thinks that they're genetically more intelligent, and he doesn't care about like anything like systemic racism like that. So like, yes, he is like a white supremacist. We need to stop pretending that he's not. Like SNEAKO is running defense for Nick Fuentes. It's really weird that he's so charitable to an actual racist, but like he shits on everybody who's like, it's just fucking incredible.
Yo, low key. I'm not gonna lie, he's one of the funniest political commentators.
Let's go.
I'm gonna give him that. He made me laugh properly during a few streams. So I'm gonna give him credit. Like he doesn't take himself too seriously.
This is my first time hearing about you, man. But like, I'm ready to hear what you got to say, bro.
Hey,
I'm open-minded.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, JiDion, don't worry. One day you're gonna end up in an article, JiDion, to be like, he was on a podcast with Nick Fuentes.
You'll get canceled for this in the future. I'm sorry. You'll get canceled for this in the future. It's my bad. You could give me, article writers, BuzzFeed, and Lasanabi. Give me the smoke for that, bro. It's my fault that I brought Nick on.
I'm just figuring it out, man. Hey, I'm here for it, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be controversial.
Nick, what do you think? We were talking about, I just asked Abba what do you think the biggest problem in the world is, and he said inflation. Nick, what do you think the biggest problem in the world is?
Biggest problem in the world right now is probably the media. I would say the media.
That's fair. Yeah.
And the U.S. national security apparatus. That's got to be number one.
I wonder why though, because I wonder what his like reasoning for why he thinks the media is bad though.
How do we
Inflation's
fix that?
how do we fix that? We gotta change the people that are running the media and change the people running the national security state.
So like, how do you do that? Like what? So like now it's like, how do we change them? Do we change them from a governmental perspective? Because then we're kind of treading into the area of removing free speech, you know?
Inflation's a big problem, but inflation's obviously it's a symptom of a problem. Inflation is a product of the Federal Reserve. I'm sure, as you know, if you've looked into that.
I did last night.
Right. Yeah, I saw you, SNEAKO, actually watching a documentary about that. And the Federal Reserve is part of the regime. You know, the regime is not just the government. The regime it's like probably 1,000 to 10,000 people that run all the institutions that control America. And America is the empire that runs the world. So it's not just like the president and the government. It's big tech. It's the media. It's the Federal Reserve. It's the banks. It's Wall Street. It's the whole deal.
You know, it was something about the banks. Shit, I don't know. This might be a little controversial, but I'm gonna say it. I don't watch the debates or nothing, but I was watching the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and I always heard people talk about the worldwide banking system. It was like this big thing. They're like the worldwide banking system, the worldwide banking system. That's how they control the world and everything. And I always heard about it, but like, you know, I never really saw any evidence to support it. But you can look this up for yourself, guys. I was watching the debate live, chilling, sitting down, and during the debate, Joe Biden was talking about something, and then Donald Trump interrupted him. Like, you guys remember how Donald Trump kept on interrupting him, right?
Yeah.
And then Joe snapped. He got pissed. He was like, he said, that's why you're gonna lose. And Donald Trump was like, why, Joe? Why am I gonna lose? Because I'm against you. The Democratic Party's against you. The media's against you. Then he said the worldwide banking system. And then he said that, and he like put his head down, and it was quiet.
Did he say that? I don't remember him saying that. Okay.
For a good
Yeah.
10 seconds. And it was so weird because the whole time they were just yelling over each other, and it was just quiet. It was just quiet, nothing. And then they just went to another topic. So I don't know what the worldwide banking system is, but I had like when he said it and the way they got quiet, I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And then I saw no one talk about it. But yeah.
Bro, yeah, no, if you look into the IMF and the World Bank and their practices all over the world, that's a big part of how they're able to control world government. And the shadow.
I mean, yeah, I understand from the perspective that like you have to adhere to certain principles in order for like the banks, for like the World Bank to give you money. So like, yeah, you could argue that there is going to be like an influence from the World Bank. It usually favors Western countries because like obviously America is like a financial powerhouse. So I guess so. Yeah, sure. I guess you have an argument there.
Shadow banking system too. That's something I've been looking into a lot lately. If you look at like the former British colonies in like the Caribbean, they run the shadow banking system, which is the nexus between the intelligence agencies in the United States and organized crime around the world. That's how they're able to funnel money from the U.S. government to like organized crime, to the cartels, to all kinds of shady things, terrorism that goes
I don't know anything about this shit, bro. This might be a little conspiracy-esque for me.
on in the world. That's a huge part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well,
He's gonna say Jewish people,
we talked
bro.
about it, SNEAKO. A lot of Jews.
Yep. What did I say? So it's all the Jewish people. That's their fault, obviously. That's from his perspective.
I know how you guys feel about that, but it's true.
I don't know, man. I don't think this kind of shit's funny because like we're just kind of spreading around like the like anti-Semitic ideas at this point, and, like laughing about it. I don't think it's that funny.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm so out of my depth. I don't even know any Jewish people, so this is a tough one for me.
Yeah.
Abba, you haven't done a deep dive into conspiracy theories?
I saw my first Jewish person in the UK.
Nah.
That's the first time you met a Jew?
A
JiDion?
Jewish person that like had like the black coats and everything. Like I was in London and I ran into one at the airport and I said shalom and he said shalom back.
Mazel.
I said Shabbat shalom. He said Shabbat shalom.
Hold up. Because I'm out of my depth, and I gotta ask you this, Nick, because I don't know much about you as an individual. Since you've been doing all this online shit, how's that worked out well for your dating life?
Well, I don't really have a dating life. I'm a bit of an incel. I identify as sort of like an incel.
No!
Okay. Let's get it. This is where the content's at. Let's get some money. All right. So how is it that you're so well versed in all this stuff? You're charismatic. You got some good jokes. No homo, but you ain't getting no bitches. SNEAKO wants to know.
Well, you see, I'm married to this life because unlike you guys, here's the thing. If I was going out there and I was, maybe not you guys necessarily, but if I was going out there and I was doing the usual thing, if I was like, hey, everybody, like low taxes and, and Trump is great and Biden sucks and this and that, I would probably be like a mainstream person. But the thing is, I'm like totally ostracized from the system. I'm banned from the banks. I'm banned from airlines.
Well,
I'm
he's banned
banned
from
from social
Delta.
media.
He's banned from
Wait,
Delta.
you're banned from? How you banned from an airline?
Yeah.
Who are you? Wait.
He's
What
banned
the fuck?
from
Well, because he's incredible. Because bro, he's a lot worse than people think. I know, like he's sitting here casually throwing off fucking anti-Semitic shit. You're like, why are you banned for this? Like, yeah, that's probably that. Jesus.
You
This is
just
fucking
banned from the
ridiculous.
airline.
The shit he talks about.
Yeah, I was put on the federal no-fly list for a year by the government, and then I got off the no-fly list, and then I got banned from Delta and American Airlines, and so now I can only fly United. That's the only one.
Are you a terrorist? You call a terrorist on a no-fly list.
They're not.
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I just tell the truth. I talk about what's going on. And I get in a lot of trouble. So I'm banned from all that. I'm banned from Bank of America. I'm banned from U.S. Bank, Chase Bank.
It's a bank.
They send you a letter and they say, "Hey, we closed your personal checking account. You can't bank with us anymore." No.
No, you're a walking supervillain.
I know. I think I'm a superhero. Actually, you don't know the truth.
All right, so you got to tell us. So you're ostracized from so many things. Come on, there's got to be some women out here just like, man, I fucking hate the world banking system too. Like, yo, Nick, let's talk about this. There's got to be women hitting you up. Don't lie.
There are.
It's true, but
Well, I think there were some women, but like they weren't white, so he didn't want to date with. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, there was like some woman that like wasn't white, so like he didn't want to date her, or whatever. It's fucking weird. Fuck.
they're all crazy. They're all the women that watch my show have just got to be insane.
Hey, Nick, let me put you on the game. Crazy pussy hits different. I know they're gonna ruin your clothes. They're gonna burn stuff, but crazy pussy. Come on, Abba, tell them.
Yeah, man. There's no reason for you to be alone in this world. You got this, bro. And I think you make some good content. You know what I mean? You make some content that people can really enjoy and really connect with. So there's no reason that some of your female fans shouldn't be dateable and sensible in the head. Man.
Yo, JiDion's so confused right now.
Hey, dude, it's like fucking weird because like they're super, bro. We're just like, it just makes me super uncomfortable because like, bro, Nick, he's not good. Like Nick Fuentes is pretty bad. Like he's sitting here, bro. I understand having conversations with this guy as long as you have pushback, but this is like a reframing of Nick Fuentes in like a really good light. Oh, I know Pete, you're entertaining. Like I'm sure he's entertaining, but dude, the guy's fucking the shit that he thinks and he says is like dangerous. He thinks that like fucking minorities are just fucking genetically inferior. He thinks that they're genetically less intelligent than fucking like white people. Like it's crazy. He thinks that Jewish people run the entire world. Like I don't know, dude. It's fucking. It's way too. Like I don't mind. It's like fine that they're talking to him and all that shit, but it's like they're the way that they're framing what's happening is like fucking weird as shit. He's like, yeah, you're like a nice guy, and you have like blah blah blah. It's like, well, maybe we'd be a little bit careful about the way we talk about this shit, because it's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, I'm gonna find one
I'm
of
still
these
trying to figure out
days.
about this Bank of America situation. Like,
Yeah, right.
that's great.
But
So-
you go ahead.
My bad. What's your name, bro?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. So like, what are your ideals? Like you have to. I guess you have to have some pretty out there ideals to be so ostracized, as you said.
Yeah,
For the people in me that don't know.
There we go.
I suppose. I mean, I
suppose.
identify as a paleo-conservative, which is that's like the lamest thing I guess you could call it. I'm a reactionary. Basically, I believe that everything that has happened in the past 300 years is a mistake. Is to summarize it nicely. I think.
Like what? Like black people getting rights? Like
I think that feminism is the worst thing that ever happened to Western civilization. I'm against that.
I don't think that you can like, dude. This is the interesting thing because I've seen SNEAKO talk about how like feminism is unnecessary because men and women are equal nowadays. Okay, I don't know that I 100% agree. I think there's men issues and women's issues, but if you take that perspective, that means that you think that at some point feminism was justifiable. So if you think that it's all bullshit, and then you think that women shouldn't have like any power whatsoever, and that they should be locked into like a one-directional power dynamic that only favors men. I mean, that's just not a good thing.
I'm against mass immigration. I'm against modernism, liberalism. I'm Catholic, and that sort of forms a foundation of my view. I think we should have like a Catholic theocracy or like a Catholic monarchy or something like that. That's sort of my disposition to summarize it.
How do you feel about interracial marriages?
I'm against it.
There you go. What about you, JiDion? Do you believe in mixed love?
Mixed love, man. Love is love, bro. I love my snow bunnies. I
Hey,
love my
you-
Latino.
JiDion.
Love my Asian girls. Nick Fuentes, man.
I gotta ask, Nick. How do you feel when you see a black guy just getting with the snow bunnies? Like, is that something that like rustles your jimmies?
She's
Is that
gonna get
something you?
BBC'd, Nick. Your
You're not
white
with?
girl's gonna get BBC'd.
Well, the problem is all these white girls always end up getting their ass kicked and left behind. That's what typically happens.
Holy shit, dude.
What?
Are you asking by who?
My
you-
black boyfriend.
Oh, okay. So you trying to say we out here beating these white women? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, that is something that happens. Maybe not you guys. You guys.
Yo, this is your friend.
I just met him on stream.
What do you mean you just met him on stream? He explicitly told you he thinks black people are inferior. This isn't it. This is not a surprising take from fucking Nick Fuentes. Holy shit. There you go. Yeah, well, they just beat the shit out of their fucking boyfriend. Incredible stuff, guys. We figured it out.
But JiDion, one thing I'm gonna say, you're reading the Malcolm X book right now. You know who else was against interracial marriages?
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
So he's saying the same.
Yeah, I know that, but like, there's reasons behind it. So first of all, you can still disagree with the general idea of being against it. Okay, so Malcolm X was probably against interracial marriages because he wanted to promote the idea of black power, because black people have been oppressed by white people, right? I disagree with it. In fact, it makes more sense to just breed white people out of existence. So that you should be, I mean, frankly, you should be having sex with more white people, black women, okay? All right, I'm just telling you. Just hit me up. Just kidding. I'm married. Nick thinks that black people are just inherently violent and beat the shit out of white women so that they shouldn't date. There's a little bit of a difference here. A slight difference here. Okay? We have to understand that intent.
That's not the point that I'm worried. The fact is that he's blaming all black guys for beating white girls.
No, he's saying they're very likely to. You know what I mean? They might just be like, yo, what the fuck is this chicken? You didn't season it properly, and they whip their asses. That's what he's trying to say. He's not saying all of us do. He's saying a lot of us.
Okay, but that's not really any better. Ask him why he feels that way, because he's going to tell you that he thinks that black people are inherently more violent because he doesn't believe in the concept of systemic racism. Jesus Christ. It's like weird defense running of this fucking guy. It's fucking weird, bro. Holy shit.
I don't agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I think it's the equivalent of when black people say that white people shoot up schools. It's the same type of stereotype. So I like Nick's racism. I like that he could be honest and as racist as black people can be racist.
This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that black people beat white girlfriends. Like, I've never heard this before, ever.
That's what traditional. That's what white people. That's what white people.
His girl was black. His girl's not even white.
What they do? Well, I guess black, white. That's it's something that happens. I covered a story about this on my show a couple weeks ago, but that's not the only thing. Here's the thing. I'm halfway kidding about that. The thing is, I was explaining this to SNEAKO. Is what?
Halfway.
Halfway. Here you go. The thing is I value my identity, and I also have a view of sexuality that I'm Catholic, so I think that people should get married before they have sex, and they should have sex to have kids. And so I want to meet a wife, and I want to marry her and have kids. And I want my wife and I want my kids to reflect my identity. And that's something that's important to me. My heritage is important to me. My identity is important to me.
Wait, what's your heritage? What's your identity?
I'm half Italian. I'm a quarter Irish. And I'm
there it is. Well, that's why Nick Fuentes is... Okay, so at this point, we should understand that Nick Fuentes is like fucking racist because it's not his fault. Italian people just can't help themselves. They're all just like a bunch of dumb fucking racist babies that don't understand how to properly interact with the world. That's what it is. So we've actually figured it out. Now that I know that he's now that I know that he's Italian, I'm a little okay. I don't blame him anymore because he just doesn't know any better. I mean, Italians are just like literally like the bottom of the barrel. I'm just fucking kidding, but it's funny. I have a lot of Italian friends. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Quarter Mexican.
So which quarter are you going to meet somebody who's like identically that, or just like a half Italian is good enough?
No, not necessarily, but preferably someone who's Italian, preferably someone who's just white and Catholic, someone who's going to look like me, and generally, I don't think it needs to get too.
Well, why would anybody date you though? Like, why would somebody date you if you're a quarter Mexican? Like the person that you're looking for, why would they be with you? Wouldn't you be considered like mixed race in some capacity, according to them? And then like they'd be like, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to date this guy because it's your dream girl? Wouldn't your dream girl not
precise?
You know what I'm saying?
But obviously, if I married a black girl and I have like a black kid, it's like I'm not black, So and I would look at my son and not really be able to identify in that way.
Okay, fundamentally, like it's fine to not want to date a black person because maybe you just don't get it. But that's not what you're saying. You're saying that people shouldn't race mix because it fucking ruins the gene pool.
I want to ask you a question. Do you identify more with your religious side or your racial side?
Probably. Well, I think
probably both. You'd say no.
The thing is about people's identities is that people's identities are complex. So it's not so much to say, oh, well, I'm more Catholic than I am white. I mean, I'm both. I'm Catholic and I'm white. But to me, Catholicism, that's a foundation of my worldview.
Okay, so if you met a black woman who was a Catholic, or an Irish or an
Italian, I'm pretty sure he was like. I'm pretty sure. There was like an Asian girl that like Nick really liked a lot, but he wouldn't, and she liked him, but he wouldn't date her because she was Asian. So like he's not gonna say yes to this.
Woman who was like Buddhist. Which one, if you had to pick between the two, which one would you marry?
Well, I would marry neither, but if I had to marry one, that's a tricky question. I don't know.
Come on! You just said your religion is more foundational. Come on, bro.
But here's the thing. I mean, that's true. And as a Catholic, I should say the Catholic, but I want to have a kid with green eyes like me. I want to have a kid with my white face. You know, I don't want to have a kid.
Well, you're Mexican. You have Mexican in you.
Okay, but I have brown hair. I have white skin.
You know what I realize about white people?
Bro, you know how many light-skinned
Jesus
Mexican
Christ,
people I know?
fucking insane.
Yeah, okay. Well, point being is I want to marry someone that looks like
I
me.
don't know
That's
what
a
it
very
is about
human
white
thing.
people.
No, is it that you want someone that you made that looks like you, or is the ideal person you want to be with is white because you're not fully
white people
white?
want to be with somebody that looks like their sister, low key. They always get together. Like if you look at most white couples, they kind of look like siblings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, how is that any different from a white guy saying all black people look the same? Or like you know what I mean? Like what the fuck? I mean, like, it's funny, but like it's funny. The only thing that it's very funny, the only problem is that like I feel like he actually believes that. Like if I ever made a joke that I was like, oh, black people look the same, blah blah blah, I wouldn't be serious. It would just be like I'm just being fucking stupid. But this motherfucker I think believes that. But I mean, okay.
That's kind of crazy.
Well,
You
and
can
the
think of a
thing
lot
is,
of
it's
them. You can think of a lot. Chad, WRL, I know a lot of white couples that low-key
See,
like,
he's serious. I told you he's fucking serious. He's not just a joke to him.
But hold on, I gotta ask. So this is my thing, right? You say that your religious side is foundational to you. You're a soldier of Jesus. You're ready to bang for the cross, whatever. But then you telling me you gonna choose somebody over the skin color over religion. I start to question your priorities because it don't sound like what you were saying before.
well, like I said, I wouldn't marry either. If forced to pick, it would be a difficult question because you're right. Like as a Catholic, I should say probably I would marry the Catholic black woman.
Just say it. Come on, bro. Just say it. Say you get with the black woman who shares your cultural and religious values.
Bro, come on, get that black juice.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I just want you to raise children that are also soldiers of God. That's the most important thing in this.
Bro, she's a God-fearing black bro. No one loves God more than the black woman. My grandma loved God. My mama loved God. There's a black queen in the future is gonna love God. Get you a black queen, bro.
here's the
BLM
thing.
in the chat.
Here's the thing, I cut a lot of black. I said this on my show. I'm attracted to Asian girls or black girls or things like that, but it's about my priority is trying to create a family. And the thing is, like, it's true that I have ideals and I have religion, but also I have an identity as a flesh and blood person. And this is the.
I think you know what I honestly think it boils down to more is that Nick doesn't feel like he could. I think that Nick just doesn't feel like he could date a black girl because his audience wouldn't be happy with it. I think where that most of it comes from, like he needs to maintain the image of like hating minorities and hating like people of color and shit, just so that his audience doesn't turn against him. I think that that's much more what it's about. Oh, that's poison. I shouldn't want that. Than anything else, to be absolutely honest with you.
Problem, in my opinion, with society that we want to make everything about ideas and everything is about this our constructed identities. And like when we talk about America, we say America is an idea and it's about, you know, what are your cultural beliefs? What's your culture? And all of that matters. But we also are at the same time human beings and we're real physical people in the world with like a definite physical characteristics and definite genetic characteristics. And those things actually matter too, as we're finding out. And
Not really. No, not like what characteristics. Like I would have married anybody. It doesn't matter what the color of their skin is. I'm looking for somebody intelligent, so it doesn't matter. Like what are you talking about?
You know, yeah. Does my religion matter to me? Yeah, more than anything. But also, I am a man and I am a white man, or I'm an Italian, Mexican,
So you're more
Irish
white
man.
than Catholic.
And
You're
those
more
things
white than
matter too.
Catholic.
I'm what?
You're more white than Catholic.
Well, I'm both. That's the thing. Both of those things
All right.
are part
Can
of
you
it.
educate JiDion on? JiDion keeps saying WBLM. He doesn't know that BLM is a scam. Can you tell him about that? Because I'm getting sick of him yelling WBLM. Yeah,
Bro, BLM is not a scam. Listen, you could probably argue. I mean, I don't know, because I've heard the whole thing about how like, oh, in BLM they're like taking money, blah 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 blah, not doing the right thing with it. I don't really know. You could probably argue that. Like, whatever, do your thing. I don't care about that. But like the fundamental concept of Black Lives Matter is just that black people are underrepresented. That's it. Right? If you think that some of the organization is going in like the wrong direction, that's totally fine. But that's not the same thing as thinking that BLM is. Like, BLM is just about black equality. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's all it is. Right? The movement is you could argue the movement is separate from the organization. That's totally fine. But that's all it's about, brother. So like it's not a W fucking BLM. Okay?
Yo, JiDion, that's a bot shit that you gotta stop saying. BLM is a fucking
Nico,
scam.
I don't
bro.
think you see you're so surface level. Like I didn't even agree with the protest, bro. Me personally,
So why are you
I
saying
feel like
WBLM?
bro, wait, shut the, bro. I'm just saying that. But me personally, I
Okay,
feel
you're
like
just saying
the
that?
Black
Alright.
Lives Matter protests were the biggest wasted opportunity in Black American history, because at any time in American history, when you galvanize that many people, you can make the biggest change.
So why are you
And
saying
I feel
WBLM?
like, oh, shut up. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I feel like throughout those protests, I think the only bill that was ratified was like a George Floyd bill that to this day Joe Biden has yet to sign, but there's been an Asian Lives Matter bill after the fact that has been signed, and I feel like there's been an LGBTQ bill that has been signed after the fact. So I feel like the George Floyd protest was the most wasted opportunity in Black American history.
Okay.
Based on that, it sounds like what he's saying is the reason that it was a wasted opportunity is because they didn't push the government hard enough to actually make any change, and they kind of got lost. Like the movement may have gotten like lost in some capacity. Okay, I mean that makes sense. I mean, like, it's just proof that the government doesn't give a fuck about Black people, even like Democrats, or else they would have actually done shit. Like, I think was it, bro? I always get like iced tea. Hold on. Fuck, there's too many iced tea. It's not iced tea. Fuck. Ice Cube. I always get them confused. I think Ice Cube had like a bill that he wanted to push with both the Democrats and the Republicans. He didn't give a fuck, and this was like during the election. And he was like, "We basically just want more money into Black communities for like Black-owned businesses and shit." It was actually a really good idea. It was solid. And like Biden said, "We'll take a look at it after the election," and Trump said, "We'll take a look at it now." Well, guess what? Nobody took a look at it. So, there's like your example. The government really doesn't give a fuck. The government doesn't really care about what's going on when it comes to Black issues because they won the election. Now they don't have to care. They don't have to give a fuck anymore. That's the unfortunate reality, bro. And that's how I think like a lot of people feel. It's like the government doesn't give a shit either way because they don't have to. Because at the end of the day, when it came to BLM, it didn't seem to have like it had a solid message. Hey, Black people are equal. We should treat them as such. But they didn't really rally around a bill or an idea too much. At least that's what it seemed like. And so, you know, that would have been where it would have been better to really... I don't know what the George Floyd bill would have done, but I do remember that there was no attachment of like a bill to the program for like the entire time. Like that was nothing I was advocating like, hey, this is what we should be doing. There's a lot of people saying like, I think this, I think that, but there was no... like, hey, this is what should be being done. We should galvanize around this idea, this bill, this concept, or what we had the concept, but like this bill, this like change, that, and the other thing. I think that's what JiDion is arguing here.
So why
We could have changed so much.
So why are you saying WBLM?
The way, like you say, oh man, you gotta keep the chat lit, man. You know how to galvanize some people, man. Like,
Okay,
bro.
so you're just hyping it up.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's being provocative.
Don't hype on my chat with that fucking scam. Do you know all the money
I
for?
guess I'm wrong. I guess JiDion doesn't give a fuck about BLM. That's weird. Okay. I mean, it's not weird to not give a shit about it. I'm just surprised that he'd basically be like what he's saying is like he's just kind of grifting over it. I figured he actually like he probably does give a shit about the cause, but you know.
BLM went.
Bro, my nigga, I'm not stupid, bro. No, I feel like if this nigga, if you think I'm just some like liberal, like
Yeah, sometimes. After Pokemon, I can't even lie to you. Yo, Nick, can you tell
Why
them
after
about the bell
Pokemon?
curve? Can you tell them what you said to me? That was the first time I ever heard a white dude say that. What do you think about the IQ thing? This is gonna fucking shake it up.
Yeah, you guys aren't gonna like this, but look, I just want to preface this by saying this, okay? I love all people, okay? I'm a friend to all people. I love Black people, okay? I love Hispanics, I love Asians. But
Jimmy,
here's
you
the
know
thing.
this is going. Whenever this starts off like that, you know where it's going.
You know where it's going, okay? And I told SNEAKO this. We call this race realism, okay, which is to say that race is real. Like it's not fake, it's not skin deep. Race is real. There are different races and there's meaningful differences. And one of the things is that on average, the races have different IQs.
That is true. Now the question is, why do they have different IQs? And the reason, largely, is because of different environments, different socioeconomic backgrounds, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. There you go. That's the biggest reason why. You couldn't even investigate the true differences until we implemented change on a wide enough scale for enough people to benefit from it. Like you just can't, because there's so many different aspects that needs to be targeted.
And so on average, Asians have the highest IQ, and on average, Blacks have the lowest IQ.
Okay.
And that's why I told SNEAKO. And no, that's average. Okay, it's not. I'm not saying Black people are dumb. I'm not saying
You are.
that.
Kinda.
I'm saying that when you
You're kinda
average it
saying
out.
that. You're kind of saying that.
I'm not. I'm saying on average. Well, I'm saying on average. On average, there's differences between the IQs. So I believe there are Black geniuses like Kanye West. I think he's a Black genius, but there's fewer Black geniuses than there are Asian geniuses. As an example.
Nice one. Why?
I don't think that's too
So,
bad.
So I would just ask, why do you think that information is
There we
important?
go.
Well, here's why. That's actually a really good question. Because I don't say that like proudly, because I think that I think that actually it's a fact of nature, which is kind of sad in a way. I think human inequality is sort of tragic in some sense. Like you look on TikTok in this example, and TikTok is like it's like the worst window into human inequality there is, because you could scroll through TikTok and see the most beautiful person ever, rich and objectively beautiful, and they're getting all this fame and all these likes, and then you scroll up and then you see like a deformed person who's like, they have roaches on their wall and they're like, you know, and it's like, that's actually kind of a tragic and sad.
Yeah, but that's independent of race. It has nothing to do with race. People having like genetic differences or like having disabilities. It's not a race specific or race related, right? We understand this
thing. And anyway, so I think human inequality as a whole is unfortunate, but here's why it matters. When you look at all of the disparities in the United States as an example, you look at income.
This thing just kind of like popped in.
Inequality between the races, wealth inequality between the races, and all these other inequalities, people will say, well, if we're all starting from the same place but ending up in a different place, what happened in the middle?
Yeah.
Racism, probably.
Yes, racism. Like, that is what happened. We have a history of, we're going to talk about in the American context. We have a history of slavery, redlining, Jim Crow laws. Black people weren't equal on paper until like 60 years ago. So, like, yes, this is a good argument. Yes, what else could it be other than racism? Like, oh, well, genetic. Yeah, but like we see a profound amount of racism. We're not seeing an equal playing field for people of people of color. So like, yes, racism is the most logical one because it has the most impact.
Or something. If whites and blacks and Asians and Hispanics are all the same and they all start out from the same,
But they don't. That's why the racism is that's why people are talking about racism. What are you talking about? They're not starting at an equal playing field.
Starting point, but they all end up wildly unequal. Well, something must happen along the way. Discrimination, racist policies, etc.
Because they're not starting as equal. Like I think I think he knows this at this point.
Well, if people are not starting from the same place, then that would explain how a system which may even have affirmative action or maybe, the opposite of racist would still be producing unequal results. We have to understand
because it's not affirmative action doesn't solve the problem from the core. It's one of the problems of affirmative action is it starts at the end. Right? So this is what affirmative action does. Check this out. All right. We're going to start here. We're going to start here, actually. Preschool. And we're going to go all the way to 12th grade. Okay? Once you hit the 12th grade, there you go. Okay, we're going to start here. Boom. We got here. Boom. Right? So it starts at preschool. Right? Affirmative action. We got 12th grade. Right? Affirmative action starts here. College. So you have this entire developmental cycle that you've gone through where you weren't getting the same opportunity or the same like equality in education. And then all of a sudden, after you get to the point where you go to college, now we're like, hey, we got to make sure we're doing the right thing here. But it's like, this doesn't really matter as much as this. Your entire developmental phase is what matters more. So, yeah. Right? Not going to preschool. It's a fact that if you don't even get to go to preschool, you have a much harder time. Like if people who go to preschool outperform people who don't, right? Because you get like that access to earlier education. It's just a reality.
If we want to create policies where the country can be coherent and harmonious and where everybody is treated fairly. So that's my belief. If we want to understand the world, can't understand without understanding the reality of race and what that means.
Got it.
Do you think there's a superior race?
No, I don't. I don't think they're superior people. I think that people are unequal.
Well, hold on, but he thinks
What's
some
up,
people
Destiny? How you
intrinsically
doing?
have higher IQ than other people, to be honest.
my
So
bad.
you're
Yes,
saying
thank
that
you.
On
My best
average,
friend,
all
by the
else
way.
equal, a white person will be smarter than a black person.
Yes.
Destiny, this is JiDion.
Hold on, wait, I need to hear Nick say it, because he believes that.
Destiny,
Just so we're all on the
have
same
you mentioned
page.
JiDion before? JiDion, Destiny?
Hi,
What's up, Destiny?
buddy?
Okay.
Yeah.
I love stealing your content on stream.
We're just letting you know, on behalf of the black delegation, we've elected Destiny to speak on this matter.
Yeah, thanks, Okay, well, before
Don't do
we...
any liberal racism, though. You got
Before
this.
I'm a huge liberal racist, okay? But I'm racist towards all people, so we're good. Okay, just before we jump into this, okay? I just be clear about who you're talking to and what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology.
There we
so
go.
If he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his beliefs, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only going to give you the piece of information that he uses to sell his ideology.
Bro, thank you so much for the sub. Let me mute those for right now so I can hear this.
I think sometimes we're so hungry to talk to people that disagree with us, we think that everybody has valid things to say. Everybody's got valid points to consider, but you have to keep in mind what they're selling you at the end of the day. If I was to have a conversation with Nick about the value of, like, what do you think about like the soft sciences? What do you think about like psychologists and political scientists, Nick, in general?
Me?
Yeah.
I think there's some validity to them, but I don't put a lot of stock in empiricism.
Sure. So he doesn't put a lot of stock in those things, okay? The bell curve was written by a psychologist and a political scientist. These aren't
Holy shit. That's fucking funny. He really just fucking destroyed Nick Fuentes. I would have never thought to approach it like that. Holy fuck. Jeez, he just fucking destroyed this guy. Oh my god. That was funny. That was fucking funny. Holy fuck. Jesus. Okay.
Genetics researchers. These aren't intelligence researchers. These aren't people that did huge
Not
dives
true.
into meta.
Not
It
true.
absolutely is true.
Not
Charles
true.
Murray is a political scientist, and
I'm not
Richard
just talking
Bernstein
about
is a
Charles
psychologist.
Murray.
That's
I'm
fine.
not
We're not
just
talking about. But I'm
talking
just saying
about
that the book, The Bell Curve, if that book was about any other topic, you would dismiss it so quickly because of the scientific disciplines that those authors come from. You wouldn't even consider it for a second.
That's
But
not
because
true.
it absolutely is true, and you know it. But
No.
because you just told me that you didn't put much stock in those disciplines.
I said
But
I
you're willing
didn't
to
put
cite
stock in empiricism. I said I don't put as much stock in empiricism as you do because you believe that everything is attributable to empirical knowledge and everything should be derived from studies. I don't believe that all truth is derived from studies. I think we could derive truth from experience, and I think we could derive truth from logic,
We can, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be looking at the studies. Like, what?
and we could recognize patterns. I don't think that we necessarily need to go and this is what you and Vosh and Hunter Avalon do is study, show me a source, show me a study. And I think that studies can aid understanding.
I think studies are a primary in your understanding. I think that personal experiences are obviously very important as well. But your personal experience is not going to match the experience of like other people's experience. Like studies, basically, what a study is it's just a collective of other people's personal experience, right? So that's really kind of what it is. It's just like a streamlined way to interpret personal experience of everybody around you rather than just your own. So if you have a study that's observed 10,000 people versus your independent perspective, right? You kind of understand how maybe 10,000 people's perspectives might be a little bit more accurate than your specific perspective.
But I don't think that's the end-all be-all of knowledge. That's what I'm saying. And you're wrong about if I thought that race and IQ was a wrong argument, I wouldn't push it. I wish it was wrong. I've had my entire life destroyed because I say these things. You think I'm saying these things because it's like doing me a big favor? I'm banned from airlines and banks. I'm under investigation by the FBI, subpoenaed by Congress, in part because I say these kinds of things. So no, I go where the truth.
Yeah, but they're wrong. So I mean, I don't care about like him getting banned. Like whatever. I don't. That's irrelevant to me. But like what you're saying is wrong. Yeah. Like it's pretty clear. I had a fucking like a kid came on stream talking about how talking about this. I'll probably release a conversation eventually, but I'm like sacking up some content for when I go on vacation soon, which is like tomorrow soon, or the next day really. Is this? Oh fuck! It's tomorrow. I'm going on vacation tomorrow, right? And he's like, yeah, if you look at the statistics, like black people have like lower IQs than white people, and it's all genetic. I was like, well, why do you think it's all genetic? He's like, well, because they've done a study. And I was like, well, I said it has to do with opportunity of education and how education systems in like a lot of areas, especially that are disproportionately people of color because they're disproportionately poor because of systemic racism, isn't very good. Right? The education isn't really good in those areas because of systemic racism. And he's like, well, yeah, but education only plays a point like 1 to 5 IQ points when it comes to IQ. I'm like, that's not true. So I looked into it. It's not true. The study he was referencing says that people who go through K through 12, people who go to college will have 1 to 5 IQ points higher than somebody who just goes through from the K through 12 program. That's not the same as saying that education has very little impact. Like, those aren't the same things. And these are the statistics that they go around with. We're like, see, because of this, you're wrong. So, like, this is the ideology that people come into with it. And they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. But the reality is that they get an idea in their head that, that people aren't equal. You know, and like it's wrong, and then they kind of just continue to run with it, and then they look at people like Nick Fuentes and like, see, this guy's right about this, and then it affirms their wrong perspective that isn't even backed by science. And then they get so lost in the sauce that like you can't even change them when you show them objective truths. That's what happens.
Leads me. I'm a critical person. If you were to present to me an answer for why, when the Europeans colonized Africa in the late 19th century, they didn't have written language and they didn't have the wheel, and like why that is consistent with everybody evolving exactly the same way and everyone being exactly the same.
So this doesn't really matter. The civilization evolving could have had to do with like a ton of other factors. It could have had to do, maybe it has to do with IQ, or maybe it has to do with available resources. Like Africa probably doesn't have the same resources as like America, just like natural resources, right? It's a lot hotter. It's harder to grow particular preserve crops and food. It's hard to establish civilizations. Here we have like the infrastructure is different. The animals are actually less dangerous in America. They got fucking lions and shit over there, right? So there's a lot of different factors. But when you take people and you put them in school, black people, they do really well if you give them the same opportunity as white people. That's what matters. It doesn't matter about that. Once you place a person into a positive environment that encourages growth, all of a sudden you see a lot of these things, these inequalities disappear. That's what we need to do more of. There's your answer.
You know, I would probably be an egalitarian like you, but
No, it's just the idea is that, like, if there's differences between large groups of people throughout all of human history, the default position is to not know. You're the one that's asserting the positive claim of, oh, well, it must be because of biology. But we don't know that. Nobody knows that. There are different, like, indicators that, like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But to pretend that we have one grand narrative that can explain the differences between all the groups in all of human history, you're not going to find any academic discipline that's going to come together and agree on that. These are all hotly contested topics. That's all I'm saying.
Nick, who
and
do you
also,
think-
when you say, I notice that people like you, sorry, and I'll shut the fuck up. People like you will always say things like, oh, like, you just want to see study. But I'm a man of truth and experience and logic, and I recognize patterns. Bro, a pattern for a human is you have like 2 bad experiences with somebody, you write them off completely. That's not going to get you towards truth with a capital T. That's just going to tell us your subjective frame of reference, right? Like you might eat like 2, rotten pieces of fish and tell everybody that fish is the worst food in the world. That's no more truthful than viewing a study on something, or it's even less truthful, right? I don't like this. I don't like this hand waving of like all of the empirical data or all of the studies we can do to just say like, oh, well, I have my own experience, because you can go down so many stupid roads with that. Like obviously, everybody's seen somebody do it.
Nick, who do you think is going to win the race war? Blacks or whites?
well, unfortunately for
Depends
us,
on who the Jew side with.
well,
He's gonna say like Chinese people. I guarantee you.
there's some truth in that. But unfortunately for us, by 2100, the world is going to be full of Africans. I mean, by 2100,
Oh, okay.
there's going to be 10 billion people, and 5 billion of them are going to be black Africans. So I don't think, and frankly,
Why is that unfortunate? But also, isn't that just means that they, like, by your own logic, wouldn't they be biologically superior for being able to populate and overtake white people and win the race war? So, like, your logic is that, like, that's what should happen. Black people should be able to do that because they're stronger and smarter. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't think any of us are going to win in that scenario, because the biggest content is going to be sub-Saharan Africa, and it's going to be like World War Z. They're just going to, it's that scene in World War Z when the zombies are climbing on top of each other to get into Jerusalem? That's what it's going to be like in America and Europe with this population explosion happening.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jesus, dude. Oh my God. Oh, gee, what the fuck? Bro, this is like listening to Nick Fuentes. Bro, oh my God. People are always like, Nick Fuentes gets a bad rap. You should actually like listen to what he's saying. And you listen to what he's saying, and he's saying that black people are just going to be a bunch of dumb fucking mindless zombies that are going to breed to a point where they're going to take over Western world. What? This is insane. This guy's fucking unhinged. Holy shit.
There.
So it's gonna be a bunch of African people acting like ants climbing up over each other.
Yeah, trying to get into Western countries.
Yo, Destiny, who you fighting for, blacks or whites?
Why do you oh my God, we're moving on so fast.
Dude, I'm not gonna fight for a fucking race, dog.
He's going to be off to the side streaming it in the corner while there's a war going
Bro,
on.
Destiny, we're gonna draft you in to the black side, bro. You can be with us.
As long as I get an N-word pass, we're good. My friend. No, there's not even the idea even of race wars following on those exact lines. I thought there was a really funny question earlier. I don't know if JiDion or SNEAKO asked it. When you asked Nick, what kind of a woman are you looking for? Are you looking for like a 50% Italian, 25%?
That was Abba.
That was me, bro. You can't recognize who.
Wow, he couldn't even distinguish. What a fucking racist. He got all just because they're all black doesn't mean that they look the same. Destiny, Jesus.
I have a question.
Bro, they're giving him more. I know they're joking. They're giving him more shit for mistaking who it was than they are for like fucking Nick Fuentes being legitimately fucking racist. It's crazy.
I had a 2 out of 3 chance. Okay, you did it. Okay, yeah. Abba asked a question. Yeah, like what do you even look for? What does it even mean to be black in the United States, right? You've got like African Americans, people that immigrate from fucking Kenya or Nigeria. They don't consider themselves black in the same way that like descendants of slaves are black.
No, they don't. Don't make the mistake of calling someone from like fucking Haiti or something black, bro. I called a Haitian woman black when I was younger. My mom like worked at White Castle when I was younger. And I accidentally called her black, and she got fucking pissed. African people that are like non-native black Americans, I'm going to call them. Don't hit me. Hate native black Americans. Okay, they don't like them. A lot of the world hates black Americans. It's actually fucking insane. It's fucking insane, dude. It's fucking insane. They like white people, white Americans, a lot more than black Americans. It's just the truth.
Nick doesn't consider himself white the same way that like somebody that's ethnically fucking Russian or German or Scandinavian considers white. Like these are like super subjective
you
concepts.
just obfuscate. All you do is obfuscate. We know what black people are, bro. We can look at people and say
That's not true, bro. Look at a picture of Obama when he visits Africa.
It's black. Barack Obama.
Dude, you can
Black.
clearly
There's
see.
different white people.
Yeah.
There's different Asian people.
You can
there's different
clearly
Mexican
see a
people.
difference. There are clear differences in this. It's not. You say that I'm obfuscating, but the reality is that it's complicated. And even you acknowledge that when you're like, well, I'm 50% Irish and I'm 25% Italian and I'm 25% Hispanic, but it's the mestizo Hispanic, so it's more white.
Okay, wait.
Like, of course it's complicated.
Do you think that me? Okay, I have white skin, I have green eyes, I have curly brown hair. Do you think that if I walked into Little Village in Chicago, where they're all 5'5" and brown skin and black hair, and said, "Hola, amigos, can I have some tacos?" Do you think they would recognize me as one of their own and say, "Ah, yes, a Mexican. Welcome to our
Hey, yo necesito tacos. That's what you have to say.
the neighborhood"? No, they'd be like, "What's this Ringo doing here?"
I mean,
It's
it
not as
depends.
difficult
To
as you're
quote
making it
the
out
great
to be.
philosopher SNEAKO, what on that fucking intro video in your channel, I think you mentioned that like people when you were you in Peru? I don't remember where you were, but people would walk up to you and speak English because they'd instantly assume you were American because they could tell by looking at you, right?
Yeah, I understand. But even in Brazil,
Yeah,
even in
or
Brazil,
when you go to fucking the UK, like you can tell like who's American or who's British. I'm not saying that you're gonna walk into a fucking project in Chicago and be welcomed with open arms. Obviously, you're hitting at like extremes there. But like, I mean, different people look different ways. It's not just like you can't fit everybody into black, brown, white, Asian. Like it's not that clean. It's
Yeah, I
never
don't
gonna be
think
that
anybody's
clean.
saying that you could say absolutely, because there are people that are mixed race, but the existence of mixed race people who are racially ambiguous does not negate the existence of the races. In fact, it almost confirms that because they're two races together. That's what makes them ambiguous.
You don't
There
even
are
like what
Japanese
race
people. There
Like
are
you couldn't
Chinese
point
people.
out, like accurately like races or percentages even in this room. Like it's obviously it's more complicated. than
You're
that.
telling me that I couldn't look at I could say SNEAKO is mixed race. I could say
Yeah, what does that mean?
JiDion
You're
and
mixed race.
Abba are black.
You're mixed race.
I could say that you're white and I'm
You're
white,
mixed.
and that's
You're
not
mixed
difficult.
race.
That's
You got curly brown hair.
Nobody could tell that Nick Fuentes is mixed race unless he tells you, and unless you like assume based on the last name, at all. And he distanced himself from it as much as possible. So.
It's Fuentes. Like, come on.
Every person in this call right now is easily recognizable by their race. We don't need to pull up their 23andMe to say that there are two black people.
Hey,
a
I'm
mixed race person.
actually, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you would have told me you were mixed with like a bit of black or a bit of Asian, I would have believed you, Nick.
Me,
bro,
if I was
Nick, you
Like you could definitely have a 25-50%. I could see it.
Nick, but it's like so like surface level. Just like what does being black mean? What does being white mean?
Oh, we
you
go
know?
deeper.
It's like you're looking at it so surface level.
Well, here's the thing about race.
That's your favorite thing to say,
Yes.
man.
What this?
That's
Just
surface
surface level.
level. That's just the best way to big bro somebody. Just yeah, that's surface level.
Is it not? Like
It's
I'm black. What does that mean? I'm black. That's a fucking color. Black is a color. I'm not black. Like black is this is black.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's-
fucking black. Like, but we just say black.
Point being is that you're descended from people that come from Africa. And you could say, well, what does white mean? Well, white means descended from people that come from Europe. And you're right. It's not.
Sure, but how much do those matter? That's it, right? And then it gets a lot more complex.
It's
Where
not.
did the Europeans come from? I mean, technically, aren't we all descended from Africans? If you want to get technical about it.
Hey,
There you
Destiny,
go.
you can say the N word. Think about it. Destiny, say the N word. Destiny, say the N word right now.
Whoa,
Why? What the
whoa,
fuck?
whoa,
Chill.
Whoa. Let's bring it back.
Look at me.
That's it. Destiny, say the N word. He wants to so bad. Just
No,
one
I
time.
don't.
One
Chill,
time.
damn.
One time.
Oh, I thought you.
I only do that when I have my cozy stream on. Okay, chill.
Wait,
Holy
okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Nick is saying some crazy stuff, but he's not saying anything to the fact that he's gonna be banned from banks or airlines. So I want to.
Well, that's because Nick is that's because Nick is on someone else's stream trying to convince you that he's not that bad, right? So he's playing the nicety game. He's like Ted Cruz is like, listen, guys, I don't want to ban gay marriage. I just want to give states their own choice on if they want to have gay marriage or not. And it's like, no, you want to ban gay marriage, but you won't explicitly say because you know you're gonna get your ass fucking hammered. Like you learn what you should and shouldn't say, especially since he's been banned. So now he like knows what he should and shouldn't say. Thank God Destiny's on here and pushing the fuck out of this guy. It's fucking hilarious because it almost worked until they pulled Destiny in. Because I was even saying it before. I'm like, these guys are being a little too charitable to Nick Fuentes.
know what are you really saying, because you have to be saying something crazy. There's no way that the stuff you're saying is
Nick,
what
where's
got
your
you banned from
book? Nick,
banks
where's
and
your
stuff.
book?
I don't have a book. Oh,
No,
the book I showed.
Yes, where's that book?
Wait, did I just come from
Which
this
one?
way?
The one I showed the other day?
You know the book. The
There
book
has
that
to be
got you
more to
banned
the
for
story.
Which one? I don't have it on me. My books are over there.
The book that got you banned for the banks and the airlines. The book is the reason you're on Cozy TV. The end of every conspiracy theory. That book, like.
I don't have that book. I was telling you about it, but
okay.
No. Well, the thing
Yeah,
is,
the reason is because if you really go into every conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying I believe in it in Minecraft, but the end of every conspiracy theory is that Jews control everything in Minecraft.
well, that's a big part of it. But here's the thing.
We can just call them the villagers, okay?
Yeah, the villagers.
Oh my god.
When you say certain things, there's an activist class that exists in America. It's comprised of the ADL, the SPLC, groups like that, and they happen to form they're called the trusted flaggers on YouTube. They're designated the specialists in hatred and political narratives, and they are able to flag, like a user on YouTube can flag a video and say, oh, this is hate speech, this violates the TOS. The ADL is a group founded in defense of a Jewish guy 100 years ago. who raped some girl. The ADL can
To
go
be
in.
clear, he didn't. That's not true. That's fake news.
Oh,
but
okay,
yeah.
sure. The ADL can go in and they can flag a video.
Right. Well, we're just kind of using rape as like a as just like a silly little magoo. Oh, he raped somebody, you know? Okay, great. Unverifiable. Cool stuff.
And as
cool
a trusted
stuff. All right.
flagger, the video automatically gets taken down. That's one example of their power. There's a group of activist special interest groups. They're designated experts in hate. They're designated experts in political narrative. And if you say these kinds of things, if you say things that go against the consensus, which is promoted by the government and the media and education and university, they will flag you as a white supremacist, a hater, a Nazi, et cetera, et cetera. And they have the power to go in and they get you banned from social media. And they
Well, I mean, you're saying Jews control the world and that like black people are inferior to white people genetically. So like, you know, this isn't really a mischaracterization of you. Like, this isn't the guy who says I kind of like Trump, and then everybody's like, oh my god, racist, white supremacist, blah 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 blah. You're the guy that like legitimately, like, you think that people are inferior. Like, this is a horrible argument for you.
They flag your stuff to the government. And there are people that are paid to watch my show every night. There are people paid to watch my show every night, transcribe it, find all the nasty things I've said, write articles about it, and then whenever something good happens to me, if I go to an employer, they will send that dossier to the employer and say,
I mean, maybe it sounds a little conspiracy, but I guess it's possible.
this is someone who is saying the wrong things, has the wrong opinions, he can't have a job. And if I were to get hired by that organization, they would rally protests against that organization until I got fired. And this is something that's very real. And this is what's shaping corporate America's wokeness. This is what shapes the government's wokeness. When the Christchurch shooting happened, they formed an international consortium of telecom companies, social media companies, etc., to censor so-called white identitarian, nativist, white separatist, all kinds of ideas. And who did they bring in the congressional hearings? Who did they bring in at this consortium to inform them and give them the specialized knowledge of who to censor and who to ban? They brought in the activist class. They brought in these activist organizations. That's why you have that. That's the basis of political censorship. So that's a big part of it.
I have a question. I have a question that me and JiDion want to know. So we understand that there's all this kind of censorship going on. Our question to you is, what did you say specifically around that time that you got banned? Do you know or you not know? Or you're just saying this is all like a hit job or whatever?
You had to say something crazy. There's
That's what
no
we want.
way.
It's all kind. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not about necessarily a specific thing. It's broadly that I am a race realist. It's because I criticize Jewish power. It's because I criticize certain things in Minecraft, conspiracies, and so I've been banned from many things over the past 5 years. It's never one specific thing. I got banned from PayPal 4 years ago. I got banned from YouTube in 2020. I got put on the federal no-fly list last year. It's things that my first hit piece was written about me in 2017 because I said we shouldn't import ISIS to the United States. So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
Well, when you say who's importing ICE to the United States, like, what? Why would you say that? Maybe that's one of the reasons why. Huh?
I think people should wake
Was
up
that
to
really all you said?
Well, I
You're
didn't say
bullshitting.
that.
I can
Was
tell
that
you're
really
bullshitting.
the only thing you said?
Well, how am I bullshit?
Bro, you're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
Destiny took rat on him.
Yeah, right.
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too. No, was that?
Yeah, that is something.
Something
happened.
about
But
like if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as like fucking a dog, something like that.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ, bro! How are you even defending yourself at this point? Oh my god, dude, bro. Dude, Destiny being on here is catastrophic to Nick's like absolute reframing of his fucking abysmal history.
There we go.
I remember.
There we fucking go. Of course.
No, you're not.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Destiny. I appreciate
Well,
that.
I might be mixing it out. Hold on, let me finish.
I know that confirms everybody's biases, but that's not what I said. And I'll tell you.
Wait, tell us what you said. Yeah.
I will. That's a very funny story because here I was at this job training for the Leadership Institute, which is this conservative thing, and I'm hanging out with a bunch of people late into the night, and at this point, I'm like a target, okay? Because I was supposed to be working at Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company, and they didn't want me working there because I kept saying, hey, why did we send all this foreign aid to Israel?
No, you would relentlessly harass. You were being like, you were like fucking joking, bro. Wait, what? Hold on. Maybe this happened afterwards. I don't really know. But this motherfucker was pretending to play. He was playing Grand Theft Auto, pretending that he was killing Ben Shapiro by chasing down like a Jewish person in it and trying to shoot him. I think that might have had a little bit more to do with it. Maybe that happened after the fact, but like I don't know. I don't know if what you're saying is true. I don't know.
Why did Israel blow up the USS Liberty? Why have the Jews been expelled from 109 countries? Like, jokingly, what's going on with that? And
jokingly, but okay.
Oh, well, jokingly, but also an inquiry. And they said, well, you can't work for us because those are hateful questions. Those are hateful questions. You can't talk about that. We're never going to hire you. So there was this girl, Cassie Dillon, who had it out for me. because I went against the Jews, okay?
Hey,
So then I go to this job training.
When he says that, what he means is because he was anti-Semitic. There's a lot of coded language in here, but okay.
Villagers in Minecraft. God damn it, bro. Don't get...
Yeah, right.
So that Minecraft bullshit's not gonna work.
It's gonna work, yeah.
It's not gonna work.
It's gonna work.
This is real life.
So now months later, I go to this job training, and I'm friends with all these people. I'm there for a couple weeks, and we're just shooting the shit. It's like 3 a.m. We're all hanging out, and it's like we stayed overnight. It's our last night there. Long story. And so anyway, to make the long story short, we're all just talking, and I'm playing devil's advocate. We're talking about things, and I said...
Playing devil's advocate. This isn't his perspective, guys. He's just playing the game of devil's advocate. Okay? That's the game that you do when you're doing robust debate tactics, is you play the devil's advocate to give somebody to debate against.
You know, you can laugh, but this is bullshit that this happens.
Uh-oh.
I think that we're all friends. And so I said, yeah, like, I'm against race mixing. Like I said to you guys right now, I said, yeah, I don't approve of that.
How is it devil's advocate if you're admitting that you believe it? Oh, I was playing devil's advocate. By the way, I believe this. It's like you're not playing devil's advocate then. You are expressing your truth, which is fucking bullshit.
That's against my values. I value my identity, blah, blah, blah. And there's this girl in there who's a total whore, by the way. And she's friends
Totally
with...
unnecessary, but okay.
Well, she was. She
No,
had the name of a...
back, Destiny. I know you love women, but I
The
mean,
only
it's
girl
called
that's a whore,
no,
she gave it
hold
up
on.
to you, but I
Hold
highly
on,
doubt she gave it up to you.
hold on.
There's
There's no
When
way
I
she
say-
gave it up to you.
Hold on. When I say calling her whores unnecessary, I'm not trying to respect women. Fuck women. I'm just saying you're adding extraneous details to try to damage her credibility to make your side of the story.
He's
seem better.
just
That's
mad
what
she
it
didn't
is.
give it up. You're mad she didn't give
She's
it
not a
up.
credible person
But-
because she fought 3 of the guys at the
Well,
time.
that's a
But
good
not
thing
you.
she had an audio recording, so we don't have to worry about her credibility. But
Here's why I'm giving the backstory. So
So we have the audio recording of him saying that fucking black people is like fucking dogs. So none of this matters. And he's even said devil's advocate. He means these things. He means what he's saying. Okay? So
she was a friend of Cassie Dillon's, and Cassie Dillon is up with Daily Wire working for Ben Shapiro. And so we're talking. I said, yeah, I'm against race mixing, and these people are shocked, and they're saying, oh my gosh, don't you know that's not politically correct? Don't you know that's not the liberal consensus? And this girl starts recording me and says, so Nick, do you think that having sex with a black guy is the same as having sex with a dog? And I said, no. No, it's not the same. I said, but both to me are wrong. I said, I wouldn't do that with a dog.
wait, hold on. And I'm trying to remember because I legit don't remember. We can bring up the recording. Did you say no? It's not the same. It's worse.
No, I did not say that.
Somebody link me that. Hold on, let me link the call. I want to hear it. I need to hear it.
Oh my god.
I gotta hear it.
You're completely misrepresenting. I said no, but they both be degenerate. That was what I said.
Oh, he said, but both would be degenerate. That's what I remember. Okay.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound too good.
Here's the thing, but here's why that matters. Here's why I'm making a big deal, because people could roll their eyes and say, oh, it's the same thing. Here's why that matters. It's fucking bullshit that in America, we have like this Stasi political correctness where what I'm saying is I don't like race mixing. And I think I'm among friends. But then I get a little girl filming me covertly saying, so what you're saying is this? No. Boom. Sent to Cassie Dillon, sent to Media Matters, published on, Nick says this, Nick said this
That's
thing.
fucked up. That's
Fire
fucked
him,
up.
ban him. That's fucked up. That is... We
About it.
can't
There's
have
nothing-
free speech if we have that going on.
If you're cool with free speech, that's how you think. So you should say it out in the open. Why are you mad that she recorded it and put it out in the open?
Because they take it out of
Hold
context.
on. In his defense, if I'm having a problem,
Her in your daily existence by Jews.
Told you yes, absolutely. You laugh at it like.
How so? Can you?
Would you say that me having sex with my dog is the same thing as me having sex with a black man?
No.
I-
But they would both be degenerate.
Okay, well that's what he said. He said, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. The first part, hold on. Let me just play the first part of it really quick. Because from what the transcript says, they said, are you hurt in your daily existence by Jews? And he said, I told you. Yes, absolutely. Hold on.
Her in your daily existence by
I
Jews.
told you yes, absolutely. You laugh at it like.
How so? Can you?
Would you say that me having sex with my dog is the same thing as me having sex with a black man?
No.
I-
But they would both be degenerate.
Yeah, based. Well, okay. I mean, Nick, you kind of gave yourself a little bit of a nay there, brother. Get back into this. Sorry, I have diabetes, guys.
a conversation with you
Should not be
on a
recorded.
Discord and you record it, even if I'm fine with what you said, I'd still feel very offended by the fact that you put it out.
I can understand that, but if you're like at a political leadership conference, like, bro, there are certain people who, like, if you're in the political world, if I'm talking to you, I'm assuming every DM is getting leaked. That's pretty wild. Like, if I was hanging out with fucking Ben Shapiro and Elijah Schaefer and other Daily Wire people, I was like, man,
But it
black
wasn't
people, they
that.
fucking
It was-
stink,
but
don't
it
they?
wasn't
I would
that.
imagine I'm gonna get fucking fried at
Well,
some
Destiny,
point.
never
That's
get
pretty
worried
awesome.
about that, Destiny, because you're a liberal and you always say the right things. You know that you're on the side of
No, that's nothing.
Bro, this motherfucker said that listen, okay, I understand what they're saying, right? Like, it sucks when you get when somebody like records what you're saying in private and stuff, and things like this can get like leaked out of context and shit. And, like, it's shitty, right? Like, on a small scale, like, imagine you're talking to a friend, and then your friend with somebody that's friend with somebody else, and then you say something about that other person, and then they turn that into like recording it and telling the other person. Like, yeah, it's shitty. But like this dude, like, listen, bro. Like you could think that it's shitty for somebody to leak this shit while at the same time acknowledging what he said was really bad. Right? We can understand this, right? We have to be able to understand that these two things can exist. Right? Because that's what happened. Hey, thanks for the sub, brother. I'll take a couple of subs real quick. Okay.
Hold on,
You're
stop.
gonna be
Grow
okay.
up. No,
Hold
grow
on,
up.
hold on,
Hold on.
hold on.
Grow up. Wait.
Let him finish. Let him finish. SNEAKO, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
They're saying in the donos too that Destiny knows full well Nick did not say that he always jumps on these as a white savior to derail the conversations. Did you really think that that's what the phone call is about, or are you just trying to paint him as a white supremacist even more?
Okay, first of all, I don't have to brand him as a white supremacist. He already says he's a white supremacist. Number one.
I don't
Okay.
say
Number
that.
two,
He
the
never
phone
said
call
that.
did
He
happen,
never
and he
said
didn't
that.
admit it until I brought up, which was true. And number three, I wasn't 100% sure what he said, which is why I keep asking, what did you say? Did you say that? Did you say that? Did you say that? And he did mention that they were both degenerate. So I was correct.
That's
on every
different.
point.
No.
Okay.
No. Goalpost shifted. You said that I said that having sex with blacks is the same as having sex with a dog.
No,
Then
I asked
said,
you. I
Did
asked
you say
you.
it was worse?
I
No, that's
asked
how
you, and then you
okay,
clarified, and then
roll
we're there. So that's
roll
it.
the tape. Roll
No,
the
you
tape.
can roll the tape.
said-
You can roll the tape. I
said that
said,
it
didn't you
was the
say?
same.
Did you say this? And then you said no, and then you correct. I was like, okay,
And
correct.
listen.
He said they're both degenerate.
Yeah, well, you misrepresented it to begin with. Chat.
I asked you a question.
Because that's
The
true.
only reason we're even talking about the phone call right now is because I brought it up because you tried to obfuscate by not bringing up that phone call, which was, I think, a big part of why people got really mad at you in 2017.
Listen, you could play everything back, but this is what they do. I am a political activist to which if people want to know my views, I could tell them very precisely in a very straight way, these are my political views. But this is what happens. I will say a joke, and people that are paid to watch my show will clip a 5-second joke, post it on the internet and say, oh, Nick said this. So that means he's X, Y, and Z. I'll be in a private conversation, not with Elijah and Ben Shapiro. I'll be in a private conversation as an 18-year-old kid at a job training at 3 a.m. and be secretly, and you know how it goes. Everybody, I don't drink, but everybody there's drunk. You know that kind of environment. You know that environment when, you know, people are drinking, you're hanging out, it's late at night. I'm not going to say things in a private setting like that the same way that I'd say them in front of an official audience publicly.
No, hold on. You don't get to hang your head.
But this is what happens. Hang on.
No.
But this is the problem. And so things like that are going to be selected, taken, blown up, misconstrued. Like you just said. Didn't you say it's this?
No.
You
Hold on.
mischaracterized the meaning of it.
No, you don't get to hang your hat.
That is totally
hold on.
antithetical
You're trying.
to a free society.
No. You're trying to throw your lot in with people that are unfairly canceled. For people that have something taken out of context or misconstrued or something that misrepresents what a person actually believes. So say like I'm hanging out with Abba and we're making racist jokes at each other and whatever, and that gets leaked and the people are like, oh, they're both racist. That would be wrong because neither of us are racist. However, nothing that got leaked from that call misrepresents your point of view. All of that is true. You do think black and white people being together is degenerate. You do think that Jews secretly run the world. You do think that they're like race realism is like a foundational belief of your structure. None of the things that got put out there are misrepresenting your points of view. They're all true. People that are getting scared of being canceled and stuff are being scared of being misrepresented, not of having their accurate viewpoints shown to the public.
But that's the thing. I'm not talking about cancellation. I'm not talking about necessarily misrepresenting. What I said was there's an activist class of people that it is their job to say, if you have, because you're right, I am a race realist and I do believe these kinds of things, but it is their job to hunt down anybody with those viewpoints, even people like me that don't say these things in a way that is as abrasive or say these things in a way that's as provocative. There is an activist class that it's their job. Again, I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about an activist class that it's their job to misrepresent, misconstrue, and bury anybody with a different opinion.
You're not being misrepresented or misconstrued.
Why do you gotta keep interrupting me?
Because you keep obfuscating. You're talking about you're lying so much.
You did misrepresent the phone call as soon as you brought it up, Destiny.
I was the only one that brought up the phone call. He denied the phone call even existed. I was asking what he said on it.
Okay, just to bridge the gap, Destiny may have misconstrued at the beginning, but he did afterwards ask the question to clarify. Okay, so he did off the top, but he didn't ask the question, what did you actually say? So I think we can all move past this fucking point because there's no sense going back and forth about it.
Yo, Nick, how old are you?
I'm terrible at this game.
Nick, how old are you?
Yo.
I fucking hate these mini games. This is the worst part of Final Fantasy for me. I'm old. I don't have the reaction time I used to have. I don't care enough. This just gets in the way of the fucking gameplay for me.
That's crazy. JiDion, some white dude in his boxers just came out right behind
That's
you,
crazy,
like he came
bro.
out the bedroom.
Yo,
bro.
JiDion. That's my editor.
Hey, listen, I don't know who it is. I'm just saying this, JiDion. I got a lot of love for you. You got your shit together. YouTube's popping, but your place looks like it's a crack house. Half the time I see it, it was like a hot mess.
Yeah,
you got dudes walking around the underwear. I see pipes in the corner. Like, what's popping?
I'm living up.
Hey, listen. It's called the Bernie Sanders effect, okay? You know you don't have, if you don't clean everything up and you look a little dirty, people assume you're more that you're more reputable because like this guy doesn't feel the need to put on beards on, okay?
To the stereotypes of Nick, man. You know, we're all degenerates in his eyes.
Well, JiDion, you're on Nick's ass right now, but did you know that Destiny doesn't believe in God?
Shorts. These are shorts.
Yeah. Listen, bro, I can see above your knees, bro. Get this man off the screen. Get him some pants.
Hey. Listen, pants that go above the knees listen, I want to explain something here because I've seen Abba talk to SNEAKO, and he's talking about how you get older, you get more mature, different things matter to you more. As you get older, you will realize that shorts that go above the knee are more comfortable than shorts that go below the knee. When I'm on vacation next week, starting tomorrow, I will be wearing fucking shorts above my knee, socks with Crocs, cut off t-shirts, and a hat. I'm gonna look like a fucking dad because it's comfortable. And you know what? I might even throw a fanny pack on. I'm definitely gonna have a backpack on. I don't give a fuck because I'm there to be comfortable. I don't care about what people think of me. I'm married. I don't give a fuck. I lost my balls. You can see my big fat balls through my fucking shorts, so that's definitely not true. Just saying.
Hands, bro.
Nick, this is what I'm trying to figure out. So I feel like I guess your viewpoint is we need to rise against the system, right?
Yes, yeah.
Bro, really quick, the only reason I was having trouble with that minigame is because I was playing a female character, and they're not as good at minigames as like the guys are. So if I was being able to play this guy, I would have done better. And then people are like, well, what about when you were doing the other minigame with the guy? Well, we saw earlier that he dresses up like a girl, so he's a femboy. He's not a real man. So the problem with this game is that you don't get to play real male characters, and it makes the game harder because you have to play like these fucking, like, these women. It's pathetic. I hate this fucking game, bro. Pisses me off. Look at this. I'm like, this is ridiculous. If I was playing a real man, if I was playing Barrett right now, I'll be fucking shit up. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if your viewpoint is we need to ride against the system,
Destiny trusts it.
Why are you alienating all these other races and just keeping it?
Yes, he is.
How is he not? How is he not alienating other races?
He's not saying other races. He's not saying other races are degenerate. He's saying that race mixing is.
Okay. What I'm saying,
dude, why is there so much defense of fucking Nick? What, dude? SNEAKO is insane. That's holy fuck.
Is he's making it like white people need to fix this problem. Why can't all other races, like, why are you so, okay, no mixed breeding, no none of this, none of that, but you're so, let's go against the system. Isn't it impossible to go against the system unless we all unite?
Yeah, I believe we should all unite. I'm for the other races. And the thing is,
I just don't like them very much. I think that they're inferior and we shouldn't mix them with them and they shouldn't really exist around my vicinity too much, you know? I'm fine with kind of being friends, but I would ideally just be friends with white people, you know what I mean?
you know, when I do a conference every year called AFPAC, and when I do my conference, there's lots of black people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Hispanic people that go to my conference. There's a lot of Asian people that go to my conference.
You don't put me on
I have
today.
Jewish friends.
You don't put me on today. When I got banned, 2 kids came up to me in the street and said, "Go on Cozy TV." It was a black dude and a Spanish dude. I had no idea who Nick Fuentes was, and then I started hearing about it. I'm like, what? How are a black and a Spanish dude putting me onto this guy? And supposedly guys like Destiny are calling him a racist every day.
He's being racist. What do you mean? He's not calling him racist. He's just speaking of fact. The guy's he's admitting that he thinks, okay, whatever. He's admitting that he thinks that black people are genetically inferior to white people. Like, what? How is that not racist?
Keep in mind that when he says he's for the other races, he means he's for them going back to their countries and living there in harmony, okay? That's what he means when he says that.
You've been writing for him, SNEAKO. I want to hear what your opinion on Nick. What's your opinion on Nick? Like, I'm not going to interrupt or nothing. What is your opinion?
Nick and I have a very similar worldview. Nick believes a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Nick also believes in God. We have but I'm not a white dude, so I can't agree with him on most of the stuff, but what he thinks about the system, I also think. But Destiny, on the other hand, like, I think that the system provides like this moral high ground for people like Destiny to not believe in God, to be LGBT plus Q, to say the right opinions, to be cancel culture. And that's the shit that kind of annoys me, because you get to feel right all the time and you get to feel smarter because they give you these ideas to push. And it pisses me off that people like Nick get silenced when ultimately, like, he has the same objective. He knows that people are on islands touching kids and the Federal Reserve is all fucked up, and that's who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes.
So you don't care about the other evils that Nick does, but since he has somewhat of the same view as you, you're gonna go with him to the promised land, basically.
What evils? That's what I'm getting at. Is I don't know what's evil necessarily. That's the thing. And here's why I say that. Destiny is platformed on YouTube. Destiny is platformed by Visa and MasterCard. He's platformed by the banks. I'm not. Now, do you think...
Wait, he's platformed by Visa and MasterCard? What does that mean? Wait, what does that even mean?
That I'm deplatformed from everything because all of the fucking corporations and Visa and MasterCard and the federal government and...
Because he's banned by Visa and MasterCard, it means that Destiny's platformed by Visa? Is that the argument here? I'm like, if you're not banned by Visa and MasterCard, then you are somehow platformed by them. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Bro, Nick Fuentes is coping so hard.
Congress decided he's a really rude guy, he's a really mean guy that hurts the feelings of minorities? Or do you think that they get together against people like me, or Jared Taylor, or Alex Jones, or Sam Francis, or whoever?
I mean, Alex Jones caused, like, the harassment of families that were impacted by fucking Sandy Hook. So like, I don't know how you're gonna like, go with a defense of Alex Jones in this case. It just fucking is really weird.
Because
okay.
we're saying something that goes against their consensus ideology about the world and going against their power. Because that's fundamentally the left-wing conceit, is that all like these activist organizations really just care about meanness and it's about hate. That's the most asinine thing, that reactionary dissident politics is about primitive hate. I think that hating people on the basis of their skin color is primitive. I think that prejudice is primitive and sad. Now that's a far cry from saying that human beings are unequal, individuals are unequal, and groups of people are unequal. Now do you think the government says, oh, that's such a mean thing to say, you can't use a bank account? Or do you think I can't use a bank account because I'm saying that Israel blew up the USS Liberty deliberately because Israel did 9/11 and brought us into the Iraq War and Afghanistan War in Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto? That's why, and Destiny agrees with all of the Fortune 500 companies in the world.
Yes.
All right, just before, JiDion, can you add Don to the call if you have him on Discord? And the second thing, I want to ask you.
I don't think I can add him because this is SNEAKO's Discord.
Okay, I'm adding it right now.
All right, cool. All right, Nick, I gotta ask: Are you down with multicultural countries, people that import folks from all over?
Well, as far as hang on, is someone talking?
Yo, Dom, mute yourself.
Okay, so yes, I ask you: Are you fine with multicultural countries?
I think that I think that ideally countries would not be multicultural.
Okay,
or multi-ethnic, really. Who doesn't want a multi-ethnic country, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because
well, if
really,
you think that a person's biology is going to determine their culture, then you think that any multi-ethnic country necessarily is going to be multicultural. So you want like singularly ethnic countries with however you arbitrarily define ethnicity.
Here's the thing: you're talking about two different things. We could say that people are different. We could also say that we live in the world, and the world is a complex place. And so, really, all countries are, in some sense, they have different ethnicities or different cultures within them. You could say that France, prior to mass immigration, was a multicultural country. They had all kinds of regional dialects. That's why I say, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Just to simplify my question, do you think that countries that work with like having black folks, Arabs, Muslims, Christians, do you think those countries are good, or would you rather those countries stay monocultural, like one religion, one race?
I think that a country should have an ethnic and cultural core. Like America always had blacks and Hispanics and Asians in it, but what's happening right now is it's becoming a majority-minority country where there's no clear majority. You're going to have whites in the minority. Everybody's going to be a minority. I think that's a recipe for conflict. I think that's a recipe.
Why is it a recipe for conflict if there's more minorities than like white people? Does it mean like white people need to be in power for there to be like structure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm saying that there has to be some kind of agreement on, what constitutes national identity for there to be any kind of cohesion. I think that if you have all these different groups, what you really wind up with is like a jurisdiction with many different nations within it. And I'll give you an example. You look at the city of Chicago. It's one of the most violent cities in the country, and it's one of the most multicultural, multiracial cities in the country. And you have gang wars, and you have racial conflict. You have blacks agitating against whites. You've got Hispanics and blacks fighting. You've got blacks fighting each other. And the thing is that whatever you think about this, when different groups of people get together, like they tend to fight. People form a collective consciousness.
Okay, this is good. So this is between black Americans and white Americans, according to you in Chicago, right? You're saying they're fighting each other, yada yada.
And Hispanics too, and everybody's in conflict.
Okay, that's good. So I want to ask you, considering you are acknowledging that there's a conflict between people who've always been in America, right? Black Americans for the most part, and white Americans. Do you feel like these people should separate countries to some degree?
I think that people should be free to associate. I think that because the way it was for a long time, and as a product of the law, you had sort of like people being segregated by law, by government. I think that people should be able to choose who they want to get along with. The problem is we've got this society where everybody's being smashed into each other. People are being forced together. And if people want to live in a multicultural city, then they can. And if people don't, then they shouldn't be.
How are people being forced to live in a particular? I don't understand that argument. What does he mean by people are being forced to live together? What does that mean?
Forced to, but when people tend to mix and live together, it tends to create conflict. And then this is true. This is backed up by the data, by the way. The more diverse countries are, the more violent they are, the more conflict that they have within them.
That's true.
So
maybe. I don't think that that's true. Like, I think that there's a lot more conflict in. I think it has everything to do with like how much money a country has. Like, does that stuff play a factor? Sure, but when you ask people what their main concern is right now, it's their lack of ability to provide for their family, the lack of money that's in the world, and like the people at the top, like rich people siphoning their resources. Most people, like, I think that racism to an extent is a bit of a byproduct of. I mean, there's going to be racism, but a lot of it, people getting like aggressive and like hitting each other or hurting each other, comes from a lack of access to opportunity and resources more than anything else. I don't know. I don't believe that. Like what he's saying. I mean, like, would you? Because he would concede to the fact that like Western countries are less violent than other countries. So if you think that like Western countries are less violent than other countries, then logically what you're saying doesn't make sense. Yeah. He just wants everybody to go back to where they came from, basically.
Okay, so wait, SNEAKO, you feel the same way? Do you feel like we should be separating the communities?
No, it's too late. I think we're all too integrated of a country to go back, and there's no point in putting a stop to immigration. But what he's saying, like Japan and Sweden, the countries with the least amount of immigration have the most amount of harmony.
Do you think it's because of that, though? Or do you think it's because they have, like, more access to them, like, finances? Because, like, Sweden is all... I think, and Japan, too, are also, like, they're pretty robust. Like, I think there's less wealth disparity in those countries. I mean, I imagine racial tensions can definitely play a role, but I don't think it's like a first and foremost role. I think if you birth people in like a multicultural area, an area that with like white, black, et cetera, they're not going to be primed to think that there's something inherently wrong with the other people. Yeah, people in Japan are incredibly racist. Yeah. I guess SNEAKO is pro-ethno state at this point. Ideally, you have to ask him ideally, like not logically. Or like what he's saying is now we're in a situation where we couldn't just go all back. It's too late. What if we could? Like, would you be okay with that? You know?
That's true.
They have. Does Japan have a notoriously high suicide rate? Okay.
In America, and I agree with SNEAKO. I agree that America is the way it is, and we've got to figure out a way to make it work. I believe that.
So SNEAKO, if you had a magic wand, you'd want to separate the races and the cultures in America?
I think that's an arbitrary question because, like, look at me. Like, I'm the result of America. Like, saying that would just evaporate me. I'm the result of how diverse America is.
Well, let's say we took all the mixed people and we put them with the black folks. Would you be down if I gave you a wand tomorrow? Would you want to separate all the ethnicities?
No, because then I wouldn't be able to exist.
Bro,
okay, take yourself out of it. Let's say you didn't exist and you had to make a good world. Okay, I gave you a wand. Would you want to separate the ethnicities because you say it creates more harmonies?
And does slavery still exist?
What?
Well, in your ideal world, there's more harmony, so no, there wouldn't be slavery, right?
Yeah, there's no slavery.
So slavery never happened.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck that means, but let's move past that.
I'm pretty sure we're at a point where SNEAKO's doing his best to not have to answer this question because he knows what he has to say. Because he's afraid, because what he wants to say is like, yeah, we should separate people by race, but he's afraid to say it. That's what it is. He's constantly like making an excuse as to why he shouldn't have to say what he wants to say. I know that's what he wants. Just say it. Just be like, yeah, I think it would be better. That's it.
Slavery didn't happen. No, okay? If you had the choice today, would you take a wand and separate all the ethnicities?
Yeah, I think the world would have been better if white people didn't colonize the whole world. If they just stayed in their own countries and they let the natives do their thing and they let Africans do their thing and Indians do their thing, the world would be a better place. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a fair answer, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, maybe he's right.
I think the Crusades and everything started a lot of violence and war that was unnecessary, and things are going.
Well, that's the same mindset as like neo-Nazis. That's the exact same thing that they think. They think everybody needs to be separate and to themselves.
Well, if his argument,
yeah, I guess so.
I guess in his defense, if his argument is like, I wish that white people didn't colonize everything and forcefully integrate in some capacity, I'd be like, okay, I think that's a fair answer. He's not saying we should like forcefully separate people, but if he's saying that he wished that colonization should ever happen, I don't really see a problem with what he's saying necessarily. You know, but yeah, countries enslaved other people in their own country. Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. A lot of slaves that we got were from buying them legally, fucking lack of a better term, from other countries, right? From like their own people. It's fucked up, but yeah, okay.
A realistic thing to say now, so I don't think that's possible to advocate for. But
that's your ideal world, though. No, like obviously, there's a lot of things that aren't realistic, but that's you and Nick's ideal world.
I would not exist. You're asking me to speak from like a white perspective, and I can't do that.
What?
But it's not a white and black thing, you know.
White perspective.
It's just not white people, and there's not just black people. There's black people, there's white people, there's Asians, there's Mexican people.
Destiny, you don't think colonialism and the Crusades and that's what's ruined a lot of. That's what started.
I think that there are problems, but I think we can aspire to a more than like a mono-ethnic fucking world where we have to say that like there's no possibility for all of us to be able to get along with each other. Like when we look at the divides in the United States right now, we look at our huge divides. They're not even really racial. They might seem like it, but that's not true. Like the biggest divide in the United States is between city people and country people. Yeah, we hear you now. Or you might find like huge divides between like classes sometimes. You might find huge divides between like different geographic areas. But it's not just like all black people versus all white people, right? Like a white person and a black person living in some deep south fucking Louisiana, Alabama or someplace is gonna have more in common than a white person living in Louisiana and a white person in New York or San Francisco. That's just true.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean like the idea that like we can divide so cleanly ideologically along racial lines in any country is almost never gonna be true. No, wait, I mean, look at like Ireland and Northern Ireland. How long were these people fighting and bombing each other? And these are like the whitest fucking people in the world.
If you guys
but that's
hold on.
That makes sense. So effectively what's being said is that regardless of people are always going to look for differences, and right now they seem more profound because like white and black, But then if it's all white people, then all of a sudden it's like we did do this historically. Well, now you're Irish or you're Italian, and then like as maybe the world will always just see differences in some capacity, in general, you know. And if it can't be black and white, then it's going to be Irish and Italian and German. And then if it's just German people, then I don't know. Then it'll be like Jewish German people, and you know what I mean. Like we'll always, I guess, to some degree, potentially find a way to separate ourselves, and the goal is to just overcome that fundamentally. Yeah, that makes sense.
Go ahead, Don.
I was just trying to point out, though, like I just pulled up a list of the most violent countries. It's not like these are all cultural mixing pots. It's not like, you know, we have Afghanistan, Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq. If you look at the ethnic background of these countries, you'll find that they're all pretty much the same. There's a great degree of homogeny in these nations. So what do you say to that? America is ranked all the way at number 36, while possibly being the most racially diverse country in the world. So the idea that racial diversity is what is yielding this violence in society is just completely unsupported by the information.
And to add on to what Don just said, a lot of those countries, when you really look into it, is more religious based than it is racial based.
Well, here's what I would have to say about that. I would say, number one, if you look at
Nick Fuentes has got the 5-on-1. He's got the 5-on-1 going on right now.
Most violent countries, it is a lot of ethnic diversity. America's actually not one of the most diverse countries in the world. If you look at
it is. But
African countries and Asian countries, you might look at an African country and say, oh, it's all African people. But there is a lot of ethnic diversity in Africa. There's more.
Wasn't he arguing before that like black people are basically just black people? Well, okay, whatever. Yeah, like I was just agreeing with what I was just saying. Like we'll always find a way to separate ourselves, but then that just means that even if you separated people, you got rid of the race or the color, skin color separating. That we're just still going to find something to separate over.
Ethnic diversity in Africa, arguably, than in any other continent. So I would say the looks can be deceiving if you look at it and if you plot it.
Well, yeah, but a continent's different from a country, right? So, like, we're not speaking in the terms of a continent. We're talking about specifically like the countries, right? If we did America as a continent, that's like the entirety of North America. That would be like comparing the entirety of North America against Africa. Africa, like, that's a continent. So you're not actually having you're being disanalogous.
All the countries in the world on a map, the least diverse are the least violent, and the most diverse are the most violent and the most civil disorder.
But wait, just one quick question. Because earlier you were saying
you just finished. I didn't interrupt you, pal.
Okay, he's just gonna ramble for 20 minutes.
I'm not gonna ramble. I got one.
I'll put a timer on. Go ahead.
I got a quick point, which is, there are religious conflicts, there are ideological conflicts. That does not negate the existence of racial conflicts. And what does that say, though? People with different strongly held views, people with different identities, people with different cultures fight. Religious conflicts are a conflict of diverse religious thought. Ideological conflicts are a result of diverse ideological thought. Racial conflicts are the result of diverse races living in the same polity. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's all just like a thought, though, right? Like everything is just like over some kind of like a diverse ideology, like ideological thought or perspective.
And to an extent, we have to live with that.
Okay, Destiny, go ahead. I counted just 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Like, notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how, like, you can't, like, his point earlier was that black people are black, brown people are brown, white people are white. Looking at, like, difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden, that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth.
Yep.
Yeah, how the fuck did we go from money there? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about, like, really diverse places, cause crime. The more diversity, the more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over and over again? What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got, like, race wars going on in the United States where there's a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves. It's not black people running out killing white people run out and kill white people. It's just crime within communities.
Okay.
No.
Don't
get to respond.
No. Let Don.
30 seconds.
Let Don.
I don't get to respond.
No, you got more than this. I'm timing everything. Don, go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
You got a lot more than that. What are you talking about?
Destiny's been bars. I ain't got nothing to add to that. That was all bars right there.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
That is, first of all, earlier Destiny was saying that we couldn't tell what races the people on this call were, and it was in the context of that I said,
well, he was really more talking about like you can't really tell like that Nick Fuentes is like fucking Hispanic, or that you can't tell how mixed SNEAKO is, for instance, just by looking at him. You might be able to tell he's mixed, but you can't tell that he's like a quarter. Like I think it was Haitian, he said, and then like Asian, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and I think it's Filipino, so you can't even tell like the specifically where he's from. You know what I mean?
Are you fucking kidding me? Of course, we can identify the races of the people on this call. I said, though, earlier, if you remember, I said that it is complex. I said identity is complex, and people have different levels of identity, and different identities have different levels of salience. You have an ethnic identity, you have a racial identity, a national identity, your religion is part of your identity. People are complex. A black person is not just black. A black person could live in a particular region and have a regional identity, and they come from a certain country in Africa and have a certain tribal thing. It's complex. And the point is, it's not to say, we're talking about concepts here. the more diverse a society is, the more the potential for conflict there is. If you have a group of 10 people and they all look the same and they all are the same, the possibility for conflict will be reduced dramatically. If you've got 10 people and one of them believes in God and one of them doesn't, and one of them's a Muslim and one of them's an Indian, and they're all different races and they're all different genders, the possibility for conflict is greater. Now, that's a hypothetical and that's abstract, but that's to demonstrate the principle, which is that diversity.
But doesn't this kind of go against free speech? Isn't he like, oh, we should yell at free speech and express what we want? But then you're saying that we should categorize people into the way that they believe or they look, et cetera, because it would be more homogenous and be less aggressive? Aren't you to like some extent trying to deny the concept of free speech? Maybe not. Maybe I'm reaching a little bit, but
As a rule, leads to conflict. Difference leads to conflict. Now, if we understand that rule, then we can understand society, which is that not necessarily we should have no difference because that would be boring and then you don't have progress and things like that. But it is to say, is it a good idea to import 30 million immigrants in 30 years?
No.
Probably not.
So 2 points on that. So number one, this is just a quick question. Do you know what race SNEAKO is?
I do actually. Yeah, he's Haitian, Asian, and white. So
and would you have known that just looking at him without knowing his background?
Would I know that he's mixed race? Yes.
Would you know what his races are? Because you said you could tell everybody's race on the panel.
Like I said, I could tell he's a mix between black and white, which he is. Would I guess the Asian? Maybe not.
So you can't wait. Hold on. Wait. So you can't tell the race of people immediately in this very diverse sense you talk about when Africa's the most diverse.
I just did.
So number one,
race.
you did. That's not an answer. Mixed race is not an answer. That's number one.
Yes, it is.
Number
It's a mix
two,
between
you
black
said
and
something
white.
earlier that
Hang
was
on,
really
that's an
important.
answer.
You said that's not an answer. So something you said
Keep moving on,
earlier.
keep moving on, keep
Something that you
discounting
said.
like you do.
So it's not an answer because you said that Africa was the most diverse continent on Earth, which means they can't all be black. They're different types of races. So you've defeated
We're
your
talking
own,
about
okay?
ethnic diversity.
So-
Diversity is diversity. We're not
So-
strictly talking about.
I know, I get to finish. Yeah, it's the ramble, dude. It's unbeatable. Okay, so something you said earlier is very true and very astute. You said that diversity leads to conflict, and that's a really good point. However, I don't know.
Wait, do you agree with that, though?
Don over here brought up that there are all sorts of racially homogenous countries, and there are countries around the world right now in current genocides that are very homogenous when it comes to race. And you very correctly and very intelligently pointed out, well, hold on, people can have a diversity of religious thought, of cultural opinion, of different types of backgrounds, of different forms of government. These people can all fight. That is true. But what you fail to realize is that if you were to eliminate the diversity of race in some country, well, there would be other diverse aspects you'd have to fight on. So what is your goal at the end of the day? Are you going to try to eliminate the 1 million different ways that a country can be diverse, or are you only fixated on eliminating one of those diversities where other types of diversities can still lead to things like genocide? And if you are going to eliminate just one, why? If there are still people that are genociding them,
what are you talking about? Here's what doesn't make sense. Here's what doesn't make sense.
Hold on. I think that's making perfect sense, but he's building it on a valid point that you made. That when people have different beliefs, I believe that is what is at the heart of the matter. It's different beliefs.
The point that Destiny's just trying to make is like, why are you so fixated on race when there's like 100 other things that you could focus on that could lead to like a more peaceful society? And it's because he's racist. That's what it is. That's the answer to it.
These different ideologies, different moral codes, right? I think that is what is at the heart of all of the conflict, in conjunction with what are those moral codes? What is your morality based upon? If it isn't based upon something solid, then, even in a society where there might be a degree of homogeny in terms of ideologies and religions, you might still see a lot of violence happening in that area. You look at a place like Afghanistan, right, which has a lot of homogeny in both the ethnicity of the people and the religious beliefs, but still one of the most violent countries in the world, far more violent than what we can say, far more violent than America, far less diverse than America. At least we can look at that, and we can still identify that it's far more violent. Why is that? It's because the moral codes that their culture is built upon allows for that, or at least the people in charge, what the people in charge believe. You know what I mean? So the people with all the guns.
Okay.
So
I want to move on from this race discussion because I think it's mostly. I want to move on because I think it's like Destiny and Nick going back and forth trying to.
No, because I want to say one thing on the matter because I know they've all had their chance. So I want to say one thing on the matter. So you said oftentimes diversity leads to conflict, and as a result of so much tribal matters going on in Africa, that leads to a lot of interpersonal conflict between a lot of the communities. But I would say like the main differences that exist between different tribes within Ethiopia, for example, aren't that drastically different than the differences that exist in America between someone from Texas and New York, someone from Sicily and Milan, someone from Paris and Toulouse. Those people feel so drastically different about their identity and their community, and that is a difference. It's pretty much the same thing as tribalism, just by based off where you live geographically. So my question is, if you feel like diversity leads to so much conflict, how come you're not seeing that replicate in a lot of these countries, which I would argue are just as diverse in regards to how they think about things and how they view things politically?
Well, I would say, I want to say some, I'll answer that, but about Destiny. And here's the issue always with the debate. Here's how it always goes. There's always the string where it goes, okay, there are races, races are real. If there's difference, then there's a possibility for conflict. All of that has sort of been conceded, but Destiny goes, okay, well, that's great. So why do you want to eliminate race? And it's like, I never said that, okay? And I came on the stream saying, this is my understanding. My understanding is that I don't like necessarily making a country more multicultural, more multiracial, because you know, while you may bring in diversity, which is good in some regards, it also tends to create destabilization and chaos and problem. And so we need to understand the problem. I never came on here and said we need to eliminate I never said that. I never said we need to eradicate diversity or eradicate difference. What I said, in fact, was that, like SNEAKO said, America is a multiracial country. We're going to have to figure out how to get along together. But to understand that, we need to understand difference. We need to understand how people are in their human nature. Tribalism is an unfortunate fact of human nature. People like people that are similar to them. That's just
Yeah, but tribalism isn't just based on race.
a fact of human nature. We unfortunately can't eradicate that. Wish we could, then we could create heaven on earth. We can't create heaven on earth. But we need to understand each other to make a harmonious, prosperous society. Now, as far as what was your question again? It was about.
But I think the issue that everyone here is having is that you're trying to say there's this huge separation along racial lines. But what most of us here would argue is that somebody who's black and lives in Texas would have more in common with the white person living in Texas than they would with someone from New York. So I don't understand why there's such a fixation on race when really it's a matter of geography and localized culture more than it is about race. I don't know why you and SNEAKO are like, yeah, I think things would be better if black stayed there or whatever stayed there. I think they would still have equal amount of conflict. But
I mean,
that's a good question. But
all we have to do, and you go by Cozy.
Yes, Cozy TV.
Okay, Cozy.
Oh, no, that's not my name. My name's Nick. That's my website.
Okay, yes.
That would be kind of cool if Nick went by Cozy, though. I think that would be a fine name. Should have went. It would have definitely would have humanized him more.
I'll meet
It's much more approachable listening to the term Cozy than Nick. That's why I'm Papa Gut instead of my real name, because I don't want people to be too intimidated by me. You know, so I just Papa Gut. Oh, okay. Well, that's a goofy name.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Yeah.
Cozy
My
Gut.
question is though, but does the race get in the way of your ability to, you know, interact peacefully and happily with other people from other races and other ideologies?
Not for me, and it shouldn't for a person.
So then advocate for it to not have a problem with anybody else. Why would you advocate to get rid of that thing? It's like, I don't have a problem with people of different races, but other people do. Okay, so why don't you advocate for other people to not have that problem? It's actually a much more practical way to move forward. No, because he doesn't really like believe everything that he's saying, right?
But when we're talking about a country, we're talking about a country of 300 million people. And so when you're forcing a large
people, right?
What's that?
If there were 300 million individual, all right, let's put it like this. If there were 300 million people like you, then there would be at least no violence as a result of racial differences. Are we
No, because
saying?
I'm a nice guy. I'm a sweetie, and I'm a peaceful person.
So the point
probably
is
not.
not really about it's not about you. It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making. What's right? What's wrong? How do you treat other people? Isn't that what it all comes down to?
What the fuck did I get up here?
Well, I mean, you could say that, but the thing is that, you know, human beings have a tendency to fight with each other. And you can say that, we could say that sitting down here, but what happens when, what would happen if you and I were living in the same house? Mm-hmm. That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call, we're sort of strangers, we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, you know, who gets to shower when, and who gets this seat on the couch, and these are the kinds of things that happen in a...
Well, these are, you really boil these down to conversations about like who has more access to particular things. But if we were able to provide people with more access to different things like basic needs, then we would argue probably wouldn't have as much conflict, which is the general argument, right? Because that's what you would like macro scale it to. Oh, who has more of the money? Who has more of the this? It's like, well, what if everybody had like a more equal share of the money? Which is basically just saying, what if rich people go fuck themselves, you know? And they were less rich so that everyone else had a little bit more of an opportunity.
Dense,
wait, do you think you'd fight with him because he's black over that?
I wouldn't fight about stuff like that. And
hold, I want to hear the answer to this question.
Well, yeah, would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes. And here's
wait,
why.
what? Wait, what? You'd fight? I mean, why? Why would you fight? So here's the problem with what SNEAKO is saying. Oh, excuse me, not SNEAKO. Nick Fuentes is saying is that like if you don't know somebody. There's studies that have been done. There's basically like if you're people are generally more familiar with somebody that's more like them. So like a white person would look at another white person and be a little bit more charitable to them than a black person without knowing them. Same thing for a black person. Black person looks at another black person as like more. They see them as more human, and for lack of a better term. But once you familiarize yourself with these people, it's really not that big of a deal. And you can generally familiarize yourselves with like communities or just like being more used to other people. Like if you're just always around black people as a white person, you're not going to feel uncomfortable around black people. Right? That's the thing. That's like a big thing. So like if you grow up in an area there's a lot of black people, you won't feel uncomfortable with black people. You know? That's at least my experience. I grew up around a lot of black people. Like I'm not uncomfortable around black people. Okay? Only when I have to like talk to them or see them. That's the only time I'm uncomfortable with black people is when I just have to look at them. But when they're just on TV, I'm like, oh, they can't hurt me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Hey, look, listen. Hey, here's the thing.
Let him answer. I want to hear this.
If you believe in the same ideology as Visa, MasterCard, and Disney and the Federal Reserve, that everybody is exactly the same and racial conflict isn't real and racism
well, we know that racial conflict is real, but like I believe that it doesn't have to be real, right? We could
real, then yeah, that's fucking hilarious, and we can all laugh about it, and we can wonder why.
But what happens in jail?
The tubes right now.
What do
but here's
people
the thing.
side with in prison? White people stick with the white people, black people stick with black people, and they're obviously going to fight a white person, a black person going to fight.
Yes, that is jail. That is an incredibly that's a very different scenario. That's just saying like, hey, we have a fundamental problem with jails, which is definitely true, and the way that like how oppressive they are. Honestly, like people who do things wrong should go to jail, but it should definitely not be the way that it is now, right? Like that's one of the huge things about when we talk about some kind of like systemic oppression is like jails are really bad. They don't actually help people. This is a toxic environment, you know.
Fight with a white person, and a white person going to fight with a black person over the shower.
Hold on. Why are we talking about prison?
Because prison is where people gang up. That's when we don't have like discord, and that's where people act in their natural state. People are very likely to.
Prison is literally the least natural place you can be. You're literally locked in there with more rules than any other part of society.
Fighting for your survival.
Prison is literally the least natural environment for
Why is that we gang up by race in jail?
The reason they do that is just because of tribalism in a survival-like environment. If I threw people in the jungle and then they only had a few morsels to feed off, I'd imagine they find some ways, either men with the men or tall people and big strong people with just big strong people.
No, but they find race. They pick race. So does not apply.
Yeah, because they're in an environment where there are like he said, a limited amount of resources. It's a survival environment. It's not the same thing. What are you talking about? It's just not the same thing as the real world.
Next logic.
Well, here, let me explain what I was trying to say by the house example. The point is, proximity and competition over resources creates racial conflict. That's my point. And this is what goes on in a city. In a city, you've got large groups of different kinds of people living together, and then you get things like racial inequality. Then you get things like income inequality. And then guess what happens? The black people start to say, well, hang on. You know, why is it that our income is low compared to the white people? Why is it that our unemployment is high compared to the white people?
Yeah.
This is where resentment and animus begins. Because of
yeah, and then what is the answer to that? Because of systemic racism. Like, what are you talking about? Those are good questions. So now, because yeah, that's why.
The natural difference between people, difference in cultures, behaviors, habits, customs,
difference in genes.
these kinds of
That's
things.
what you mean. Difference in genetics.
Because they're different, Destiny. They're different on many levels.
Well, just say what you mean. You mean difference in
You
genetics.
know, Destiny, you know, you're such a rat the way you debate.
I just want you to be clear.
You mean we have sneaky,
I'm not being sneaky.
We have sneaky. You're sneaky. Because
I'm just trying to be, when you said, I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
Hey, shout out. White on white violence. W in the chat. Let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Hang on, because we could argue.
I'm just saying, let's just be clear. When we say black,
Iko, where did you DM me on?
You mean biologically different. You mean biologically different.
That's a completely different conversation. We could argue if the differences come from history or whether they come from genetics. That's a separate conversation.
You're a race realist, so they come from genetics.
The point is there's difference, and you're derailing this because you don't like.
No, because it's because he's being very roundabout about what he's saying. Can you whisper me on Discord, Iko? He's being very round about what he's saying because he knows that he can't really say, well, I think black people are effectively inferior. Like, that's what he's saying. He's like, the reason these differences are just cultural, because if they were just cultural, culture can just change, right? He's saying that these are biological differences.
No, it's the point.
The point is, people are different. People are different. People living in Chicago are different. Little Village is different than Inglewood. Inglewood is different than Lincoln Park. Now, we could debate about why they're different, but the point is they're different. And over time, because they're forced to be in proximity, there will be conflict between them. And that is borne out by the history of the United States of America, which is a history, in some sense, of
But
racial.
nobody is disagreeing with that they're different. People are disagreeing with, like, what the difference is. And difference is, access to opportunity and shit.
Conflict. And that started when the Europeans settled in the North American continent and fought with the Indians. That's true when they fought with the Mexicans. That's true when they fought. It's a constant history of tribal fighting. And the question is not, do we eliminate difference? Do we eliminate, because you can't do that. The point is, do we eliminate diversity? Because we can't do that. The question is, what kinds of policies do we want in a country? Do we want policies in a country that are going to destabilize America with too much diversity? Or do we want a more sensible policy where we can try to get a grip on the kinds of conflicts that we already have?
Okay.
So that's
Deal
the
with the
point
heart,
I'm trying to
but it
make.
matter. I think that's what it all comes down to. Because you're talking about proximity, right? And like I've lived with like two different white families just as a result of me. I'm an immigrant, wasn't living with my family, going to college, live with white people. We got along just fine. They're like family to me. And so the point I'm making is what mattered though wasn't the color of their skin and the color of my skin. What mattered, and it wasn't even cultural because they're Californians, Jamaican, completely different lifestyle ideologies. What mattered at the end of the day was that their morals were founded on good values, good solid values, and so were mine. And
very true.
Speaking the truth. I'm not a liar. I'm not a hateful person. Same goes for them. So it was easy to get along. So
Common young Don W, guys.
The difference is that all it really comes.
I know it sounded sarcastic, but I'm being serious.
down are to the matters of the heart. And it's not as if like you just take anybody from Chicago, like what you're saying, and you take anybody from, I don't know, East Village or wherever you mentioned, and put them together, that automatically means they're going to have conflict. Not if their values, their morality is aligned, and those morals are based on good, solid morals. And so that's really what it is. So I agree with you. Yes, the solution is not to try and,
Don, I'm not sure how much you agreed. Did you know that Nick is a Catholic?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's literally Catholic.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's not surprising.
So we're supposed to fight now? See, so now he has a problem with that.
Well, no, the issue is that he doesn't expect you to be Catholic because you're such a hateful person. That's the whole argument that young Don would be going with at this point.
Oh, no. I got to bring it back. Dog, you want to hear something crazy? This man identifies with being Catholic more than he does white, but he wouldn't marry a black Catholic woman over a Russian Buddhist.
Yeah, well, that's because, Catholicism is,
Oh, tell him, Don. Tell him that. Put him on that soldier of God shit.
So, wait a second. You're telling me all this stuff about the heart, and the heart, Don, the heart, and we're all supposed to hold hands and sing together, but you don't care for Catholicism.
There's obviously a problem going on in your heart if you feel those ways. That is not.
Okay, there you go. There it is. There it is.
So, yes, and that I'm confirming what I said, and what you're saying right now. It's all about the heart. It's all about.
Nick, do you not think you're contradicting the Bible by everything you're saying?
Which part?
Love your enemy like your neighbor, or love your neighbor.
He says he loves everybody.
There's multiple instances in the Bible where he says Jesus is literally Hebrew. He messes with Roman soldiers, all these different races. Israel was just a melting pot of so many different people and so many different cultures, and we're supposed to live like Jesus. Does it not say in Catholic? Isn't it Catholic people you have to live like Jesus? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
but you're talking about separating when Jesus lived with all these different races. So how you like?
Okay, but all I'm saying is that people are different. Okay, races are real, and people are different, and difference leads to conflict. And so as a country, we need to.
Not all he's saying, bro. He's saying that people are different. True, race exists, like for sure, but you can overcome it, and that it can breed conflict. That is what he's saying, but he also thinks that they are genetically inferior. Okay, he's just nice about it, so it's okay.
Manage that. I'm not saying
okay.
I've been kind to you guys, and I would treat people differently based on the race.
But he needs to manage that. Like who? Because you said there has to be a culture in power for everything to run. So there has to be more people. There have to be more people in higher positions of that culture, of that race. So what race do you think needs to be in power here in America?
I didn't say that. I said there needs to be.
You said that earlier.
I said there needs to be a cultural and a demographic core. I said.
What should the cultural and demographic core of America be? What race?
It should be white. It should be white.
Okay,
the cultural and demographic.
There you go.
You're doing so good.
Let's go. Hey, boys, we got. I'm just playing.
See, the thing is, what Destiny is doing is trying to derail it by throwing in.
No, he's not. He's just holding you to what you're saying. The fact that it's considered a dunk for Destiny to just get him to admit that he's being disingenuous is funny to me, because that's not what's happening. He's just like, oh wait, what do you actually believe? Oh, I believe white people should be in power. Okay, and then it's like, oh, whoa, like there's no missing context there. Like what you're saying is wrong and bad, right? And then but now you're feeling like, oh man, you're just trying to dunk on me. No, he's not. He's just showing you that you're full of fucking dog shit. That's it. That's the whole thing.
And lobbing bombs in here because it's actually.
Let me go after him real quick, okay? Let me go after him.
And here's why. Because it's actually a complex conversation, but he's going to appeal to a lot of people's preconceived notions, which is based on liberal propaganda. So that people go for the ready-made. It's like, well, but it's complex.
Okay, so
can I just say one thing? Nick, would you admit now, if this call's gone long, that you actually identify more with your whiteness than you do your religious identity?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Wow.
I mean, but it says right here in Matthew 22, right? Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and foremost commandment. The second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah, but he wants to make all his neighbors. He wants to make all of his neighbors white. So that's
Nick. How did you feel when Obama was in power and the first lady was Michelle? How did you feel when in 8 years of blackness, the White House was the Black House?
If you identify with your Christian faith, right, or with your Catholic faith, and in Catholicism, you identify Jesus Christ as God, right, as Lord and Savior.
Yes.
Okay, right. And so, if your God, He who created you and the entire world that you live in, commands you, right? It says, transgression of the law is sin, and He says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments. And so if God says He commands you to love your neighbor to the exact same extent that you love yourself, you don't believe that the way you're talking right now is contradicting that? You think Jesus would be in agreement with you?
In what way is what I'm saying contradicting that?
Do you think that the views you are?
No, please don't ask me. Don't answer a question with the question. What have I said that contradicts what you just read from the Bible?
You literally said that you don't agree with race mixing. You feel like everybody should be separate. You feel like one race should be in power.
Okay, you said all those things, and I've said that I don't believe all those things. But
he does believe those things, right? Because he keeps reinforcing that he believes those things. So like he's taking a fat L here, bro.
You keep saying that for.
That's you literally just reiterated that. You said people should be. Literally said that.
Nick, I got to say.
Well, I just want to be real clear, just because you come here for early, Brent mentioned, okay? Just real quick, and then you guys go. It's not even a question. So this is something you should keep in mind, okay? Whenever I'm asking you questions, Nick, I'm just asking you to clarify your positions. I'm not accusing you of anything. Even the phone call, I'm just saying, did you say this? Did you do this? Do you believe this? That's all I'm asking. If it makes you,
no, he's having you hold to your shit. What are you talking about?
Misrepresented it on accident.
See how you won't let me finish talking? It's because it's making you uncomfortable.
Because you're lying. Because
it's making you uncomfortable.
You're always just asking questions, but what you do is you misrepresent it, and everybody.
Now you have to go on another ramble because you're uncomfortable. That's what you're doing right now. You're rambling because you're uncomfortable.
You tell lies, but you can finish your lies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not. I haven't lied. I'm not even making a statement.
You did.
All I'm saying. See how you're uncomfortable. So all I'm doing is I'm asking you a question to clarify your position. If it makes you uncomfortable to clarify your positions, that's your problem, not mine. If you ever feel like for the rest of this call, whenever we talk, that I'm asking you an unfair question, feel free to turn around and ask me the exact same question, and I will give you a real answer, like a real person. And I won't sit here and go on a 17-minute tangent where I redefine 50 words and talk about, well, in 1776, blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm saying. Because earlier, Nick is accusing me of obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating. I'm just asking for clarification. You're the one that has to obfuscate every time you start to dance around an uncomfortable topic, like trying to say that black people are intrinsically, biologically different than white people on a call with 4 other black people. So I'm just trying to make sure that you're being honest with what you believe.
I'm not dancing around that. I said that.
Nick, do you think that white people should control America?
How are we different? How are we different?
Nick is gonna say, yeah, he just said yes. He said that white people should control America, like literally 3 minutes ago. I don't know why SNEAKO feels the need to re-ask that question.
No, hang on. What does that mean? White people should control?
I'm asking you. Should white people be in charge of America?
What does that mean? In what way?
He's not answering. He knows it's a yes. He just said yes.
Should they be the cultural? Should they be the race that's in charge? Should they be the dominant race? Should they be the majority? Should every other race be the minority? Should they be the people in power? Should there be a white president? Should there be a white people in Congress? The majority? Should the police officers be white? Should judges be white? Should the people teaching be white? Is that your ideal America? Yes or no?
No.
Bullshit. He just said before he thinks that white people should be in power. Like literally 3 minutes ago. He's so full of shit.
But wait, and Destiny says I go on a 17-minute tangent. Here's why I have to go on a 17-minute tangent, because the question, should white people control America, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So what I've said is there should be a cultural and demographic white core, which means I don't think that we should have a country that's majority minority. Does that mean that there can be no black police officers? Like, how does that even, that doesn't even make it.
The answer is yes, but he's afraid to say it.
Sense.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
When I go through and explain that, I'm being accused of, well, you're just dancing around.
Okay, we can have a couple black cops. That's cool. But the people that can make laws, that can make changes, what should they be?
They could be other people. They could be people. Honestly, I don't.
Who should the majority be? Look at how he's running from the question. Who should the majority be?
The majority of Americans. I think that we should have a white majority. I think that we should not transform.
Hey, there you go. He admits it. It just takes him 15 fucking minutes to do it.
Our white majority country with immigration.
Okay, but we're talking about power now, the power structure.
Hold on.
And there's a difference.
Let Don ask his question.
Just saying, we already have the system you're describing. A white majority, right? A white cultural core. I don't get we got a few black people in a few places, a few, diversity in a few places. That's exactly what you're describing. The way how is America different now than how you're describing it?
Well, we have a few problems. The problem is that America is rapidly being transformed by immigration. And what you need to understand is that historically America was a white country, and in the past 30 years that America is becoming less so because of mass immigration. And by the way, this is not just...
Like, I agree that we should have, like, a limit on immigration, just so that, like, we don't end up having, like, an overpopulated society, etc. But immigration is still good. Right? And it has nothing to do with them being white or black. Because what you need to understand is, if you think like, hey, I think we should monitor immigration, because even Bernie Sanders said, like, we need to have like a robust, solid, fair immigration system in order to, like, just so that things don't get fucking out of control. We have to monitor the amount of people that are coming in. We have to make sure that, like, we're being intelligent about it. We can all believe that. But then he follows it up by saying white people should be in power, which most of us don't believe that. We don't really care. And that white people are genetically superior. Okay, so understand that this is why it's called a dog whistle. This is why it's called a dog whistle from Nick Fuentes, because he's saying one thing that might seem reasonable to most people, just fundamentally, like, hey, I think that we should make sure that we, like, monitor immigration. And then he follows it up by saying that white people are superior. Okay, that's why people call it dog whistling, because it's not explicit. And you see how much of a coward Nick Fuentes is about, like, expressing his perspective. There you go.
is bad for white people. It's also bad for black people. It's bad for every. It's true. It's bad for every Native American that's living in America.
I argue
and here's why.
I was just saying the reason why white people are getting replaced or getting.
Wait, Don. Let him finish what you were saying. That's Nick. What were you saying? Finish what you were saying.
I'm saying that. What we could talk about things in the abstract, or we could talk about things as they are. And what's happening right now is that the country is being completely transformed with immigration. People that don't speak the language, people that have no roots here, people that don't share our religion, et cetera, et cetera. That's the gist of what I'm saying. We're talking about the diversity problem. The diversity problem is not that the country's 13% black. The diversity problem is that you've got millions and millions and millions of people coming here every year for 30 years with no sign of stopping, and we're going to have a country that's alien to us. We're Americans.
Can you give me one example in your life experience how some Mexican immigrant has changed your quality of life in any way?
I'll give you a perfect example. The city of Chicago used to be a city that was built by Italians and Irish and Polish and Czech and that kind of thing. And neighborhoods that my parents grew up in are now completely different because of immigration, completely transformed. And in Little Italy, in an Italian suburb where my mom grew up,
a house to immigrants, or
do you even live in Chicago?
Yeah, I live in the suburbs of Chicago.
Okay, so you live okay.
I'm saying if white people aren't there anymore, it's because those white people sold those houses, right? They don't just take them from the good white people and give them to the.
But the same thing happened. What you were just talking about. Same thing happened with gentrification. There be black neighborhoods, and they raise the property taxes.
I was just saying that the reason why those neighborhoods look different is because those white people have sold those houses. And people of color bought those houses.
Hold on. Nick's about to explain why they sold those houses. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, not even necessarily that, but it's to say, how would you feel if, your childhood home was bought and your childhood neighbor was bought up and it just changed completely?
They sold it. What do you mean? So this ideology he has is basically in support of not allowing black people to buy houses in white neighborhoods. I just want you to understand that, right? This is the same logic that people use to be like, well, this is why you shouldn't be able to buy a house if you're fucking black because it might dirty my neighborhood up, and now everything's changing and they're so violent and they're this is his whole fucking ideology is just founded on that.
I mean, you could say it happened because those people sold those houses, but it's still something that would be disconcerting, and that's happening on the national level.
Why is it disconcerting?
Because there's a word for this. It's called oikophilia, which is your love of home. Your love of home is something that is intrinsic to all people. We love ourselves, we love our families, we love our God, and we love our home. And what's happening to America is our home. America is not just a place where we go to the mall and hang out. America's our home. And America is being fundamentally changed. And it's not even just quality of life. It's not just quantitative, it's qualitatively. America is being fundamentally transformed, and it's becoming unrecognizable to the people that made it, to us, the people that inhabit it now and grew up in it. And that's something is being lost there. And, we could describe why that's happening or whatever in very mechanical terms, but I want to preserve the America, not necessarily because nations have to change, things have to change, but we want to preserve the fundamentals of what our
things have to change. I just don't want them to. What's your argument's fucking dog shit, bro?
Home is like.
What is it? Can I ask
one quick question?
Go ahead.
So you hate when other nations, there's an established race, there's established culture. You hate when another race and culture change the establishment that was already made to something new, right?
I think something is lost. I think there's.
No, you hate when that happens, right?
You don't like it. It's actually what we say.
We don't need to. I don't think it matters. We say hate or dislike. It's just something is being lost. Someone is losing.
So you said this is our home.
Yeah, white people have to lose generally for other people to be on equal terms. But it's really rich white people who lose. And what are we really losing? Oh no, there's a black guy next door to me. I can't shout the N-word when I play Call of Duty, or they might get pissed at me and to confront me. What are we losing? What are we really losing? Nothing.
Home, right, America. So the same thing happened to the Native Americans here. They were here first. This was their home. This was their culture. Then Europeans came over. So by your same logic, Europeans are wrong for what they did.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up because typically people wouldn't bring up the example of the Indians as somebody. I mean, you're essentially saying oh, America's being destroyed, but America destroyed the Indians. It's and
Yeah, so logically you should be cool with Native Americans taking their shit back. Right?
And that was a different time, and conquest was still happening and the world was being settled.
Can't you say today's a different time?
So it's okay? So it's okay. Why is it okay? It's logically, it's the exact same thing. Why is it okay? Because you want to know why he'll say it? He'll either say it's because white people or because, white people are superior. They were able to take over the country. That means that white people, blah, blah, blah. What do you're just going to say something dumb and fucking racist. Push him on that.
Yeah, I think today we realize that that's wrong. I think
is it
that today...
Is it just change? Is it just a natural change of the world?
Yeah, in some sense, these are the forces of history. But as an American, I want to fight against that. America rewrote the history books and said, okay, we took over the continent and that's a great thing. But yeah, the Indians lost. Something was lost. Indian civilization,
Yeah, so
American
then by your logic, we should give it
civilization
back.
was lost. It was wiped out. The people were wiped out. The culture was wiped out. I'm sure the Indians don't feel too good about that. As an American, I don't want America to be wiped out like the Indians were. Now you could say, oh, well, but that happened to the Indians. Okay, well, I don't want that to happen to me. And if you're comparing, that's not a very favorable comparison saying, well, immigrants erasing America is like Americans erasing the Indians.
But it's
we
the
should
same
prevent
way.
it.
Hold on.
History repeats itself. It always happens.
Hold on. Destiny was waiting. So Destiny,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead and
just like as a real quick thing. So this is something that I push back historically against Nick. I never
Damn, Abba's pretty good at fucking monitoring these fucking things, bro. Next time I have a debate about the R slur, I'm gonna ask Abba to fucking moderate it, okay?
get a good answer to this, and there's never a good answer to this. There's two huge problems with this idea of preserving American character. Okay, one, even with a racial homogeneity, countries are still going to change, and they're even going to change because of other cultures. You've got media from other countries, you've got songs on YouTube from other countries, you've got all sorts of stuff. So your culture's always going to change. You can never freeze it. Number one. Number two, there is absolutely no consistent culture across the United States of America. Again, like you're going to find greater differences between like one person in America versus another person in America, as opposed to like America versus a whole other country, right? Like if you take a gay dude from San Francisco and compare him to like some white farmer dude in like Georgia, these are
gay people in different areas are different. Like gay people where I live, they don't give a fuck about anything. You could say they think it's funny when like you're homophobic. Like they don't give a shit. Like so you're not even gonna find the same like people, even like people with the same identity or similar identities don't even agree with each other based on where you come from. Like different people have different perspectives of different things. So like it's fucking crazy.
They're going to be people that are so, it's going to be more different than like a fucking Somalian and somebody living in LA sometimes. Like the difference is going to be huge. So I don't believe in this idea of preserving this consistent American culture. People can come from all over the world and find some place in the United States that you can fit in. And the culture is always going to be changing anyway. You're never going to freeze it. It's never happened in any country in the world. So I don't know why that would be the goal. It's unrealistic. I feel like you're always doing this thing where you have problems in the world, and people do this all the time. People on the left do this. Women will blame the patriarchy for every single problem in life. Progressives will blame racism for every single problem with black people.
True.
And then conservatives, on the other hand, will blame like the media or Jews for everything. Or in your case, it's racial mixing. But the reality is that if we fixed all of your racial problems right now, we either exported all the black people, we curbed immigration, we did everything we wanted, all the same problems would still exist. You still have violence in inner cities, you still have the animosity between city and rural people. Absolutely. Getting rid of the racial minorities, getting rid of that stuff, that's not going to fix any of the problems in the United States. You're still going to have problems with the media, you're still going to have problems trusting the electoral process, you're still going to have problems between city people, rural people. It's all going to exist. It's just a cheap excuse that you use so that people can feel like they've got the one answer that solves everything.
So Destiny,
the same way that feminists blame men for everything.
To add on to what Destiny just said about you're talking about how there needs to be a consistency of culture. Even with America, there was never consistency of culture even after the Americans took over. I mean, the Europeans took over America. Because look at during the Civil War, there was a complete different culture from the South and the North. That's why they had a Civil War. So you're talking about we need to preserve it when there was never nothing to preserve in the first place because no one was ever in one mindset.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go Nick and then Don.
Okay, yeah, the thing is, I don't think anybody's, I said that. I said, to Destiny's point, Destiny said, well, countries always change. Yeah, countries do change, but what we're talking about is tens of millions of immigrants in a generation. It's a big difference. And the change that would happen without tens of millions of immigrants is different than the change with all those people. So nobody's saying that societies don't change over time. I never said that societies don't change over time or vary in different places. Of course they do. But the problem is the erasure of the American national character. You could say that the national character is diverse. True. You could say that the national character has changed over time. Also true. But what's happening now is not the American character changing over time organically. We're talking about, like, for example, 2 million illegal border crossings, 5 million illegal border crossings since Biden became president.
I mean, that might be true, but like Biden's not advocating for that. He's trying to obviously get a hold of immigration. No one's been able to figure it out.
Talking about people that don't speak English. We're talking about
5 million border crossings doesn't mean 5 million people got in the last like 2 years. I think he says. It just means that they went into our system to get probably pushed out. So you're not even being like, this is the problem. He's not even being like honest about this shit. Remember earlier, SNEAKO was talking about how like 80% or something of our bills that have been printed in like 80% of the bills that we have in circulation were printed in like the last 5 years. Okay, that doesn't mean that we created 80% more money. It just means that we were some of it was, but then some of it was being was replacing old money. And it's paper. Of course, it's going to get changed, right? And it's the same thing here. Like, yeah, a lot of people are coming across the border, but that doesn't mean that they're actually getting across the border. Some of them are, and we definitely need to monitor our irregular shit. But like most of them, I would argue, are probably going back into the system and they're getting deported like instantaneously. So like his framing here is super dishonest, and it's just not good. It's wrong.
people by the millions coming in from Asia that aren't Christian. We're talking about people that didn't share any kind of common experience. At least the Europeans all had a common experience, relatively.
So his argument is that if the Europeans were coming here illegally, he would be fine with it. That's the question I think that people need to ask. Like, would you be fine if it was European people coming here illegally? That's the question to ask. You'd probably be like, yeah. So he doesn't really care about illegal immigration. He just cares if it's fucking like illegal immigration from like fucking black people or Hispanic people or whatever.
Speaking in Europe, and at least the Americans that inhabited the American continent had it. What do you mean? What?
That is a history. Hold on, you have no understanding.
Wait, no, you hold on. Let me finish. This
guy. Only an American can say some retarded shit like Europeans all have the same history. It's one of the dumbest things. It's one of the most American things.
History, but yeah, please jump in with your low IQ rebuttals because your ideology is built on.
Whoa! He can't have a low IQ rebuttal because he's white. What are you talking? Oh wait, I forgot, guys. Actually, Destiny's Cuban, so I guess by this logic. I'm just fucking around, but by Nick Fuentes' logic, low IQ, dude.
My inner Cuban part talking. My bad.
30 seconds, and we go to Don. Go ahead, finish it.
So the point is, obviously, Europeans have more in common with each other than they have with people in India. That's the point I'm making. It's a question about proximity. And so the idea is America is a certain way, and now it is being fundamentally transformed by millions of diverse people speaking diverse languages, diverse ethnicities, diverse religions, and America is going to be unrecognizable to everybody watching this right now within a century. And that's unacceptable.
A century? Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I just want to make sure a century is 100 years. We're going to be fucking dead. Nick. Who cares? We're dead. We're dead in 100 years. We're not even going to be here. Things are drastically different from 100 years ago, too. You wouldn't, like, if somebody from 100 years ago fucking stepped out into New York City, they'd shit their pants and explode. Okay? What are you talking about? Of course it's going to be unrecognizable. That's how progress works. Who cares if there's going to be more fucking black people or Hispanic people or mixed people or whatever? Nobody cares. Who gives a fuck? As long as America's functioning. And like the inability for America to function right now has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with lack of access to fucking just basic goods and shit. Like you got some rich assholes doing absolutely nothing all day, siphoning people's money, and then like everybody's getting fucked royally up the ass. That's what we should be focusing on. But instead you're just really focused on it's because they're black. What are you talking about? If you get rid of all black and Hispanic and Asian people out of America, we're still going to have massive wealth inequality because there's some fucking dickhead rich people stealing our shit and just like not paying their fucking taxes. What you're saying is dumb. It's just a dumb thing to say. And you double down on it despite the fact that everybody's made you realize how fucking stupid it is because you're racist and you want to believe this because it makes you feel good about yourself. That's it. That's the whole fucking problem. You've even admitted you want white people to stay in power. We gotta get white people to stay in power, guys. Like, shut the fuck up. It's just so childish and annoying. It's fucking pathetic.
Okay, all right. Yo, JiDion, tell that man to put on some pants. Go ahead, Don.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
I will, Abba. I will.
Yeah, personally, what is destroying this country? What is country? And I'm sure you already had some preconceived notions about me. I identify personally as a very conservative person. I live in Texas. I'm a proud Texan. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right. Go Texas toast, baby. Gotta love it. My favorite part about Texas.
I do not align with majority of the liberal nonsense that you hear on TV. I love Matt Walsh personally, one of my favorite YouTube creators.
Oh my god, incredible.
The point I'm making though,
I wish I could talk to Young Don about like trans shit. I'd love Young Don to ask me what a woman is. I would actually really like to have that conversation. But I don't think that they like me. I think JiDion likes me, but I got slow and steady, Young Donald. Slow. I fucking wish I knew where I was going in this game. By the way,
but you're getting it wrong, Nick. You're looking at the people that are destroying this country. They look like you. They look. Who are these people? Are putting in these? The transgender, the LGBT agenda, the abortion agenda. All of these. Abortion literally glorifying murder. Those are white people that are creating these. And I'm not trying to villainize white people and say it's because they're white. It's because we lack God. It is because we have gotten away from God.
I agree with that.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with race and all of that. If
anything, we need less white people because they're not God fearing enough. Is that what the argument here is? Because they all look like you. Is that what we're saying here?
Christian, black, Asian, white, Hispanic person, they will all live together, and not one occurrence of murder will happen. Not one occurrence of theft. Why? Because they are faithful believers. And as God says in the Bible, you cannot be plucked from his hand. So yes, even though as Christians, we sin and we're not perfect, but we don't consciously, we're not going to consciously go out of our way to commit heinous crimes against God. And so, with that being the case, if we had a society that was built on the morality of the Bible, then everything would be good.
I mean, we had that, and everything wasn't good. People were upset with it because it was oppressive to women and fucking gay people. Anybody that wasn't like a man it was oppressive. So people were like, yeah, this is kind of shit. And then we changed that, and like you can bitch, moan, cry, and fucking shit and come as much as you want, but society has been better since then. Are there problems with some people going like too far to the left? For sure. But overall, society's been happier, and most people agree with that. You're just upset about it. But just letting you know, okay?
Nick's about to say it's not. He's about to say it's not people who look like him. He's going to say it's a different group of people.
Well, that's
Don,
also
Don, it's not really. It's not really white people. If you look,
When you talk to very far right people, Jewish people and white people aren't the same thing. Just a heads up, they're two different groups.
It's true.
Well, okay. All right. First, we'll go to Nick, and then we'll go to Destiny.
Okay,
Jesus
I agree
Christ.
with you, Don. I agree with you. I'm a Christian. I call myself a Christian nationalist, and the thing. That's true. I am. I'm a Christian nationalist, and I agree with you that 90% of the problems are going away from God. The people that run the country are not godly. The people that run the country are not Christian. I say even the Republican Party is run by atheists, Jews, homosexuals. It's not run. It's not run by Christians.
And look at their hero, right? In Donald Trump. Donald Trump does not exemplify Christian values. You know what I'm saying? But that is right now the messiah of the right. See, I can be nuanced. It ain't.
Base.
You know what I'm saying? I can be nuanced. You feel me? So it's like, yeah, you look at a guy like Donald Trump. You can't, as a Christian, co-sign this dude, even though it's clear he got way more sense than a guy like Joe Biden, and that's saying a lot. You know what I mean?
Destiny.
But my point is, though, he's still not a good representative of this country. He's not going to lead the country in the direction that God wants it to go.
That's true. That's hold on. I want to go to Destiny, then Nick again.
Oh, I had nothing to say. I think that Don is on some real shit here though, because I mean, God says, and we can do what?
You don't believe in God?
That's okay. If he believes in God, I can quote him, Adam. In Acts chapter 10, verse 35 to or 34, 35. So Peter opened his mouth. And he said, "Truly, I understand that God shows no partiality, but in every nation, anyone who fears him and does what is right is acceptable to him." Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism.
Wait, let me pull up the verse so I can read it with you.
I think he's just trying to say that by Nick's ideology, he can't really be religious, because religious people don't care about race. They are just supposed to care about people who believe in the word of God.
Sure, but accepts from every nation the one who fears him and does what is right. I can link the verse for you, but yeah.
Yo, Nick, can I ask you a question real quick, man?
I pulled out my Quran, and he's definitely telling the truth.
I got two questions, man. First thing first, do you have any black friends?
I do.
You do? How many black friends would you say you have?
More than I can count. I have a lot of black friends. I love black people.
Can't be that. That's
My hero is black. My hero is Kanye West, who is black.
And I have one more question. So, with you being banned off of every platform, would you not even have a Bank of America account? Or you even have a Wells Fargo or Chase account?
I banned from Chase. I haven't tried Wells Fargo.
What? You
can
try Wells Fargo.
But Chase is trash anyways. They did you a favor.
Well, no, Chase is good, man. Let's calm down. But with you being banned from all these different like platforms and everything, how do you support yourself? Like, I'm just curious about that. Like, 'cause I'm not gonna lie, me personally, I don't agree with anything you said today. I really don't. But I want to. You obviously there's people, because I'm looking at this chat and it's sad. Like, I'm seeing a bunch of W Nicks, but it's a lot of kids in the chat. So like, you know.
It's sad because this guy's a fucking race realist. Come on, Sneak. It's kind of crazy how we've had this conversation, and SNEAKO still doesn't understand why Nick is so bad. I really don't get it. I mean, I don't. He must just be full. I think that SNEAKO aligns more with people who are persecuted. He feels are true victims, people who are persecuted, than people who are good or bad. If you're somebody that the public doesn't like, then he's gonna like you by default, because you're not supposed to like that person. SNEAKO's he's an edgelord. He's just like an edgy little poopy boy, you know? It doesn't really matter what is good or bad. It just matters what's society. Like, it literally, when Destiny said that SNEAKO is a sheep in the opposite direction, he was right. SNEAKO is the ultimate contrarian. If it's something that goes against the status quo, SNEAKO will love that thing on the virtue that it is not supposed to be considered acceptable. There's no nuance here. So he'll forgive like legitimate, like racist talking points because it's funny to him, and it just goes in the opposite direction as him.
You can never judge off chat. Once the video's posted, we're gonna see the paragraphs of people's real opinions, and we're gonna see what people really think.
Are you saying the YouTube comment section is more based than the live stream chat?
Oh yeah, man. Like, all these niggas
put an L for JiDion right now. Put an L for JiDion, man.
I'm not saying nothing. All they're saying is WL.
Oh, my liberal brainwash, bro.
Yeah, I'm brainwashed, but then you live off chat, SNEAKO. But back to you, Nick.
Comment section. What's the difference?
I want to know, how do you support yourself, and like, how do you support yourself?
Well, I use, I have my own live streaming platform, and I have my own super chat platform because I'm banned from all payment processors. So I get Bitcoin, and I have my own, I have a couple of platforms that I use because I'm censored from literally everything. Also, if you look up my name on TikTok, it will tell you that my name is a hate term. If you look up Nick Fuentes on TikTok, it will say that term is against our hate speech policy.
Maybe. I had put up a couple of videos. I did a thing. I did on TikTok. I put some clips up when I watched SNEAKO and Nick Fuentes talk, and they both got pulled for community guidelines violations. And then I put an appeal in there, and then they got unbanned. I swear to God, there's somebody at TikTok that likes me enough. I think it's always been the case where they try to review me positively, and then once I catch too much traction, the big boys step in and they try to ban me. But hey, we're slowly building on TikTok. Papa_clips. We're at 30K, bro. We're actually doing pretty well. 31K now. Not too bad. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. We just got to get back to 2.4 mil and verified. It's never going to happen.
So I'm like thoroughly banned. And you can't use my links on Instagram. Like, that's just how it is. But we have to create our own censorship-proof alternative. So this is my site. This is cozy.tv. It's censorship-proof streaming. And then I use a custom thing for super chats. That's how
Wait, JiDion, you're talking to Nick. Hold on. JiDion, you're talking to Nick like it's so different than you. You were banned on Twitch. Destiny was banned on Twitch.
Way different. The fact that you can't understand the difference is just fucking kind of sad.
Don was banned on Twitch. I've been copyright stricken, banned for nudity.
I'm still on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm still on Twitch too. Yeah. The fuck?
We do, baby.
Fuck you, Abba. Like, Don was saying legitimate, like, fucking homophobic shit. And, you know, I don't even necessarily agree that he should be banned on there. I'm just saying it's way different. You know what I mean? It's way, like, Destiny got banned on Twitch for, like, I think he could be, I don't remember the specific. It's something to do with, like, trans shit and pissing off the trans community. I think it had a lot to do with him saying he doesn't like the online trans community because he thinks they're really toxic, and then people just kind of took that the wrong way, maybe. I don't know, but that's different than, like, actively and openly and constantly and consistently saying you think that, like, other people, like, black people are inferior, and that, like, fucking black people is basically like fucking a dog. I mean, to an extent, that's what you're saying. You're saying it's both degenerate. I don't, like, that's what it is. I mean, like, you know, you could cope as hard as you want, but at the end of the day, this is what's happening.
Yeah. I was banned on Twitch.
Listen, I
would also be
got
banned on Twitch if I shook my ass naked.
I got my Bible. You know what I mean? We out here doing our thing.
Okay, Abba, you're gonna get banned eventually for reading the Bible, but can we find some?
No, he won't, because it's a Quran. He's good.
Oh,
you already know. I want to tell you guys about the one
like you heard what he said. Like, this is like I'm trying to say this right now. The same thing that's happening to Nick right now is eventually what's going to happen to Andrew Tate. Eventually, they're going to ban his hashtag because he doesn't have an account on anything. Bro, they got rid of Alex Jones. They got rid of him. Just because you don't have an account on something doesn't make you immoral from this
is where I want to shift the conversation. We need to make our own platform. You're talking as if like you're not someone who's banned too. They banned you on Twitch. There's 5 people banned here. Freedom.
Well, Destiny has his own platform. Like he has like his own like live streaming service himself too. He like I think he gives it out to everybody. It's like it's not his own like whole. It's like a website. There's a template that he uses, and he gives it out to anybody who wants to use it too. That's the funny part. So anybody could use it. So.
The speech is dead, and creators need to start talking about this. Like Nick, really, if I listened to this whole call, I don't think he said anything that makes you want to cancel him. I think he's a good.
Well, yeah.
Guy. He's saying, "Hey, I love everybody." Is he?
Okay, that's fine, but he's saying I can't with this dude. Like that's fine. Like listen. I'm not even saying that Nick Fuentes shouldn't like exist. I don't really care either way. But if you notice, the conversation before Destiny got in here was a massive like it was a massively positive reframing of who Nick Fuentes is. That's what it was. It was really bad. Like they weren't pushing him on anything, and that's because like they don't usually like engage in this kind of stuff, right? Nobody would be able to push him that hard, except for like Destiny, probably a couple other people, right? Because he's like very like pervasive. I guess that's the word. Like he's very intelligent about how like to reframe what he's saying, to like appear like he's not as fucking like racist or toxic as he is, right? So that's what's actually happening. And so, like, that's the danger, is that people are going to fall for it. They're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe Nick Fuentes isn't so wrong about all this race shit. Like, that's what they're looking for. That's what Nick is looking for. He's looking for people to be fucking stupid and not understanding what's happening.
He really being that
exclusionary? Yo, that's crazy.
Bro, SNEAKO,
I'm not even gonna lie. If he had his way and he had, first off, you wouldn't even exist because you're the basis of an interracial marriage. So whatever kind of prescriptive ideas that he's got for the world, you are literally an individual that wouldn't exist in it. 1, 2. Oh, yes, it is.
That's true. That's true.
Because, no. Let's be honest, Mr. Fuentes. Okay, you came on here and you said yourself that you are not for interracial marriage and that prescriptively you feel like it shouldn't be a thing within the society because you think it's bad for it. So if your vision of the world existed,
Then
someone like SNEAKO,
yeah.
who you enjoy stream, wouldn't exist in this world.
Yep.
That's one. Two, when he's talking about the fact that he wants like a white core, I find it interesting that there's a specific idea about a white core. Nick, would you not concede the fact that both white and black Americans that were imported here through slave trade are the genesis of this country and should have just as much hold? But I'm pretty confident that if black Americans had a majority core, you would not be okay with it, correct?
Well, because America's not historically a majority black nation.
But if it became one, but they have just as much claim to the country as the white folks, do they not?
Well, I think as the people that are in America, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's say tomorrow they started overpopulating like crazy and then they became a majority. Would you be fine with it?
He's out of here.
Probably not, no.
He's out of here.
So why are you cool with that though, Sneako? Like, I understand, bro,
Because
Nick's a lost cause. It is what it is.
I think
But it's like, bro,
let
Sneako,
me
I think it's
answer
actually
you.
sad, bro. I feel like
You say
if your
sad.
chat deadass wasn't saying W Nick this whole time, there's no way you will be writing his tip like you are this whole live stream.
Well, let's
even,
respond. Go for it.
even since I first started talking to him, I agree with a lot of what he said, but I said that we disagree because he's white. But I like the fact that he's sticking to what he believes. And you're saying,
Well,
Ryan,
you don't
you're saying-
disagree because he's white. That's not true. Don't say that. That's not true.
No, I'm saying we can't agree on a lot of stuff. The stuff he's saying about race mixing, we just fundamentally won't agree. Because
Yeah, but
he's
that
a
isn't
white
because
guy.
he's white. It's because he's a white.
Okay, let me answer JiDion's.
It's a different thing.
Okay, let me answer JiDion's surface level, like tweet responsive dick riding. Like that's a stupid thing to say. Nick and he agrees a lot about the bigger problems that are going on. What was your question? Like, if chat wasn't saying this, that I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be saying that he's right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be writing for him because you've been literally. There has not been one single thing that he said this entire stream. Which he said some crazy stuff this entire stream. There has not been one thing you were like, "All right, Nick, you're wild in there. I can't agree with you."
I did just now. I said like, if based on his philosophy, I would evaporate.
You didn't even say philosophy. You just said it based on the fact that he's white.
No, his philosophy. That's what.
Okay, but look, JiDion, let's be charitable. Let's say he is talking about his philosophy. Okay. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not saying nobody can be friends, nobody can rock nobody, but you don't find it kind of crazy that the ideal world that he envisions is one in which you wouldn't exist in?
Not the ideal world, but the ideal country. And I think a lot of other countries would agree on that. I think Japanese people would say the same thing. Japanese people like, let's keep this country Japanese.
Yeah, but why do we have to? It's so weird, bro.
People donating, Ethiopians are saying like, yeah, let's keep our country Ethiopian. Most other countries have the same sort of rhetoric, but you're saying it's sad JiDion because he's a white guy, and it sounds racist.
Well, he's saying it's because he's an American guy, and he's saying America should change, right? So there's a difference between like, and I already disagree with it fundamentally, but there's a difference between being like, oh, I live in a Japanese country, I want to keep it Japan, versus like I'm in America where it's a multicultural country, and I'm going to specifically identify the problem in that country as Black and Hispanic people, and say that we need to like remove race mixing. Those are two different things. He's blaming the problem of America on race when the majority of the problem is on a lot of other things. Like, again, it's like mostly fucking class. So that there's a profound difference. And I don't know if SNEAKO just doesn't understand or if he just wants to be more charitable to this guy. But, you know.
But a lot of people and successful people who really are nationalists about their country say the same shit. So I can't hate it.
You don't think, I don't want to get like sentimental here, but you don't think there's something cool or unique about the idea that in any major American city, you can like walk around and you can find Hispanic people, you can find all sorts of Asian people, Middle Eastern people, African people, European people that are all like working together, living together on the bus, on the subway, and Ubers. Like you don't think there's any unique success there that America can claim that like, yeah, we probably should have been like, you know, Japan and been culturally homogenous or racially homogenous. Like, you don't think there's any value in that whatsoever?
Ideally, but it's not working. We've become too liberal and you see the destruction of it. Like my city, New York City's it's got too liberal, too accepting of everything.
But that has nothing to do, like, yeah, maybe it's gone too liberal, so, you know, vote against it, but you won't vote. But that has nothing to do with, like, race. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding.
Have any core values and it's falling apart.
Sure, and I can agree with you there, right? But that message that you just gave, you found common ground with a dude that's literally a white nationalist. So it seems like the problem isn't race. No, hold on. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that like you have an idea and you feel strong about it and you want to buck the system. And there are a lot of people that would agree with you that would say these are the exact problems we have, but it has nothing to do with race.
So
right?
it might have to do with how you disagree with him completely. You want me to agree with you?
What?
What do you want?
No, hold on. I'm not. I don't care who you agree with.
If I may interject.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that like you can find agreement with people that don't look like you. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you
do.
I'm just saying that you can find. No, I don't care.
You said that you were going to flip him. You said that you were going to flip him.
That's what my chat says. That's not what I'm talking about. You
what
can
you said
obfuscate as
to
much
me.
as you want. I'm never
Hold on.
flipping SNEAKO. Okay, that's not my
That's
goal.
an
What I'm trying.
Don.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is
Can I go
like,
off the Don?
you can find huge groups of people in the United States that agree and disagree on things, but it doesn't have to be on racial lines. There's a lot of people that agree the system sucks, that COVID was fake, and blah 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 blah. And bro, you can find a lot of black people that think that. That's not an exclusively white opinion. I'm just saying like, yeah, look past the racial shit. I think it's a smoke screen that people put up because it's a clever excuse.
I am trying to look past the racial stuff, and you're saying that I agree with a white nationalist. So you seem like you just contradict yourself in the same statement.
No, you don't, because you're like you're. It's not even that you just agree with him. You're agreeing with some of his like white nationalist talking points, and you're running defense for it, and you're not even really explicitly being like, yeah, that's kind of bad. Like when he says something like out of fucking pocket, you're just like, you don't even respond, and then you lightly say like, yeah, I guess I wouldn't exist if this didn't happen. It's like that's not the same as being like, bro, what the fuck? That's what you should be doing. but it's not off-putting. That's the fucking weird thing about it.
What do you want me to look past it or what?
Boom.
That's
What was
no,
your-
that
what was your point?
The point I was saying was that
Ooh.
even for a guy that is a white nationalist, you both have a ton of agreement. So it undermines his point that the racial part is that important. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying the racial part is that important. I'm saying ultimately.
I know you're not. He is. I'm
Oh,
not
so
saying
you're-
you are. I'm saying he
Who,
was.
JiDion
Yeah.
or Nick?
No, no, no.
Nick,
Nick.
Nick,
I don't
Fuentes.
think I ever said that black and white people can't agree. Like, what about what I
You
said?
notice? Okay, fuck. I don't want to keep going because the other two. But like, notice how every time I make a point, he wants to run it as far as possible. I never said that you said they can never agree. But what you said was that white people and black people have fundamentally different core characters that are biologically determined, and that is so essential to you that you want to split them up into different countries. So if you want to act like a
never
dipshit
said
and
that.
every time, hold on. Do you think that? Well, if you
I
just want to
never
lie
said
about
I
it,
want to
that's fine.
split. Okay, see, I mean, this is what you
Yeah,
do.
but
You
he's
Hold
just
on.
a
call
Okay.
it dishonest.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want
To be fair, he didn't say that, but I get what you're
He
trying
said
to
that
get.
he wants to maintain a racial majority of white
Yes.
people in the United States because the character and core of the United States should be whiteness.
Yes.
And he said that he would prefer in an ideal world if every country in the world was monoethnic and monocultural to maintain that core character because there are biologically essentially differences between the races. Yes?
Okay, but there's something between excluding other
But I
races
also
and
said-
maintaining a majority.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I also said that we live in the world and that countries are complex, and I said that every country has diversity and every country is multi-ethnic to an extent. I said, and we need to understand ourselves. We need to know ourselves to manage them. I never said I don't love other groups.
You literally said if you had a
I-
black roommate, you'd fight with him over the shower.
I didn't say that. I
Yes,
said
you
that
did.
proximity creates conflict. I said,
Yeah, he did. He said he would fight more with a black person about who should use the shower earlier. I forgot about that.
see, but there you go. It's totally dishonest. I said that proximity
You
and
said
difference
that.
creates
You
conflict.
said-
That was an analogy to
you
say
said
that when you
that.
get lots of different people together in a close living quarters, they're more likely to fight than me and Don on this debate panel. That's what I said, and that happens to be true. And it's not about not liking other people. It's not about not loving your neighbor, not loving God. It's about, is America going to retain its character? And by the way, are both black and white people going to retain their claim to America as a home? Are we going to turn America into your experiment destiny where it's like, wouldn't it be interesting if we had all kinds of people walking around like, that's our home? So yeah, maybe in the cities, but...
Hold up, before I pass on Don, I love it that you say that black and white people got to make a claim to their home, but then you're also at the same time saying how much of a claim black people can make depending on how much they overpopulate. You're fine with them making a claim to their home provided that white people stay the majority. To me, it sounds like, oh yeah, black people are included, kind of, but not to the extreme as they would like. I don't know, to me it just sounds kind of backwards. But
it's...
okay, I'll let you quickly rebuttal and then we'll go to Don.
Yeah, I mean, there are other countries like this. Like for example, Russia. Russia has an ethnically Russian population core, but they also have Muslims. They also have all kinds of people. And those people are, they're not going to outnumber the Russians anytime soon, but it's equally their country. They have a history there. And the same is true of America. We talk about, what if America was half black? I mean, I don't know, but that's not happening. What is happening is that we're all being pushed out by massive amounts of immigrants who don't even live here. So
Cool.
I think it's just misdirection.
Okay, well listen, personally I don't aspire to be Russia, but we all do feel differently. So, Don, go ahead.
I was just saying that really, what Destiny was saying and what Nick was saying, even what SNEAKO was saying, it's all true to a degree, but ultimately I think it all misses the point. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that, as Nick is saying, that when you mix a bunch of different cultures together and people with different values, you're going to get conflict. But I do agree with what Destiny is saying that, yes, there is something incredibly beautiful about the multicultural nature of America. And when it does work, it's really cool. But ultimately, and SNEAKO is not wrong for identifying that, yeah, there are countries like Japan that benefit from the fact of its homogeny. But
well, do you think that they benefit from it, or do you think it's just a thing that exists? I think that those are two different things. Saying that they benefit from homogeny isn't the same as saying that, why do you think that they benefit? Because they don't. They actually don't benefit from their homogeny. I want you to understand something. Well, you're wrong about that. Japan doesn't benefit from it. Japan has an aging population. This is a problem with a lot of countries that have technological achievements and advancements, is that they have less in the native population has fewer and fewer babies because they're more comfortable. They're having babies later in life, and this is like Japan, right? So, so you need to offset that aging population. Now, you can do incentive programs to get people to have more babies, but usually it doesn't necessarily work fully. So, what helps? Oh, people from other countries coming in so that the population doesn't continuously age. That's it. So they're not actually benefiting. They're actually losing out because of this perspective. So you're wrong about that.
And JiDion is right for saying, yo, some of the stuff Nick's saying it sounds pretty racist. I'm not gonna lie. But the point is,
what is racist?
Jesus is the answer. That's really what it all going to come down to. Jesus is the answer. If we can have the multicultural world and the lack of violence, if everybody can agree on 9 core moral laws, you know what I'm saying? If we could all get with that, then everything's cool. Everybody.
Well, it's just not going to happen. Mostly because religious is generally pretty oppressive to, again, non-men. Just letting you know. Just that's why people turn away from it. Just not everybody who's religious believes that, but that is the core tenets of religion. Just letting you know that.
everyone can eat.
I wanna-
All right, JiDion, go for it.
I want to add on to that. So, Nick, you consider yourself Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's kind of the same thing. Let's just say for this argument, it's the same thing. So, I consider myself Christian too. So, I just want to ask you this: do you believe everything in the Bible to be true?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you believe everything from front to back, every page is holy, and it should be practiced, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, let's say, this isn't even hypothetical. The people in the area that Jesus was born are of darker complexion. It even says in the Bible that Jesus was a darker skinned man. You know about that, right?
Where does it say in the Bible he has a dark complexion?
Revelations chapter 1, verse 9. Revelation chapter 1, verse 9 says his skin was as bronze.
I don't say he has a dark complexion. I think he was like
bronze is a dark complexion. Stop.
He was like Lebanese. I think he looks like modern day Lebanese people. So he looks like
He
Mediterranean.
has a complexion of, I believe it's called burnished bronze, which if you look that up, that's about my skin complexion, if we're going to be honest. But it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
But for me personally, I think this argument is relevant because, his ideal world is, ran by white people and his savior is dark. But that's besides the point. Let's say we get to heaven and it's a majority other races and your king, your Messiah, is a darker skinned man, and there's more darker skinned or other races more than white people. Is that gonna affect you being in the kingdom of heaven?
So you're saying if Jesus was black?
Not if. He was black.
Full of black people. I disagree with that. I don't think he was black, but Jesus belongs to all of us. Jesus.
He does.
Yeah, so I think it's irrelevant what the color of the Son of God is.
So you don't care. So you don't. But it does say in the Bible that he's of darker skin.
Well, I don't think he was black. I said he looks Mediterranean.
He got the Sicilian tan. That's what he
said. I never said black. I'm not saying black. I'm just saying he's of darker skin complexion. So he's the furthest thing from white. He's the furthest thing from white. It even says he has hair like wool. So he didn't have, your type of hair. He had, if anything, he had.
Who's hung up on race here now?
I'm not. But what I'm saying, it's not me being hung up on race. I'm not saying he's black. I'm just saying he's darker skin. I don't know he's Hebrew. That's his race. He's Hebrew. So we know his race right there. He's Hebrew and he's darker skin complexion. So what I'm asking you is, does that make you feel uncomfortable since you said darker skinned people and other, basically minorities are not as smart as white people? Like you said on average.
How do you feel about discovering that Jesus is black?
Well, he's not black. That's first of all.
Darker complexion.
Jesus was Italian. I think actually. I think he had white skin and green eyes.
Is Jesus Sicilian?
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, and I don't think the two have anything to do with each other because we can measure IQ. We can.
Okay, so it doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why does it make?
What are you saying, that Jesus is stupid? I don't understand what he's trying to say. What's he suggesting?
You uncomfortable now? So you just answered my question. It doesn't make you uncomfortable. So why is this? You literally just said that you don't. It's pride. It's pride in your home, and you feel like you were being kicked out of your home, being America with so many immigrants coming in. So you literally just said, if it so happened that he was of darker skin complexion, there was more, minorities, in your opinion, minorities in the kingdom of heaven, it wouldn't bother you. So why does it bother you in this world, America?
Because why would I be okay with diversity in heaven versus on earth? Because all the bad people are in hell. All the bad people. If we could create heaven, I'm with you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, just checking. Wait, so you think Jesus was white?
I think that he was Mediterranean.
Wait, I thought so. Can some?
So he was part of the Arab
I thought wasn't Jesus supposed to be Jewish?
I think that we're talking about what he looks like.
Well, no, but hold on. I'm curious. I thought you said Jewish people weren't white.
Oh yeah, don't you hate Jewish people?
Oh shit, he got him.
Slippery Nick. Slippery on those ethnicities again.
We could get into that. Are you ready?
Yo, Shabbat Shalom. Let's go.
Yeah, no, Jesus, you're right. Jesus was a Hebrew, and like other people at that time, he has that Eastern Mediterranean complexion, right? I mean, that's what they look like. But as far as modern day Jews, Jesus is not a Jew like modern day Jews are.
Oh, no. Isn't what do they call that? The fucking not true Scotsman fallacy. He's not. So it was okay. Like he's just not he's not the wrong kind of Jew, is what he's saying. Oh well, he's not. He was Jewish, but he's not really the wrong kind of Jewish. So it's like okay, So it's like it's not the same thing.
And it's true because, if you remember, Jesus came and it was the Pharisees that said, "Oh, you're not really the Messiah. You're not really fulfilling the prophecies." But of course, he was. And so all the people that were the Jews of the Old Testament became Christians because Christ fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament. All the people that remain are. See, is it making you uncomfortable, Destiny? Because you can't name them? You can't talk about Jews? Is it because, are they paying you off or something? That's why you have MasterCard still, right? So the Jews of today are very different than the Jews of the Old Testament.
Ethnically? I thought that's what we were talking about.
If you want
I thought we were talking about
You have
religion.
a MasterCard or Visa, you're being paid off.
Oh wait, we're talking about religion. You think Jewish is just religion? So there are no ethnically Jewish people.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. What is your low IQ interjection?
You're so slippery with the race thing. I just think it's very funny to me. It's just very funny to me how you like slide around on the race thing so much. It's like it's whatever you want it to be.
I'm not sliding around. I'm just trying to figure out what your.
I think the one of the truest observations of modern century like race realists or whatever is they're actually like the most diverse group of people in the world because you will like any race can do whatever you want at any point in time depending on the argument you're having.
There are a lot of Black and Hispanic race realists. You're right.
Very interesting to me.
Right about that. We can agree on that. But as far as but Jews of today, they're very different from what Jesus was.
Yeah.
So what are the Jews of today? Like what's the difference?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. They follow the Talmud. That's the main difference.
In Minecraft, yo, Nick, be careful, bro, please.
Oh yeah, right. In Minecraft.
No. We need the truth to be spoken, right, Sneako?
Yeah.
Do we not want the truth to be spoken?
We can speak the truth in Minecraft. We can speak all the truth we want in a video game.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talk about it, please.
Yeah, you kind of got scared there a little bit, Sneako.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you interject once this whole time. But now that we're getting into the thing that got him banned from every airline, every credit card, I thought we is down with the system.
No, it's not with the system.
Sneako wants to fly Delta.
I want to fly Delta, Lydia, and I want to still be a bot like you to some extent. Nick's over here and
okay.
Wait, that's so funny though because I remember watching the conversation between Playback SNEAKO and Young Don, and SNEAKO was like, "Oh, you censor yourself so that you could stay palatable, so that you don't for all this other bullshit." And they're just like, "Yeah, we like to we put up whatever we want on Patreon, but we have to make sure that we we're careful what we say because there's some things that might go too far." And he's like, "See, you're just playing to the system. You're playing to the system. SNEAKO is playing to the system, bro. You're doing the same thing you criticize Playback for, bro."
We got it on tape. He said he wanted to be a bit of a bot.
Yep.
Hey, man,
Hey, you heard Nick. Nick don't get no pussy, bro. Nick is an incel. You need to be a little bit of a bot to get some coochie. I want to fly bitches on Delta. I still want to go to the bank. You need to be a bot a little bit, bro. Fuck that shit.
Hey,
welcome in the bot community.
Hey, welcome. You're turning into a bit more of an adult. I'm proud of you, brother.
Being an adult, the bot shit is being fucking boosted up and being calm and taking your pills and going to therapy. That's the idea of maturity. I hate that shit. God damn it.
Oh, true. So
if you listen to Abba and Destiny,
let me just appreciate.
You double mask and boost up Abba and Destiny.
SNEAKO took one look at his AdSense last month and said, "Yo, 6 figures? I can't lose this bag. Where's that bot life at? Let me dip my toes in the bot waters, just so I can
He
keep
wants to be woke, but not too woke. Not too woke. At least we know there's levels
I want to say actually that's a really
Abba,
that's a really good observation too because a lot of people will ask people like SNEAKO, people will say things like, look at how corporatized everything has come. Look at how safe YouTube has become everything. But the byproduct of that is that creators are able to make a fuck ton of money because it's an ad safe, it's a corporate safe environment. So YouTubers on one hand will be collecting 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 a month off of ad revenue on YouTube, and then they'll turn around and be like, look at how disgusting a corporate safe this world is. If you don't want to be here, you can go to other platforms where you don't make any fucking money. But part of that corporate safety has enabled people to make a ton of money working over here.
When I get banned, I'm hopping over to Cozy TV or another platform. For right now, I'm gonna rake in all the money. And did you know I have a fucking employee? I'm paying an employee to monetize my videos, bro. It's not easy to do this shit. They try to take down my shit on a regular basis. You think I can just go here and operate how I want? I'm here for the AdSense, bro. But as long as we're gonna talk about this stuff, we can talk about it in FIFA.
Okay.
Let's play some football.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk about something a little more positive. We got Young Don, we got JiDion, right? We got SNEAKO out here on these platforms, growing really large. As young, minority men, what do you guys envision yourselves doing with the wealth that you guys are accruing? What are some of the endeavors that you want to engage in? I know SNEAKO wants to fly bitches out on Delta and smash 20 spiritual women. What do you guys want to do with your
Man, you know what? First thing I want to do is, I love everybody in the world. I love everybody, but I do feel one of the biggest plights in the Black community is that we don't look out for each other. I do feel like there is a kind of sense of, when we make it, it's, come on, guys, I did it. You guys got to do it too. And, I feel like, as Black people, we have been dealt a bad card. Yeah. But, how long can we use that excuse? So what I want to do with my money, what I want to do with my influence is, I'm trying to work with my city right now to get programs going where kids can meet their favorite influencers for free,
dope,
where they can have fun in a safe environment. I have something. I'm coming to your hood soon, Nick. Yeah, I'm coming to your hood soon. I'm coming to Chicago. I'm gonna be doing something great out there in Chicago, and I really want to look out for the Black community, and I really want to give back. And
you guys should sit down and do a face to face.
Why just the Black community?
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Well, probably because he's Black, right? So, yeah, and Black people have been disadvantaged. I understand the comparison that SNEAKO is going to draw here. It's like, oh, well, Nick wants to help white people. Well, you want to help Black people? Isn't that what was the word? Hypocritical? No, it's one thing to try to rise a community up that's obviously historically been disadvantaged versus saying that only white people should be in this area. All JiDion is trying to say is Black people and white people should coexist, but Black people need a little bit of help. And I was just talking about how he wants to help Black people. It's really not that. It's not that deep. It's really desperate from SNEAKO to try to grab this to try to go after this point.
Let's ask the young black men on the stream about how they want to give back to the young black kids.
Why just the
black
black
people
guy?
normally do.
Because black people are generally disadvantaged, and you've acknowledged this. You know this. You know this, SNEAKO. You've acknowledged it. You've acknowledged, like, they're just magically pretending systemic racism doesn't exist anymore. We're getting like fucking. You're really getting fucking. You're getting Nazi pilled by Fuentes too much at this point. If you don't believe it anymore, that's it.
Yeah, but we're all
Imagine if JiDion,
And not for nothing, but like if a white person was like, yeah, I want to get back to my community that I came from after I got rich, nobody would think that that's a problem, as long as he wasn't like, obviously just talking about white people. But like, yeah, he just wants to get back to his community, bro.
Nick said,
we're all the same.
JiDion, imagine if Nick said, I just want to give back to the white community to make white people more powerful and stronger.
Yeah, because like white people are the ones that maintain power and are the ones that like oppress black people. This isn't like super difficult to understand here. Like we have to we understand this, yeah? Like this isn't like this isn't like a massively like crazy complex point we're making here, okay?
Bro, I don't think there's a problem with looking out for your community. Every single race does it. White people look out for white people. Jewish people look out for Jewish people.
JiDion,
Asian people look out for Asian people.
That's not true. Destiny's very open. He'll look out for any community, bisexual people. He doesn't care.
Well, it's because he's fucking bisexual, but yeah.
Well,
but
no,
I don't think there's a problem with that. But I do think there's a problem when you won't help another race because of there being another race. I'll help another race any other day of the week.
Hold on, Abba's throwing the fuck at you right now because he just screamed at me yesterday. This motherfucker comes on and gives me a 2-hour fucking debate on why black men shouldn't marry white women because as soon as they get rich, they dump all their money out of their community. Okay, so fuck off with that shit, Abba. You know you think that's true.
Hey, listen. You know what? I wanted to do my best, Dr. Umar John. I did a good job. So yeah. Don, what about you? What would you like to do with the wealth that you are now accruing?
I mean, God says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children, and so that's mostly where I'm planning to put my money into things that will.
Do you think that you need God to tell you that you should take care of your kids, though? I mean, like, just a real question. Like, oh, well, God says that you should take care of your kids. Okay. Oh, because I personally, I never would have thought about it unless somebody that with a religious sense told me that. Because what a fucking crazy point. It's just like weird, isn't it? I'm just saying. I'm just saying people can draw their morals from things other than God. Okay. I'm just saying. Oh, I have to pay more attention.
Will help to take care of my offspring. On top of that, I try to give back a good portion of my money to doing those things that God has commanded you to do, such as giving money to the poor and giving, providing resources to those who are less fortunate than you, regardless of race. Part to me, what I'm saying, wherever I am, wherever homeless people are, the nearest homeless people, there's where I'm going. So
okay, yeah. All right. And lastly, I know SNEAKO is getting sleepy because
you didn't even ask me a question.
I did. You were last, so you're the last person. Go ahead.
Did you ask Nick? Did Nick answer?
No, I'm asking you, and then I'm going to go up afterwards.
Well, I want to buy my mom a house. I want to provide for my family more. I want to start helping out Haiti and the Philippines specifically, two third world countries where my families are from. I think I can give some money there. I don't know exactly what.
Well, why not help out America? Like, why not? You know what I mean? Like, we can get into something. So, like, why don't you want to help white countries? Why don't you? You know what I'm saying? Like, he just wants to help like disadvantaged communities, which I think is a great thing. But do you understand how like, with the whole like fundamental logic of like, oh well, why do you only want to help black people? Like, well, why do you only want to help like fucking, people from where you're from? Because they're disadvantaged.
know that a lot of like at the same time, it's good to say like, hey, I want to give back to the community, give money, donate to all these charities, but I know they steal a lot of that money. Like the Red Cross, the Klein Foundation. It's like it feels good, and like you get to like sign your name on a list and like look at how good of a person this is. But like, are you really doing anything? I ultimately want to provide for my family and the people around me, but I still have a lot of work to do before I start thinking about giving away money to like charities and stuff like that. Bro, like I'm about to pay off my student loan. Like I'm you know what I'm saying? Like you're calling me a rich dude flying bitches out on Delta. And actually, I was just talking to Tristan, and I've actually talking to people like you and Destiny. Destiny was all about chemistry and like I love a queen. And I've been thinking a little more about the quality of women that I've been spending time with, and I think there's a good point to that. Even Tristan was on. He was saying like he wanted to keep playing the violin so that he can get some Russian ballerinas on his rotation. I've never even like considered that as part of a woman that's in my capacity to deal with. And you're right. A lot of the bitches like on Fresh and Fit, like Destiny talks.
Oh shit, we're already on the first stage. It's a SNEAKO changing. He's going to start to try to go for women who are more valuable than the women that he's been historically going after, like more mature women that are attracted to the more mature men. So maybe he'll like a couple years from now, maybe SNEAKO will be, he'll understand the value of a good woman, and he'll change drastically.
They're dumb as hell, bro. Destiny.
Hey, let's go, Destiny. You know what? SNEAKO. We made him see a bit of the light. SNEAKO still seeing more of the truth.
I just called women dumb. What are you yelling about?
Miami women dumb though. That's an improvement. Okay, we don't.
I'm calling the majority of Western women are dumb and are
Okay.
brainwashed.
We're slowly getting there. He still thinks they're all.
Never mind. Forget everything I said, Chad. We fucked up.
It's W 5%. There's a very select few, but I want to spend more time. Maybe I actually
Wait, that's good though because he used to say like 90. I think he said 95% last time. What did he say now? Hold on.
Forget everything I said, Chad. We fucked up.
It's W 5%. There's a
Oh, he's still saying the same thing. Fuck. Okay, never mind.
very select few, but I want to spend more time. Maybe I actually don't. I'd rather have like 2 or 3 girlfriends. I don't want 20 spiritual crystal
Wow, we got him down to 2 to 3 instead of 20.
bitches on my squad. I just want 2 or 3. Maybe a wife and a couple girlfriends. That's all I need. That's all.
Okay,
I need.
I respect that. I respect that. Hold on. I want to go to Nick. Nick, with the wealth that you're accruing, what's in your future plans?
Well, I just like to grow my business and continue doing what I do. I'd like to invest, because I do invest, and so I'll probably go to move to Florida, build myself a studio, and then eventually start a family, and then do something in politics.
Yo, you trying to start a family? Let me ask you something. SNEAKO, you can help me with this. What if we did an online e-date stream with like conservative Christian women and Nick Fuentes?
Oh my
Beautiful,
God.
beautiful.
I'd watch that.
That might be fun.
Beautiful.
I kind of like that, actually.
But make sure you actually follow up with the e-date because we got people in here who say they're gonna do e-dates and then just
Nigga, you want to do this shit. You kept on adding people. First it was just you and me.
Yeah,
then you added Abba. Then you added Nick. Then you added Destiny. Then you added Dawn.
No accountability, just like a liberal.
I'm just saying, ain't that what we all want to see? We want to see Nick Fuentes find love. You know what I'm saying? We get him with some good Christian conservative women, right? Preferably.
Get a girl that's like half white and then like half something else, but only looks white. Get him to fall in love with her, and then be like, just kidding, this person's actually half black. And then see if Nick Fuentes, what he does after that point. We see what he does. That's what you got to do.
White, absolutely needs to be white. Okay, and then we just line them up and we see what it looks like.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It'd be good content.
Bro, Nick,
Black Catholic, yeah, that would be.
Nick, I have a lot of super chats of people saying like who are supporting you. I got a lot of black people donating and super chatting saying like I'm happy my boy Nick on here.
I just want to ask like a real question. Do you why? I'm genuine question. Why do you think that they're black? I'm just curious because like you can't see them, and I know for a fact that like, listen. There's probably there might be a lot of black people. All I'm saying is like they're like I got a lot of black. Why do you think they're black? What makes you think that those people are black? Do you know how many white kids online are like I'm black and then they say the N-word like through texts? Like you're not seeing them. So like why do you think that it's like, a lot of black people? Maybe, but also maybe not. Like we don't really know. And then what percentage? Like yeah, I got 100 donations and 2 of them were black. It's like okay, well is that like proportionate? Probably not. So it's like weird. It's just weird. You just keep saying these things. But okay, maybe it's true. I'm just saying.
Like this is Bryson Gray. This dude's verified too. And
No.
There we go. Okay.
No. These are 4chan people. They're not real.
No. That Bryson Gray guy is a real human being, believe it or not.
No, yeah, he be donating my streams. Shut up, Bryson.
See what I'm saying? JiDion, you can't call him racist.
See, yeah, no, but like, okay, so what do you say a lot, and then you have one guy that's black, right? Like, and that's cool. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that guy. I'm just saying you keep saying there's a lot. You get like one guy. Jesus Christ.
I know a lot of black people, even personally. People.
Bro, Nick, I don't think you're racist. I'm just low-key disappointed in the fact because I'm not gonna lie, I think Nick is a straight up racist. I really do.
I don't think so.
I think black people.
Like,
I just want to say, I'm glad that
for me to stay at his house, I would not trust Nick. I would think he's trying to kill me, poison me. Like, I would not trust Nick with my life any day of the week. But SNEAKO, like, I know you. I like you, SNEAKO. That's why, I like to talk to you because I agree with you to a certain extent. I just think, you're on a war path right now, and I feel like we have good discussions whenever we do talk. So I'm just kind of like in awe that like this is like, bro, like and I'm sorry that a lot of people are saying this, but like, SNEAKO, if you heard the shit that Nick was saying, you would drop a fucking 15-hour documentary series on this dude.
Don't talk about old SNEAKO.
Nah.
Dude, you have to be able to talk about old SNEAKO because at the beginning of this whole conversation, SNEAKO's like, I miss the old Ethan. It's like, listen, if you're gonna apply that logic to if you're gonna say Ethan, you miss old Ethan, then you gotta take the old SNEAKO comments. You can't just try to walk off those, bro.
SNEAKO, tell him.
You didn't even watch old SNEAKO. I was talking about this shit. I was in 4chan when I was 14. I was reading Poll. I was reading all this shit. I've been to Alex Jones since I was 16. JiDion,
Oh shit's fucking alt-right pipeline, bro. He's watching Alex Jones alt-right pipeline, guys. It's real. It's real.
don't even know what the old SNEAKO is. You saw a couple TikToks by some white kids who don't get any bitches from 2019. Like, they have not grown at all due to play Fortnite all day. And then
well, like, okay, so here's the thing. Like, he's changed, but, like, not drastic. Like, or he's changed, right? He used to have, like, the general, like, a little bit of red pilly ideology. He was just a more conservative leaning, but he leaned into it super heavily. Like, that's what people keep saying. That's the difference. He doesn't think critically or engage critically anymore. He never does. In a lot of these conversations, he's very morally and logically inconsistent over and over again.
Can you believe the old Sneako nonsense? I used to be even more alt-right. I used to be more alt-right when I was a teenager. I was reading all this shit. I just couldn't talk about it, and now I can.
Yo, Sneako, if you think Sneako's like red pill now, back in the day he used to smack up women. This
you know what I'm saying? I was beating the shit out of women, bro. And Bryson just donated more 20. He said, I'm a rapper too, and I like Nick. A rapper! Damn, son!
Yeah, he invited me to the cookout.
Oh my god!
I just want to say, back when I was growing up, it wasn't enough to have a black fan. What has it changed?
Nick, I'm having a cookout at Compton soon. I want you to fly out with that cozy TV money, and I want you to come out to Compton, and I'm gonna give you a huge stage. And after we do the cha-cha slide, I'm gonna let you hop on and like talk to the people in Compton.
Bro, if you do that, Ethan's gonna be like, "See, I told you, he's just platforming more fucking white supremacists." That's all he's gonna do. That's what's gonna happen with that, bro.
Hold on. JiDion, are you gonna provide any security for him?
Oh nah, man, bro, he's good in every hood. Remember, he's the majority. He's the majority.
He's in power. Why would I need it? Black people wouldn't like attack me, right? Black people wouldn't like attack me for saying things that offend them. I wouldn't need security.
Jesus Christ, bro. That's fucked up. I mean, like, listen, you got white people at fucking baseball games tagging people because they don't like the team that they fucking lost to or whatever. I mean, I don't think this is a black specific thing, but Jesus Christ.
That's right. The same way, like, white people wouldn't attack us if we went into like some rural parts and started screaming Black Lives Matter, right? Like, nobody does that.
You got a point. Well, I don't think they would actually, but you got a point. Okay. Fair enough. I'll come to we'll hang out. We'll talk about things other than race.
Do you detest your Mexican side of you? Like, do you like actually hate it?
No. Why would you even see that?
Do you wish you could be Do you wish you could be 100% Italian or 100% whatever?
No, because then I wouldn't be 100% Nick Fuentes.
How do we get Nick Fuentes though? Like, how do we get you?
Well,
are you arguing for diversity there, that you wouldn't exist if it weren't for like some level of race mixing and shit?
Yeah, so we should bring in 30 million immigrants to America.
Well, how many did we have to bring in before you were born? You said it was over the past 30 years. You're what, 23 years old?
There's like 4 generations in America. But you're trying to obfuscate the point by making.
Why do you keep saying? Wait, can you explain specifically how am I obfuscating?
Why? We're trying to have a nice moment. You got.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, run away from it. Okay. Obfuscate everything.
Because you're backing up a lot.
All right. Don, is there anything you want to add or chime in on?
I mean, yeah, no, I think I've said my piece. I think y'all know where I stand.
Yes.
What the solution is, the God pill. You know,
I agree.
Kill all gay people. Kill them all. Kill all the gay people. Woo! I don't think he ever said kill all gay people. That's obviously a little too extreme. But suppress all gay people's urges to be who they are. Okay, that is the solution from Young Don. Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Don.
Okay, actually, I got a big question. Don, as you are now somebody who's become a soldier of God, you out here, fighting the good fight. How do you feel now that you are looking at the red pill from this new perspective? Is there some weirdness that you associate with it now?
Yeah, it's flawed. It's incomplete. It's a bastardization of the God pill, because what it does is there are truths that you do hear in the red pill. Let's isolate it, because I know when SNEAKO hears red pill, he thinks about just like truth versus untruth. When I think of red pill, I think of dating, right? I think of the relationship,
surface level stuff.
I feel like that's most of what people identify with on Red. Most of the people who join Red Pill are doing it just to make as much money as possible and to get as many women as possible. It's not surface level. That is the majority of it. That is what it's about. And they think that that's self-improvement, is getting a lot of women, not just having one, and making as much money as possible. Making more money is self-improvement, but it's not just about money.
Surface level, it's where
improve yourself.
The term became popular. The term red pill became popular.
Hold on. SNEAKO, let him go.
The Matrix is not really about dating, but okay. Yeah.
But either way, even the other things that you speak of, like in terms of truth versus untruth, it is also derivative from the only truth that matters. And so, yeah, when I look at the dating community's red pill, you look at how, okay, a woman should be submissive, right? They will say things like that. The Bible will say the same thing, but here's a difference. Someone like Andrew Tate will endorse adultery, right? He will endorse treating women a certain type of way, whereas in the Bible, it tells you to love your wife the way Jesus loved the church, and Jesus gave his life for the church. You know what I mean? So when you look at that, it tells you to be merciful, forgiving, loving, kind to your wife. You know what I mean? So patient above all things. Well, not above all things. Well, a part of that. When you look at how guys are told to treat women to acquire that submissive nature, it's oftentimes very, unloving. It's very cold. It's very mean. True. And it's done in a way to make them feel less than. Whereas, what a woman should see in you to want to submit to you is a godly nature. Like, man, this is such a good man. How could I disrespect him? You know what I mean? That's the kind of energy that you get when you take the God pill, as opposed to the red pill, where, it's so contingent on all these other factors that they talk about. And red pill community, you're well aware, you lose all your money and all your status, yet relationship could now be in jeopardy. Versus when you look at it from the perspective of a Christian, a woman, a woman is obedient to her husband when the two are Christian, not because she thinks she's supposed to be obedient to him, but because she's obeying God, and God commands her to be obedient to her husband. But her husband is commanded to treat her a particular type of way, you know?
Okay, so SNEAKO, I know you feel like he doesn't have the right definition of the red pill, but what do you say to what he's just said right now in regards to the approach to women? How different it is between the red pill and the God pill? What is your reply to that?
I think they go hand in hand. If you look in the Bible, all the men with status had multiple wives. All the most powerful men had multiple women.
And look what happened to them.
Hold up, JiDion, let him finish.
What happened to them?
Look at King Solomon. Look at King David.
What happened to him?
Do you not know the story? Don, I feel like you're a little bit. Can you tell him about King Solomon?
Yeah, no.
When he had multiple wives, 500 concubines.
He had harems. He had multiple, hundreds, maybe thousands of concubines. You know, multiple wives. And he wrote the book of Proverbs, and in it he lamented. He talked for an entire book. He wrote the book of Proverbs is mostly about warning young men against pursuing sex, promiscuity, adultery. He was like, yeah, because King Solomon. This is what he asked God for, right? He was very, very wise, right? He asked God for wisdom, and so God made him the wisest man to ever live, and whoever shall will live. In doing so, he had enough knowledge to gain a lot of wealth, and so as a result of that, as he got older, he decided that he wanted to test out all the various ways in life that people try to. Is there a feedback coming from?
No, you don't. You're good. You're good.
All right, test all the ways to experience joy, and in doing so, he went down the road of promiscuity and concubines and multiple wives, and after he wrote a book on it saying this is not it, this is horrible. And so so there's that. But then it's not true that every powerful man in the Bible did that, right? You look at Abraham, you look at Isaac, you look at Joseph, you look at Jacob. These are men with one wives, you know.
Okay.
Adam.
Okay. I want to let SNEAKO respond. How do you feel when you hear all this stuff?
All right, man. You kind of meat watching, but I mean, do you? I mean,
what?
I think we can follow that. I can still fuck who I want to fuck.
No, the thing is like, do you? But you're quoting the Bible as to justify your ideology, and then you get fucking dunked on. You're like, well, you're just kind of meat watching me. It's like, bro, like, be consistent. You know what I mean? Stop quoting the Bible and using it to justify your bullshit. Because that's so funny. It's because all they're doing is they're absorbing the sexist part of the Bible to say that sexism should be okay. Basically, that's all they're doing.
No, SNEAKO, you did not just quote the Bible saying all these motherfuckers have multiple wives, and then people were like, actually, that's not how it is. Like, yo, stop meat watching.
Yeah, but I'm not a Christian, bro. I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. I like aspects of different religions. So
Dude, always shifting the goalposts. Always shifting the goalposts here, bro. It's fucking nuts.
Quoting the Bible and stuff like that, but that's not what I follow. I like a lot of stuff.
Why'd you bring it up?
Why'd you bring it up? That's what people are going to
Because Christianity is an aesthetic for red pillars. They don't actually believe in any of the shit. They just say that I like God, but I'm spiritual, but I don't have a denomination, and I don't go to church, and I don't follow any of the top rules.
You guys are the girls that talk about astrology. It's the girls that talk about astrology all day.
Destiny, you just said a bunch of nonsense. First of all, Myron was a former Muslim. I think he's still a practicing Muslim. Tate, a lot of the times he aligns with Muslim practices. Me too. With the religion I wanted to convert to when I was a kid was Islam. So you're saying that we use Christianity? I didn't even bring up Christianity. I bring up God, but that doesn't automatically mean Christianity.
When you say so, God is somebody that exists, and I think in order to have a relationship with Him, you need to have some form of denomination or structured thing that you exist within in order to have that relationship with God. If God is just somebody that
that's what you think, okay, but I disagree with you. You can't make.
That's fine. You disagree, but no. But any truly God-fearing person has a structure in their life that they incorporate God into.
I'm not a God-fearing person.
Then you don't believe in God.
Why do you call that? Why do you call God if you're not a God-fearing person? Why would you call something you don't fear? Fear is respect.
Hold on. SNEAKO. Earlier, you said in the Bible, and then you went on to list the fact that people have multiple wives. They correct you.
Because John Don is Christian, and he's saying this stuff.
Yeah, so you keep referencing the Bible, so people are holding you to your bad references of the Bible. That's it. Stop saying that the Bible supports what I'm saying, because there's because it advocates for what I'm saying, but it doesn't. Very, very clearly does not.
Okay, but you recognize that what you're saying is wrong about the Bible and how they view having multiple wives. No.
I thought that most of the most powerful men in the Bible always had multiple wives.
Well, you're wrong. So
they did, and then bad shit would happen.
No, but it's not true that most of them did. And also, at the end of the day, God constantly spoke against it. God constantly spoke against adultery. You know, at least from the time of Moses, it was undeniable. But even prior to that, there were instances where men would have children with other women, and there was always repercussions for that. Or adultery would be committed, and there were always repercussions from that. It doesn't take long. It's by the second book of the Bible that thou shalt not commit adultery was established. So you don't have too much to look at in terms of text before you get a very clear opinion from God on how He views men sleeping with women who aren't their wives. So yeah.
Well, I'm not married, so
no. But
go ahead.
Also, I mean, I'm not. If you wanted to look at it from the Christian perspective, you don't have to be married to commit adultery. Any man who lusts after a woman has already committed adultery in her heart. So in his heart. And so, yeah, that's already breaking that commandment. You know what I mean? You don't have to be married to commit adultery is the point.
Okay.
I mean. Yeah.
Cool. All right. How do you feel about the God pill, SNEAKO? Are you with it? Or are you more? You still
I think it goes
like
hand in hand. I think what I don't even think that it's worth identifying ourselves with pills. Like that's what mostly I talk about in my videos, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that's the core thing I follow is the red pill. I just like seeking truth through funny. I like to go find the truth, and usually it comes from the funniest people. That's like I believe in. Ultimately, I think my philosophy is comedy is funny. I think if you follow that, you
Sounds like the Deaf Noodles defense, guys.
can never really be derailed because it's just spreading joy. It's just people laughing. You can't really go wrong in that. That's what I believe.
Okay, but do you agree that like your way of spreading joy is also spreading misery to many?
Yeah, bots, pussies. But eventually, like they'll wake up. They'll feel better.
Okay, so it's not joy for the majority. It's joy for the people who are.
No,
like,
it is
bots.
joy for the majority, but it's people actually. If you're saying that it spreads misery, they like it. They're entertained by it. People like having an emotional reaction to jokes. That's wrong. It's not really spreading misery. That's entertainment to bots.
Okay, all right.
Misery, whatever.
I think the God pill is the ultimate red pill. Frankly, I think Christianity is because I did the same thing. I was a truth seeker. I sought truth through funny in the same way, and it led me to God, and it specifically led me to Catholicism. That's where I wound up. So, I mean, I know we got involved in all the race stuff, but I think that it's funny that I don't want to get back into that, but I agree with Don that if we're going to have any semblance of coherence and cohesion in society, it's going to come from the only thing it's going to come from is Christianity, and that is the source of everything that's wrong in the country. That's the source of the spiritual crisis. Is the general amorality or immorality of people. It's the fact that we're not being led by Christians. We don't have moral Christian law. We don't have Christian education. That's at the heart of almost all the problems. That's the problem with conduct is it's not governed by religious law for people. So
I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I agree with Nick on.
I don't want to get in the race
because I mean I feel like because Destiny, you don't believe in the Bible, right?
No.
Not directly, no.
But I feel like if any logical person does read the Bible and doesn't add their 2 cents into it and doesn't try to change things, if you look at it point blank for what it is, if you were to follow it, it would be a cohesive, peaceful world.
Well, yeah and no. So this is the problem with it. Is that like if you followed it point by point, like women really don't get rights and neither do gay people. So like if your argument is if we oppress a lot of people and they go along with it, the world would be peaceful, sure. But what about the areas of the Bible that say you literally just can't be gay? Like it's a very, I just don't agree with that fully. I mean, I think that you can derive a lot of positive from religion. Like, I mean, I can't lie. I grew up religious, so I get a lot of my moral framework from religion. But, like, I can't attach myself to it because of somehow, like, shitty some of it is. Like, I don't think that a woman has to be under basically the thumb of a man. Right? So... What the fuck?
But the problem is, there's so many other religions, and then not only the fact that there's so many other religions, there's so many other different, like, there's basically a bunch of different religions in the Bible itself because so many people want to make their own opinions and pull their own things out of it. Like when I went to the most racist town in America, they literally believe that the beasts that were made on the 6th day are people that aren't white. So, that's a whole different religion in and of itself.
I feel like of all the major religions in the world, at the very least, your 3 big ones, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, like all of these religions, as much as people like to fight amongst them, they're like 95% similar in terms of the moral teachings that they have.
They have the same, it's the God of Abraham, but, it's pretty much
arguably all 3 worship the same God, right? Yeah. So, but I mean, like, you have like the same core moral teachings, and even if you venture outside of those and you go to like Buddhism and Hinduism, like the moral teachings are all going to be roughly similar. I think as long as you have some religion that's like a major religion, if it survived this long, the moral teachings are probably mapping on to something good or real that leads to like human happiness. As long as you're doing your best to like adhere to whatever religious principles you say you have, probably going to be doing okay. I think that's generally true.
Okay,
and I'm going to bring up a better world. Yeah.
SNEAKO, this is from one of your live streams. I know recently D'Angelo, the creator, came back and you'd reached his video where he talked about mental health issues and you had a lot to say about that video.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up some stuff just as a starting point first? Okay. So D'Angelo talked about the fact that after taking a hiatus from YouTube, he was pretty sad. He was depressed. He was dealing with a lot of mental health issues.
Yeah.
And watching him, talk about this stuff, cry about it, you felt a lot of different ways. One of the things that you kind of start off with is we shouldn't encourage people crying or saying this kind of stuff online. If you're sad, get over it. These are just some quotes I took together. Do you still feel that way? And if you do, why?
I think you get too much validation for talking about your mental health and crying and getting depressed. I think you can...
That's true. I'll give him that. That does tend to happen. Like, he's got a good point about that. Like, you know what? I'll say that, like, I think it's totally fine that you get upset, you get frustrated, and then you even step away from YouTube. Although he stepped away from YouTube, so he kind of has to explain why he did step away. So I actually don't blame him for D'Angelo for doing that. Because when you come back, people are gonna be like, where the fuck were you? But generally speaking, you should keep it to yourself. Well, not just yourself, sorry. You should keep it to, like, your close family, friends, people who you can trust and whatnot. Or else you start establishing parasocial relationships. for the most, I mean, that's like more of an issue of online creators though, because in the real world, if an online creator expresses their mental health, it's probably a little bit more understandable depending on how they do it. Like if they just talk about how they're depressed all the time, it's probably for attention to some degree. But if they disappear for like a fucking year and they come back, you kind of have to answer that question. When it comes to the average person, though, like posting on TikTok how depressed they are and fucking suicidal, that's totally different because that's not normal for them at all. They shouldn't be doing that. They're kind of just like, you should talk to your friends, your family, close people around you. It's not going to be a benefit of putting it online. Even for a creator, like I've been in instances where like, you know, you get emotional and you put stuff online. The biggest regrets I ever have, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's fucking frustrating. I hate it. You know, sometimes you kind of like, because I live stream, you know, and like you don't realize that you're fucking shitting on yourself when you know what I mean? And then you after everything happens, you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Like it's you don't realize like I don't want to express all of the specifics. You understand? If you know, you know. But like, yeah, man, it's a little complex when it comes to that, you know?
Say you could cry on a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break because I was on Twitter too much. And they do that because liberals will all go in the comments and be like, oh my God, feel better. Oh, I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this. And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more. It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine that other people are like validating your mental health problems. When reality,
he has a little bit of a point here. I just don't think that you could apply this generally to the general population.
Is your life hard? You're a successful YouTuber. You stream all day. Your life is fucking easy. You have the easiest job ever. You have the best job ever. And Twitter made you sad. Get over it, pussy.
So what would you say about people like Etika?
I think he actually did have some mental health problems.
Yeah, but I don't think did Etika. I don't want to like talk too much about Etika because like I know that's like a touchy thing. Did Etika express that he had mental health problems? Like a genuine question. I can't speak to it. If he didn't express it, then I would say that this type of ideology from SNEAKO is potentially what kind of kept him from being able to, you know, express himself. But I don't really know, you know. But it's an unfortunate situation, man.
So what's the difference between Etika and...
Oh, man. Just say you did it because he was a pussy. Be honest. Be consistent,
No, you can't switch up like that, bro.
What the fuck?
That guy seemed like he was actually deranged. You're laughing right now at the sky, but fucking D'Angelo Wallace was just on Twitter too much. He was doing cancel culture shit all day. He
did a lot. Etika talked about it a lot. Damn. That's just some sad shit.
Searching celebrities and trying to cancel people consistently, that shit made him sad. If you're the voice of cancel culture, you spew that much negativity, obviously it's gonna come back.
What the fuck happened? What the fuck? Are you guys there? Can you guys hear me?
So what's the difference between...
Oh, okay. It must have just bugged out. We're all here still? We're all good? Okay, sorry.
Etika and...
That was just on Twitter too much. He was doing cancel culture shit all day. He was
the video just like stopped working.
Searching celebrities and trying to cancel people consistently. That shit made him sad. If you're the voice of cancel culture, you spew that much negativity, obviously it's gonna come back to you. If you're on a moral high ground constantly, eventually you're gonna be like, oh shit. If you're constantly trying to, you can't say this, deplatform this, cancel that, you're gonna be sad. Etika seemed like he was going down the wrong path, and I think he was actually going insane. D'Angelo Wallace, bro, you're just on Twitter too much. Get over it.
Okay, let me try to bridge this, okay? Because for a lot of my life, I agree with you. I rail against these people. I shut on these people constantly. I used to fight with these people all the time. And when I say used to, I mean like a month and a half ago. I used to do this all the time. And there's something that I know in my head to be true, and it took somebody else pointing this out to me. When people engage in this hardcore cancel shit, when they do this stuff, more often than not, these are fucking miserable people. I don't know if you guys have ever
That's like people, Destiny.
Have you ever? No. If you don't think any of your audience is miserable, you are more delusional.
No, I'm saying cancel people.
Here is the reality.
There's cancel people on both sides, bro. I'm just being honest with you. The left tends to have a little bit more power over it, obviously, but it happens on the right too.
It's not just cancel people, okay? If you ever have
like the libs of TikTok is an entire cancel culture like ideology, and there are some things that go too far that libs of TikTok points out, but like a lot of times they're just trying to like cancel people that they don't understand shit. You know what I mean? Happens on both sides, and both sides will feel justifiable in what they're doing, and both sides will sometimes be right. Right?
The opportunity to dig through a hater's profile on the internet every single time, their lives fucking suck. So bad that I have always wanted to go in and I feel bad. I'll get some dude, he'll call me a virgin, he'll be fucking homophobic, whatever phobic, all sorts of shit on me. And then I'll start digging through his profile, and this dude's got like a YouTube channel with 250 videos with 7 views each, and half the views are his family, like trying to support him, right? Like more often than not, these people are sad as fuck. When you come at it from that perspective, and then you start seeing how people act online, I think that you can have a little bit of compassion, as hard as it is, and trust me, it's fucking hard, that when you see people acting out, they're doing their cancel culture shit, they're doing whatever, because more often than not, these people are fucking losers in life. And the only validation that they get is going online and crying crying about their problems or bullying other people. And it's not good. They shouldn't do it. But like, it's like the bully that you find at school who, when you go to his house, you see he's getting like molested by his fucking dad or whatever, right? You can have some level of understanding where it's like, yeah, the behavior's fucked. But maybe the solution isn't to just constantly shit on these people, because every now and then you might hit on somebody that's not a cancel culture nerd, but it's an etica, and then they kill themselves. It's like, well, fuck. Like, maybe I didn't need to go that hard on every single hater that I
disagree with you. I don't think it's my responsibility if somebody deletes himself. Like, I just, you know, if I say something that hurts their feelings, like, bro, what do you want? You want me to feel bad about that? That I said something
you don't have to do. Hold on. Let him finish.
Okay.
Yeah, like, you want me to have compassion for people who want to take away my platform? Basically,
I mean, you're talking to somebody that's been deplatformed, right? I just got banned off.
I have compassion. You know how many times I've been almost canceled?
Exactly.
I don't think there's
that's the ultimate form of empathy, isn't it? Like, the Destiny's been through it more than probably most of them, except for Nick Fuentes. But you know, fuck you, Nick.
Anybody in this room that has caught more shit from other people. At one point, I literally had every single blue check mark on fucking Twitter on my ass.
Fuck 'em all.
So
I feel that too, man, because I keep forgetting I was banned off TikTok. So like. I was banned off of TikTok, so I guess I'm in a similar sphere. But I don't have this like fuck the world mentality that SNEAKO has.
But if anything, so I feel like if anything, I could talk the most about compassion. You know, fucking even today, H3H3, I felt like he was exhibiting liberal racism to the fullest. And then, you know, my editor made a joke and made a joke title, and then he made a whole video, you know, talking about me. And I still hopped on the stream and I had a civil discussion. You know, I didn't go in there shitting on him. I didn't go in there bringing him down and stuff. And you know, like, you know, I'm not trying to diss on Ethan or nothing, but it's known that he's on antidepressants. It's known that he's depressed, and you know, I hope he gets rid of that spirit on him. But you know, when I hopped into the call with you earlier, SNEAKO, you wanted to hop on his show and shit on him even more.
Well, you know, it's interesting because people will misinterpret the antidepressant arm and be like, "Oh, so you're just making fun of people with issues." That's not what he's saying, man. What he's saying is that, like, if you need to go on some kind of medication, there's something going on in your life, and while the medication might help, it's still not like ideal, and it's still fucking you up in some way. Which Ethan talks about. I believe he talks about how it's like contributing to his weight gain and shit. And that's all he's trying to say, man. Like, ideally, none of you should try to be on medication. It's a bad thing to do. It sucks, you know, especially medications for your mental health. Those are the worst, you know, because I know I'm on medication for my shit, on my diabetes. And I'm getting to the point where I'm slowly being able to wean off. But you know what I mean? Like, mental health medications are so much worse, bro. And it's not ideal to be on that kind of shit.
And you literally joke about him being on antidepressants. Yeah. And it's like,
he's not
if
depressed.
anything,
He's just
H3's done more harm to me than he's ever done to you. I don't even know if he's talked about you on his platform yet.
No, never.
But
yeah,
so he's not even talked about you, and you still want to go shit on. Isn't that hater behavior?
Yeah, I want to make fun of him. I want to shit on him. He used to be a comedian. Maybe that's going to ignite the funny back instead of like, bro, he's going brain dead from these antidepressants and cancel culture. He talks so slow. It sucks. So I want to go on, roast him.
I feel like he's always talked the same speed, though.
Get him triggered, and maybe the old Ethan will wake back up again.
That's bullshit. You don't think that. You just want to fuck with the guy, and you've gone through some weird like mental gymnastics to try to like, pretend that you're that what you're doing is actually virtuous. That's what that was. That was a virtuous rant about how you want to just fuck with Ethan, and that's fine that you want to fuck with him, but don't pretend that you have like this virtuous mentality. I want to fuck with Ethan, so maybe the old Ethan will come back. No, you don't. You just want to fuck with the guy because you would think it's funny and you know it'd be good for content, but you don't actually give a shit outside of that. You don't think it's gonna change his mind and make him magically like less of a fucking dickhead or less like, you know. So like, what are you talking about? You're so full of shit.
Roasting is good. We
Abba.
need bullying. Bullying makes people better.
Okay.
We were me and SNEAKO, we be talking on the phone like when we're not streaming. And we were talking. He, I'm gonna tell. Is it cool if I tell you what we talk about on the phone?
No, I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so we were talking about it, and he was showing me how people on his Reddit, all it is just straight hate, literally paragraphs. Like they write full page essays, and I saw that, and I felt empathy for him, and I was like, SNEAKO, bro, like, are you okay, man? Like, having nothing but something where it should be nothing but positivity. I was like, bro, is this like good? And he was like, yeah, it does a little bit, you know. Like, I don't want to always get shit on.
Did I say that?
But that's literally what you said, bro.
I said fuck them. I don't care about essays.
Wow, this guy, he won't admit when he's feeling upset. Reddit's garbage, by the way. Reddit's fucking worthless. People, dude, I was saying this the other day. The people on, it's so funny because I agree with this. The people on Reddit are pathetic. Like, I get criticism, and I'm totally fine with it. I would say that my YouTube comment criticism is much more constructive for the most part. There's plenty of dumb fucks in there, but people on there tend to be a little bit more constructive. But on Reddit, it is a fucking shit show. It is the cesspool of the internet. It is worthless. And if you consistently engage on Reddit, you are probably one step away from walking off a fucking cliff, because that's how just ridiculous Reddit is, bro. It is not healthy. It's not productive. It's bad. It's bad for you and your mental health, bro. I'm just letting you know. Go outside. Like, there's a level of truth to it, man. Like, the fact that your obsession with some people and like reframing things negatively. Like people, like literally, Ethan made a joke. Ethan made a joke the other day where he made a joke about how like, oh, would you rather choose killing black people or Jewish people? And I was like, oh, I chose Jewish people just as like a joke, so I didn't have to listen to you anymore. And I was like, I'm just kidding. Like, I'm totally joking. I was only said it because it was set up for the joke by Ethan. And people are like, see, Papa Gut's anti-Semitic. I fucking knew it. This guy's this, this guy that. But then if Ethan makes an edgy joke, you're like, no, it's okay. It's just a joke. It's like you guys are so fucking dumb. Not Ethan. You're fucking the Redditors. You're so stupid. You have no fucking moral or logical consistency. It's whatever. It's just whatever. Everything that somebody says is a weapon to you because you're so embarrassing and parasocial, and you love a content creator so much that you can't take a step back and you think this is the problem. Oh, I don't like this person, so they're bad. That's not how being bad works. There's people I don't like. I don't think that they're bad people. I just don't like them, and I can acknowledge that different people don't like or do like things based on like different qualities. So me not liking somebody doesn't make them a bad fucking person at all. I don't even think that. It's just like, yeah, not for me. That's what an adult. That's what I would say. That's what mature adults do. Like, yeah, I don't like this person. Not for me. Boom. That's it. There's nothing too deep about it, so they just move on. But for these Redditors, they lack. I guess they lack like some kind of like love or personal connection in their life to such a degree that like Ethan is their fucking friend and their family to them. And I'm just letting you know, he's not your friend. He's not your family. He doesn't really care about you. And that's not. I'm not saying that he's dishonest with his, because most content creators don't care specifically about like the people in their audience. Right? That just goes for everybody. Sorry if that upsets you. There are people who come in here consistently and they might chat, and I'm like, oh, those are cool people. So those people matter to me more. But like, you have to disconnect from the parasocial aspect. Like it's more like it's almost like interactive TV, where sometimes you can interact and it's cool and it can be fun. But like, you have to stop pretending that these people are your family, because they're just not. And like, you're fucking delusional, bro. Okay? So you need to stop ride or dying for like everybody. Just because you like them more, especially when you're going to be fucking like morally and logically inconsistent, because then you just look like a fucking moron. Just letting you know.
Okay.
I don't remember saying that. Seriously. Okay. Finish.
But that's literally that's what he told me. He was like, yeah, it gets to me a little bit, you know. And that's when we were talking about you being the villain. I was like, bro, you don't always need to be the villain. And you were like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the villain, but I feel like someone has to be.
No, what I said was people like to hate watch. I don't want to be the villain, but I understand there's a lot of people.
Well, don't you hate watch though? A lot of SNEAKO's content is hate watching other people. No? Holy fuck! What the fuck? Yeah, sure. Jesus, fuck. I don't know. It would take a couple, maybe like an hour or two. Yeah, this is a long video. My wife just scared the shit out of me. What was I fucking saying? Oh, SNEAKO. A lot of SNEAKO's content is like hate watching, like fucking mostly women. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like isn't that? I mean, it's a lot of hate watching. What are you talking about? And that's even like. That's fine, but that's what most of your content is turned into. Is like hate watching mostly girls. Like Mom versus SNEAKO. You know, it's like SNEAKO reacts to like, oh, some of it's positive where he's like jerking off Matt Walsh and shit. But like this is a hate watching video. You were on a like Professional podcast. Here's a hate watching video. This is like you talking to JiDion. This is you talking to JiDion. Right? Oh, Ziz is a fucking legend, I'll tell you that. Like, here's a hate watching video, hate watching Hassan, right? Like, that's okay, but you do it too. Don't pretend that you don't.
Online, they treat it like murder documentaries. They want to find somebody that they disagree with or that disagrees with their ideas, and they want to write essays. They like to watch and analyze and
That's what you do. You do the same thing.
Analyze and try to get in my head, tell me to go to therapy, type an essay about why I changed, try to figure out. They treat it like I'm a character on a show. It's not that I want to be the villain. I just understand that that's entertainment for a lot of people. So I don't want to get.
So then you're complicit in people hate watching you, right? Like, I just understand that they need. Like, what are you, Batman? I may not be who they want, but I'm the person like they need. What is that fucking quote? He's pretending he's fucking Batman. What the hell are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Somebody needs to be the villain to give these people purpose in their life. What the fuck are you on about, bro?
Give them compassion and empathy, because it's fuck it. At the end of the day, it's just entertainment. And
in that moment, you said it got to you a little bit.
I don't remember saying that.
SNEAKO, finish with your point.
I got into this because I wanted to be a comedian. I really wanted to be a stand-up comedian. That's why I started doing YouTube. So at the end of the day, if I'm entertaining people, my job is being done. If they could type what I told you, what I remember is if they could write a whole fucking essay about a stream, which they're probably doing right now in the comment section, if they could type a whole paragraph longer than their homework and not make any money out of it, they were entertained. They had fun. They like it.
Hold up. I gotta push back on something. You constantly come up here talking about you're spreading the truth, that you're changing people's lives. You want to make them hustle. You want to make all this stuff. I get that you also want to crack jokes, but we need to stop doing this whole thing where you come in on the comedian angle to kind of like obfuscate any kind of responsibility that you
I'm
have.
not trying to take responsibility.
No, because it does sound, okay, when you hear you talk like, I'm just here to entertain, I'm just here to entertain. That's not true. You're not just here to entertain. If you're being honest, you're here to spread the truth, to open people's minds, to push men to do better. That's not what a comedian does.
But who's your favorite comedian? Patrice, right?
Sure.
Patrice O'Neal, Dave Chappelle. Got Dave Chappelle, give me that $100 bill over there on that wall. The best way to get to truth is through comedy.
Okay, but there's a difference between just making jokes and using comedy as a vehicle to express something that you really feel, right? So it just sounds like he's saying, because right now what SNEAKO's saying, he's just grifting for money and for attention. That's literally what he's saying right now. I'm just grifting. I don't really believe what I say. Then it's like, well, actually, I use video, humor as a vehicle. Okay, that's fine. Like, but you have to be consistent. Like, you're using jokes to relay a message that you feel strongly about, because using humor will allow you to more easily convey that message. But when you keep saying it's just comedy, like right now, you're saying that you just act a certain way for attention. Like, it's weird. Like, I like, you're very weird about like your perspective. Like, it's bizarre.
I don't disagree, but you need to stop doing this whole thing where you're pretending like you're just here to do comedy. That's not what it is. You're actually here to change people's lives and open their eyes to the truth.
But like you saying all this shit, bullying and stuff, and then you're like, hey, at the end of the day, it's just a joke, guys. I'm just joking. I'm here to entertainment. It's all entertainment purposes. It's like you can say the most fuck shit in the world, but then when people are getting onto you, it's like, nobody in this world can take a joke. Like, what's up, guys? Like, I'm just here joking.
SNEAKO's right, because you have to be offensive in order to be funny, in order to be interesting. Like, the way
I don't think you have to be offensive, and you can be. Like, there's also, you don't have to be incredibly offensive to be funny. You could be a little bit offensive, a little edgy, and it won't be as bad. But okay.
The way that people want to have it in society now is where nothing is offensive and nobody's feelings get hurt. And you know what you get when you do all of that? You wind up with like what we have with SNL. You wind up with Joe Biden. You wind up with what we have on TV. Everything
I didn't know that Joe Biden was a failed comedian. No shit.
Sucks because of that. So I think that in order to be a great person, in order to be a great man and a great thinker, you have to be reckless sometimes and offensive and provocative and hurt people's feelings. I think that's part and parcel of it. And I don't
think a man tries to be offensive or provocative and tries to hurt people's feelings. I think that sometimes there are truths that need to be said that might offend people, but they're still true. And you could still relay truths like that in a way that's as where you downplay or you try to be as non-offensive as possible, right? It's called like just having a little bit of like a fucking compassion for somebody.
I think that if you're we all have some responsibility, but thinking too much about your responsibility to other people, it prevents greatness. It prevents progress. It prevents people from doing anything and saying anything interesting. So I totally support it. Even though I don't even agree with everything SNEAKO says when he says like, I want to have a harem. It's like, I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's provocative. Same with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate promotes porn. I think porn is one of the most evil things in society. But Tate also says other things that are provocative and get people thinking, and it's different. It's better than Hassan. It's better than all this other garbage we have to swallow every day. So
I think
you gotta go off.
I think the issue that we run into, and this is funny because earlier people were talking about like level 1 takes, right? To say that comedy is just like telling jokes is not true, right? One of the like underlining and maybe the defining aspect of some of the best comedians is that their jokes contain huge nuggets of truth in them. Oftentimes that's why they're funny. So I think the issue is that when you start making observations in a funny way, which is what comedy is sometimes, and then when somebody's like, man, they're not saying your comedy is offensive. They're not saying that your jokes are bad. What they're really saying is, I disagree with your observations. That's what they're really saying when they have a problem with the comedy. So when you back up from that point, you're just like, oh, well, it's just jokes. It's like, okay, like if I were to hang out with any of the other people in this call besides Nick, and I were to constantly tell like black jokes all day long, just racist black jokes, and then you guys were like, hey, that's kind of like, it feels kind of shitty after a while. I'm like, bro, it's just jokes. Why are you upset? It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The problem isn't the joke, and it's not the offensiveness. It's that at some point you're gonna get this underlying thought that it's like, damn, bro, it kind of seems like you just hate black people, right? Or we might not talk about racial jokes. It might be any type of humor. Where after a while, it's like, man, it kind of seems like you're just an asshole. It seems like you're a shitty person. It seems like you're kind of a piece of shit. But you can't just hide behind it. Like, well, it's just jokes all day. I think is the point.
What do you want me to apologize?
No. My point, SNEAKO, is
just be aware of it. What do you want me to do? No, just be a little bit aware of what you're saying, or just stop hiding behind it's just jokes. Like if you're gonna be offensive, just be like, yeah, I'm offensive, and just don't care, like whatever. But like own it. I think that's the biggest thing. Is like be a fucking man. Own it. If you're gonna be an asshole, just be a man. I don't keep saying that it's just jokes. I'm just kidding, guys, because now it just sounds like you are aware that you're being offensive, but you don't want people to think you're being offensive. You know what I mean? So now you're just hiding behind a joke. Jokes aren't meant to be hid behind. You could argue that that's something that Ethan does, and like that you should like not want to do that, right? But it sounds like SNEAKO's more like Ethan Klein than he thinks, bro. Maybe they'll collab soon.
I think their points is, at least mine, you know me, I do stand up. I've been doing stand up for a very long time. Okay. And I love what comedians are doing online in terms of telling their jokes. Fine. That's great. But I think there's a giant difference between the portions where you're clearly telling jokes and just being humor. And then other times where you're just straight up talking to your audience. Like there is no joke in the middle there. There is no ha, there's a punchline. I'll defend anybody to the death if that's what they're doing. But oftentimes I see comedians just literally having 1 hour political rants. And then when they get critiqued on it, they're like, oh, no, I'm just here to entertain. I'm like, no, bro, you didn't do a single setup. You didn't do a single punchline.
Okay,
I don't mind if you want to.
But they're not critiquing. They're trying to deplatform you. It's not critiquing. They're saying that I'm a loser. I'm an incel. They're saying all these throwing these words. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. I can't be on these platforms. I'm harmful. I'm the enemy. Bro, someone tweeted the other day, SNEAKO's a loser. LMFAO. It got 20,000 likes. It was like the highest like tweet on this guy's. That's not a critique.
But it was funny. That's why 20,000 people liked it.
I don't even mind if they want to come out.
But he thought it was funny. So by your logic, it should be perfectly okay. Now you're taking other people's jokes too seriously. See, this guy said I was stupid. Well, okay.
But what do you mean? It was funny. 20,000 people liked it, so obviously it was funny.
Hold on.
The joke is that you're a loser. That was the joke.
Okay,
it was comedy.
That's not true. They know I'm not a loser.
Listen. All right, so SNEAKO doesn't listen, bro. I don't know if I'd call SNEAKO a loser. Truly, he's just a very misguided guy. But a lot of people feel he's a loser because he's like he hates women, right? Which he's even said he doesn't think women are equal to men. So like he doesn't like women. He thinks they're a joke. He's very disrespectful. Based on a lot of these characteristics, people would have a very easy time of believing by their ideology, by their categories, that this person is a loser. So, I mean, okay. Like, so he's just like, well, I'm not a loser, so this can't be true. Oh, all right. I mean, like, of course, if somebody made a joke about how I'm a loser, I wouldn't take it personally. I think it was funny because I know I'm not a loser either. But I'd also know that they were probably referring to something that they disagree with me on, right? So, like, that's kind of the joke. I'm just letting you know. But realistically, like, yeah, man, it's hard. It's sad to say, but like, you're kind of a lol cow. And so, I'm just saying, brother, you know.
But hey, I guess 20,000 people do that.
No, okay, they can like a tweet.
It's like 20,000 people in here, like hearing you say that H3 is on antidepressants. Like I don't see the joke in that, but to you, that's the joke. No, so 20,000 people like it. So 20,000 people on Twitter think that you're a loser. So that obviously, hey, all he has to do is back up and say, "Hey, SNEAKO man, I was making a joke."
That's a dumb argument. The truth is,
H3's
on antidepressants and he doesn't.
It is a dumb argument. That is his point. That's kind of like JiDion's point. It's like it's a dumb argument. But like, if you're gonna say everything's just a joke, then boom.
Need to be. The truth is, I'm not a loser, and people say that, but they want to bring me down. The point is, when I got fake jumped when I was doing a movie and I posted a picture with makeup, the amount of people who were celebrating it and like really wanted me to die was alarming. And I got screenshots.
Yeah, that is probably alarming. I'm sure that happened. But then on the other hand, it's kind of pathetic how you felt the need to stage like a fade, like beat up for attention, because that is what you did ultimately. So like, there's two sides to that. To me, like that would make me feel like you're kind of a loser. Oh, it was a social experiment. Yeah, okay, I get it, but also it's kind of fucking cringe, bro. But you know, whatever. I mean, that's just a difference of perspective.
To everybody, all the tweets went viral. These replies got thousands of likes. People saying it should have been a bullet. People posting celebration gifs for the fact that they thought I got hurt in the subway. They thought somebody jumped me. Even in my fucking subreddit, somebody took a picture of me like walking outside of a mall and posted it on the subreddit. And in the comment section was saying, "Yeah, it'd be funny if he got jumped because he defended Myron on Fresh and Fit." So fuck those people. I'm here talking and they literally want me to die. Fuck that. That's not critiquing. That's hate.
You're not just talking. What are you saying?
He's free thinking. Let the man free
thinking. They want me to die. They want me to die. But the difference is,
I think they're wrong. I think everybody on your Twitter, on those sub, I think they're scumbag. I think they're scum of the earth. I think they should be condemned. I think their platform should be taken away because you should not act like that.
For sure.
But when you really look at it, you do the same thing.
Okay, no, I'm not. The difference is I'm trying to entertain and I'm trying to further thought. I'm trying to make people think, and these people just want me to get hurt.
They're thinking though. Those people are pieces of shit, but other people who think you're a loser are just thinking. They're thinking that you're a loser. You know what I mean? Like that's the thought that you've gotten to inspired in them. You know, that is what it is.
Critiquing, they're not providing valuable criticism. They're just saying
a lot of people actually do. He just doesn't listen to it. I'm not saying those people on Twitter are. Those people on Twitter are fucking unhinged, but I'm just saying.
You're a loser. They're just saying get hurt. They're saying you're a misogynist. That's not criticism. That's just nonsense words to try to get me canceled.
So, SNEAKO, real quick. When they see you online laughing at somebody who's saying they're having mental breakdowns, that they're depressed, that they've had suicidal thoughts for quite some time, okay, and basically minimizing what they're doing, they're seeing you try to commit harm to somebody else. You're pretty much invalidating what they're saying and saying it's not real.
That's not me committing harm. That's not laughing at somebody who shouldn't be depressed, who thinks they're depressed. That's not committing harm.
Listen, there are some people who are fake depressed, but I don't think D'Angelo Wallace is that person in any capacity. So this is a young guy who got famous early, and it's like overwhelming to be like popular. I'm not even that popular at all, and it can still be very stressful sometimes. Like you should know this at this point. I think that SNEAKO's just cut off all of his like access to emotion, so he doesn't like, experience how frustrating it is. But clearly, it is frustrating to him because he's expressing it right now. How he's frustrated with people saying that he should die. But like that, like yeah, you're minimizing that person's experience. Like that is probably like real. It's a real thing, man. Some people are just like super fucking depressed because of the internet. My wife hates being on camera now because of the internet, because of like some of the conversations that unintentionally centralize around her. She fucking hates it, so she just disconnects from the internet, right? But like some people hate it, and then when it's your part of it's your job, they can get incredibly stressful. Like, what are you talking about? Like, those people have like real mental health issues, you know? And just because I think that people should try not to be on antidepressants doesn't mean I don't understand why they are.
It's like lighten up, lighten
How
up.
who are you to say who should or shouldn't be depressed? Isn't that like a pretty high bar?
Nobody should be depressed.
Yeah, nobody should be depressed, but people are depressed. I mean,
nobody should be depressed. Why should you? Why would you want to be depressed? You shouldn't be depressed.
Okay, so then wait. So then why was Attica depressed?
He had stuff going on in his head, but he shouldn't have been depressed. It's a better life if
so
you're.
then how do you get him to a point where he's no longer depressed? Ideal, like an idealistic perspective. Just imagine, just feel better. Sometimes people have like issues with their brain chemistry and they just need help. Sometimes the environment can be so like catastrophic to your mental perspective that you need some kind of help. What are you talking about?
Not depressed.
Do you think depressed people don't know that?
A lot of depressed people, a lot of the liberals that like are on your side watching your stream will adamantly defend depression until they die. They want to be depressed because they don't want to improve. Attica was lost, bro.
I don't know if there are people that want to be depressed.
Yeah, they
people
do.
that truly
There
are.
are.
There are some people who want to pretend to be depressed, for sure. But that doesn't mean that like they necessarily like that's for attention. But like that's not D'Angelo. I've watched some D'Angelo Wallace's content. I don't agree with a lot of this, like, or I don't know if it's a lot, but the things that I've watched, I didn't necessarily agree with him. But that motherfucker doesn't want to be depressed. I never got that idea from him. I don't think that's a reasonable claim to make in any capacity. This motherfucker better have a cure. Yeah, he does.
Bullshit.
I'm sure there are some people that like
depression.
this juice.
People love depression because they don't want to take accountability. They don't want to work. That's liberals. That's why they get fat. That's why they take antidepressants. They don't, and that's why H3H you can't even fucking debate. They're pussy. They don't want to have any confrontation in their life. They just want to take pills and have someone tell them all their problems are not your fault when they really are.
So do you feel like for people, depression is a choice?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think so. There again, for the people who are faking depression, which is what you're referring to, it obviously is a choice. Most people aren't. And actually, one of the sad things is that there are people who will be depressed, but they'll overplay it. Like they'll be depressed genuinely about something in their life, and then they're like, "Well, I get some attention on TikTok, so I'm going to like express my depression on TikTok." That's an unhealthy dynamic, absolutely. But it's not as common, or it's not as simple as like, they're just faking to be depressed. It's not that simple, bro. It's simply not that fucking simple.
Okay. That happened to me too. I thought I was depressed and I was in college. I'm like, wait a second. I'm in a first world. I come from a middle class background. I could go on the internet and make money right now. I'm just not uploading videos. I shouldn't be depressed. Why would I want to be depressed? I'm laying in bed. Bro, the decision is get out of bed. And people don't even want to take that accountability anymore. I'm in bed. Get up, pussy. I'm tired of that shit.
What's funny is that he was the pussy. And like, yeah, you were able to talk yourself out of it. Cool. So then wouldn't it make more sense to try to get people to understand that perspective? Right? Like, yeah, when I get frustrated and depressed with like certain things, like let's say like I have like an issue on like social media and like there's like a big blow up right, recently that frustrates me. Like it frustrates me. I take a step back, I reevaluate, and then I force myself to stream because it's like I have to push through it. And then it happens. You know what I mean? Like that's how a lot of people have to be, but it's not always as easy. Like the strategy of doing that isn't always like just like as easy as like 1, 2, 3, you know?
Okay. All right. Yo, Don, you there?
Wow, this scheme is
all right, Don, I know you wanted to speak. I didn't want to leave you out. You want to go?
No, I was just wondering.
My fucking wife comes home and all of a sudden she's turning every fucking thing on. Now I can't like fucking play this game. This is incredible. I love it so much.
First, what we were even getting on SNEAKO about in regards to what he said. Like you were saying something along the lines of, oh, he has something that like an idea, a concept he was standing on, and then when he gets pressed about it, he says, oh, it's just entertainment. I was just trying to ask what that was, because I personally haven't seen that happen.
Seen him.
So you were saying that there are people out there who will say something that's risque, right? And then when they get pressed online, then they go to, guys, I'm a comedian.
Oh yeah, this happens all the time. There's a guy right now. His name is there's a creator named Def Noodles who's just out here calling people pedophiles and saying whatever they look like, and then they'll obfuscate by saying, "Oh, I'm a comedian."
Yeah. Hey, like shout out to shout out to Def Noodles. Told me a pedophile. Thank you. We're part of the lore. We're part of the lore of this. We're part of the lore of this conversation, guys. Shout out. Thank you for officially slightly listen. This is gonna sound stupid. Listen, I was a little bit I was 1/1,000,000th of a percentile part of this conversation. And hey, listen, at least there's a silver lining. Oh my god, I can't do fucking anything right now. Okay. All right. Well, we're just gonna listen to the conversation then.
Out here, he's going in, he's spreading the truth, red pill, not always in a joking manner. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But when he's getting critiqued on some of his takes, he falls back oftentimes on I'm an entertainer. I'm just here to spread joy or humor.
What have I done?
I'm like, that's a bit.
You just said it in the conversation, bro. Well,
You've not said numerous times that you're just here to entertain.
When have I done that when somebody criticized me fairly? I don't remember ever doing that.
When we were talking about Tommy and
every single time he feels like every criticism you leverage against NEAKO is not fair to him. It's never a fair criticism. That's just always his take on almost every situation. So this is why this is like a dishonest thing. He's just like, well, when have I ever gotten a reasonable criticism that I've just said like I've made an excuse for? All of them. You just don't think they're reasonable because you're not really very self-aware.
Talking about bullying needs to be reinstated.
And I was
like, bro, what are you over here talking about?
Yeah,
like,
bullying is good.
Then you said, hey man, I'm just joking. Like you still agree with what you're saying.
He's saying that bullying is okay and we should do more of it. But then when people bully you and tell you that you shouldn't be alive, all of a sudden or just tell you that you're a loser. Let's not even go to that far. You're like, no, this is wrong.
We're not saying that you're backing off of it, saying that it's not valid. Like you still agree with what you're saying, but you're saying it in a joking manner.
That guy that you're talking about, the pedophile, he's trying to discredit everything he's saying. What I'm saying is true, but I'm still joking too. I'm still trying to.
Wait, what?
Valid, like you still agree with what you're saying, but you're saying it in a joking manner.
That guy that you're talking about, the pedophile, he's trying to discredit everything he's saying. What I'm saying is true.
Whoa, SNEAKO unintentionally defends me. He's referring to the Deaf Noodles thing. Wow, SNEAKO just unintentionally fucking defended me. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
But I'm still joking too. I'm still trying to entertain. But yes, bullying is good. It makes you a better person.
Okay, so can we not just focus on your take? Like, we don't really care if you said it in a joking manner or not. You truly believe that bullying is good. So that's all we want to talk about. But then if you just shield yourself and say, well, I'm just joking, it's like, we don't really care about the fact that you're joking.
I'm not shielding myself from that.
Yes, you are. You just keep saying you're joking.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Don, does that answer your question?
Yeah. We're talking about, I guess the only thing, the only thing I would guess if I were to ask NEAKO, I don't feel like, I agree 100% that, that's what SNEAKO is doing, but relevant to this particular conversation, wouldn't you say that the people who were wishing all of those like ill things against you, that was a form of bullying?
True.
Wouldn't you say that wasn't a
form of bullying? What's a form of bullying? Telling me to die?
Yeah. No, that's a form of bullying for sure.
Okay, that's too far. Bullying is banter. That's wishing death about somebody. I don't think that's bullying. I think.
What about the people who call you a loser? Wouldn't that be okay by your logic?
That's just pure hatred. Me saying that HVAC should get off antidepressants, that's bullying, but I don't want him to die. I want him to be better. But a lot of the people on the left.
I don't think that he really thinks that. I think he uses that as an excuse. He justifies his bullying by thinking it'll have the negative, the outcome of him getting better, but I don't think he really thinks that. Like, he doesn't want to get on H3's podcast and talk to him so that he could make him better. He wants to dunk on him for content and then assign the idea that it might make him better, so it's okay, We already know bullying doesn't actually work, right? Like, there needs to be a level of stern reasoning and compassion, right? So, when you're like, oh, you shouldn't be fat, ew, disgusting, you're fucking nasty. Yeah, that's bullying. If you're like, hey, it's not good to be fat, but maybe I can help you with pathways to lose weight. Maybe we could start with just drinking water. That's expressing a hard truth, like a man, in a compassionate way, while also understanding that you're gonna take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. It's not the same thing. This is stupid. He thinks that bullying is the same as hard truths, and they're not.
I died, they'd start celebrating. There's a difference between bullying and then just hating on somebody. Those are 2 different things. You can't equate those.
Okay, all right, and that's fair. I've never heard you call for the death of somebody, nor have I ever heard you you've never I would be surprised to ever see you celebrating someone's death.
I would never do that.
I would never do that. I was just curious. I was just curious to see
I don't think you would do that either,
if you felt like that. But I hear what you're saying. But you don't mind people, coming at you, calling you all the things they're calling you. You feel like that's good too.
Yeah, name calling is fine. Name calling is fine. Sure.
Cool. I wanted to bring it back to something he said earlier.
But clearly, the name calling isn't helping SNEAKO to change, right? We already know that. It's not helping him to change. It's just making him double down. So logically, what he's saying is you know what I mean? It's not like people calling SNEAKO a fucking moron and all this other stuff. It's not actually changing him. It's just making him double down into his own ideology.
And I want to kind of just centralize the conversation on that. Do you guys, does the rest of the panel here believe that depression is a choice?
Well, I think that you have to separate out what
you guys are so weird. Every once in a while, I get a comment that's like, Papa God, why are you acting like you're there with him? What do you mean? I'm just doing commentary on the video. Like, I'm obviously not there with them. This is how do you do commentary? Let me see your fucking channel. Like, I very clearly know I'm not there. I'm just talking. I'm just fucking doing, like, bouncing off what they're saying. This is how I do commentary, bro. Okay? And some people like it. All right? Stop bullying me. Or stop bullying me or I'm going to fucking cry. Okay?
Because there are people that...
Is it tough love or bullying? So here's the thing with tough love versus bullying. Generally, you don't know everybody. So, like, if your best friend is, like, overweight and you know that person really well and you give them tough love, which might be which could be considered bullying to somebody that wasn't your friend, that's different because you know them so well that, like, you know what they may and may not respond to. That doesn't mean you're always going to be right about it. That's different from just, like, pretending that everybody's just like you, friend. Like, let's say SNEAKO might respond really positively to some form of like you have to stop being a pussy. That might work really well for him. Doesn't work for most people, right? And so that's the problem with what he's doing. Come on, bro. Play the video.
Are experiencing grief, and that's due to circumstance. That's due to, you know, that somebody dies or something bad happened to them, and it's like largely circumstantial and sort of understandable. You have people that are mentally ill, and you have to admit that there is this entire vocabulary now and this movement about mental wellness and mental health. And you have a lot of young people that, and this is, I think, to SNEAKO's point, there's really no reason to be depressed, but this has become a cudgel.
Get the fuck out of here. There's no reason to be depressed. You're literally going on a tangent before about how we have to change the media and about how, like, that's a huge problem, which I agree with. What do you think people are depressed for? Because of fucking people. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I got a $250 tip. What the fuck?
Subscribed.
Thank you for the sub. I have to listen to these now really quick. 7 minutes ago, Anonymous gave me $250. Holy fuck. Thank you.
Fan 12 just resubscribed for 20 months.
Thank you so much for the sub, brother.
Love you, Papa.
Thanh you. I appreciate that. Rich God, yeah. If that person's still here, do you want your money back? Like, seriously.
Subscribed for 10 months. 10 months. Whoa, this conversation is crazy.
It is crazy, brother. Do you want your money back, bro?
Black_pyramid just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you so much for the sub, brother.
Stomach, royal belly, supreme stomach ache,
Very good.
bearded gullet, stretchy abdomen, warm roundabout, pompous prowler.
Very pogger.
Sale just resubscribed for 3 months.
Hey, thanks for the resub.
I hope you and Mama Gut are doing good.
We're doing
Love
pretty well.
The content, Pappy.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Arts_menace just resubscribed for 9 months. Happy 9 months, Papa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother, for the consistent thing.
Anonymous tipped $250. Nice dits.
Oh, thank you. These are them right here. I appreciate that, brother. If you want your money back, just let me know. But you have to let me know soon. Okay? Let me know within, like, the hour. Because I saw that bullshit Xanderhall thing where some guy over, like, the course of, like, a year or something donated, like, $650 to this guy, and then he asked for it all back. Okay? And that's fucking dumb. It's one thing to be like, hey, bro, I gave you a little too much money this week. Could you give me a little bit? Oh, or, you know what I mean? Like, okay. But you wait like a whole fucking year. Oh, can I have my money? Like, it's not a bank, bro. This isn't like your taxes. Like, I overpay the fuck out of my taxes so that they give me a bunch of money back at the end of the year. Okay? Because, like, that's how that. Okay, but this isn't a tax thing. Okay? All right, motherfucker. Plus, you have to refund. Like, it's hard to just, like, give people money as well. Because, like, I have to refund the charge. So, because if I just, you know what I mean? It's different. Because then I have to pay taxes on it, and you gave me the money. Imagine you give me $1,000 over like a year, and then you're like, I can have it back. I got to give you $1,000 plus I have to pay tax on that. Fuck you, bro. Anyway, if you want your money to refund it, no problem, brother. That's a lot of money. So hopefully you're doing well.
You have this whole generation of histrionic people that everything is depression, everything is mental illness. A lot of people are just toxic, and then they say, I'm like bipolar. Oh, I'm like something else. Oh, like I'm a lazy piece of shit, but that's because I'm like depressed. And so, unfortunately, for the people that actually are...
Listen, he's not necessarily wrong about some of this. It's not all people, but he's not necessarily wrong about this.
Experiencing grief or are experiencing something that requires like a clinical intervention, they're hijacking that vocabulary to describe being lazy, being some other kind of thing. You know, sometimes people are just careless and don't want to take accountability for their actions. So, and it is largely driven.
Yeah, there's way too much self-diagnosing. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, it's such a complex situation where, first of all, people don't necessarily have the access to be able to get a diagnosis. But then on top of that, we have like a very depressing society based on like a multitude of factors, like the media. Social media is massively toxic. That'll fuck you up, especially as a kid. It'll fuck up your perception of the world. It'll make you think that like, you know, you're not doing well enough because you're constantly comparing yourself to rich people, or it'll like fuck with you when it comes to beauty standards and shit. It fucks you up left, right, and down inside. sideways. It'll fuck you up, you know? So we have like some people that just want, and then there's people who just think it's quirky to be fucking, you know, mentally deranged in some capacity. And so they'll weaponize other people's mental illnesses that they don't have. And they'll fucking go on TikTok. These people exist. They're fucked up, but that's not everybody. And I don't think it's good to like boil everything down to one thing, you know?
Driven. It's largely like a female thing. Even when I was in high school, this kind of started where I put out a tweet.
Yeah, there goes Sneako's like, yeah, it's all women.
When I was like 17, I was like mental health days for pussies or something like that.
Although it does seem to be that like women are the ones that are more affected by it. I will say, in some capacities, not all, but in some capacities.
Everybody flipped out. How would you feel if someone killed themselves? Blah blah blah. It's like obviously.
It depends on who it was. Like if my father killed himself, I'm not saying I'd have a good day. I'm just saying that it might improve my day. Listen, that was a joke. But he was kind of a scumbag. Okay? So, you know, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. All that's a joke. What are you broing me for? Fuck you, dude. It's a joke. It wouldn't improve my day, guys. Oh, relax. It was a joke, dude. I love my dad. He was really good to me when he left my mother 5 months pregnant. Listen. Why are you guys so fucking sensitive in the chat today? What the hell's happening here? I've made this joke before. Why are you guys being so upset? What happened to the parasocial activity where you guys are like, yeah, I hate my dad too? What happened to that? I thought we were friends here. Just because I got more viewers in the live stream doesn't mean... Come on, guys. Come on, dude. Where'd my friends go? How is that a death threat? And now you're just fucking with me. I didn't say it's death. I don't want him to ever do that. That'd be terrible. It'd be horrible. It'd be horrible. Okay? Times change, old man. Thank you. Someone said, fuck my dad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. That's what I want. Affirm my toxic joke. Affirm it. Make me feel better. Make me feel better. Be like, yeah, Papa guy, your dad's a poopy head. You know what I mean? Sucks to suck. Damn, bro. What happened? I thought we were friends. I thought we were all best friends, dude.
Everybody is histrionic. Everybody's on
Stay toxic king, yeah, right.
On pills. Everybody's got some mental disorder. So we either have to believe that everybody legitimately has like something went wrong in the past 20 years and now everybody has some kind of real disease, or this is something that this is sort of like a mass hysteria. This is something that everybody's buying into. It's the trendy thing, which I think it's the latter. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in?
Depression. I would say depression is obviously like a real thing for whatever the causes are. Obviously, it's something that we have to address or figure out. But the thing is that like just like bullying people doesn't seem to fix anything, right? If that was true, there'd be no fat people in society. If bullying fixed things.
No, we say stop fat shaming and they get fatter.
True. Do you think that like health at every size started in what, like the 2000s? Do you think that's when fat people were first invented?
Yeah, but there's more fat people now than there ever were, and now we say it's fat.
There were already people becoming fat. They were becoming fatter.
Yeah, but now there's more. Now there's more, and we say don't body shame. Don't you see the correlation?
Yeah, there's a correlation. Doesn't mean causation. There's probably a point to it where if some people feel more comfortable being fat because of fat acceptance, there's also probably a part to where people are more depressed because of all the things I said before, like social media fucking everybody up. The fact that like jobs are turning to more technologically driven, so people don't have to work as hard at their jobs. The fact that in America specifically, like the food is absolutely like abysmal, disgusting. There's a lot of different aspects here.
So this is Destiny. We put fat people up on billboards in Times Square now. They're underwear models.
This is the entire problem encapsulated in one issue with your worldview. You have a trendy way of viewing the world that feels good. Your audience like sucks you off. You feel like you got the answer for everything.
No, they don't.
The answer is just libs and conservatives. And it's a very simplistic way that you can view the world and view all the problems and have an answer to everything. The reality is that we have highly processed food and that we have incredibly lazy lifestyles. And they're getting worse and worse in terms of exercise. Right?
True.
That's the issue. But combating those problems is hard, right? How do we deal with like the amount of fucking calories we get in our diet every day? How do we deal with the fact that we have like more carbs and sugars than ever before? How do we deal with the fact that we don't get exercise? Those are hard problems. And those answers aren't always fun. But you know what is fun? You know what is fun? Is going on Twitter and being like, wow, look at this fucking advertisement in Times Square. There's a fat person. That must be where they're coming from.
Well,
but what a complete total misunderstanding of where these people come from in society.
Destiny, you're like conveniently ignoring the fact that we have this body acceptance movement and also a rise in obesity. How are you ignoring that?
First of all, you're delusional if you think anybody wants to be fat. And secondly,
that is absolutely true. Like that is true. Nobody wants to be fucking fat. I mean, there might be some outliers, but most people do not want to be fat. Okay.
Fat people before body acceptance.
That's not true at all. It's not delusional. People accept it. They call people brave if you're fat now.
You just don't. Why do they even have to do that? It's because of how fucking miserable fat people are. You don't need a skinny acceptance movement, and you don't need an athletic acceptance movement. The whole reason why fat acceptance exists is because fat people hate fucking being fat, and they still do.
So
if you don't believe that, you're insane.
So those people are delusional. How are you calling me delusional if they obviously don't want to be fat?
Because you think fat people come from billboards in Times Square when nobody would choose to be fat if they have the opportunity.
I said that was one reason because of the body acceptance.
Not even a
No,
reason.
no, he didn't. He didn't say it was one reason. I'll gonna give SNEAKO the fact that it might be like a reason, like the acceptability might make it people feel less motivated to lose weight. But like he didn't say it was one reason. That is a shift. That is a goalpost shift. He said that is why. That is not a reason. He said that is the reason why. He boiled it down to just the fat acceptance movement when there are a ton of other aspects to it as well. Do you understand? Like he instantly backtracked. He backpedaled almost instantaneously after making that point.
Reason.
It's
That
not
was
even a
created
reason-
because there were a lot of fat people. It didn't create fat people.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was saying first to the first point about depression. I would say depression is just a symptom of an underlying problem. You know,
And the problem is there's not enough God, right, Don?
I would, of course, depression is real, but the cause
Solution
of it is very much, you know, what they propagate in mass media is very much incorrect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Depression is like hunger. It's not. There's nothing wrong with you because you got depressed. You got depressed because you are missing something very necessary
Which is
in your
God.
life. You know, whether it be
Is it against God?
lifestyle, whether it be God, whether it be interpersonal relationships. You're missing something that is very necessary. Depression is a natural reaction to the absence of something that you need, just like how hunger is a natural reaction to the absence of nutrients. That's where I stand on depression. I think
Maybe. I mean, I think that's like a pretty big generalization, but better than SNEAKO's answer.
everybody who has depression can
Like, that definitely can be sources. I think a lot of depression. Well, actually, maybe if you boil it down, that does make sense because I think a lot of it comes from people on the internet who have like decent lives, looking at other people on the internet that have really good lives and going like, "I'm missing that." So I guess he actually made that you could apply that to that as well. I think that's a big issue. But then also people going on social media getting addicted to positive and affirming attention.
be cured of depression. They can make their depression go away. It's like how everyone who's hungry just needs to eat a sandwich.
And you want to know what? Can we talk about this when it comes to being depressed? Like we don't really talk about it. Being fat is also depressing. And not just because you're fat and people make fun of you, but because the food that you're eating, like McDonald's, Taco Bell, this food is raising your fucking cholesterol, your blood sugar, your blood pressure. You're more anxious after a bad meal. Bro, if you put diarrhea dog shit into your body is going to hate you and it's going to feel like shit. That is just the reality. Okay, it is a massive factor, and we pretend like, oh, it doesn't have anything to do with it. You're wrong, and you're fucking insane. Like, if you're not eating vegetables, you're going to be more depressed because you're eating like a fucking dumpster fire. It's the reality, bro. And you're like, but I like eating it because it makes you feel better temporarily, but in the long term, it's ruining your fucking body. You eat better, you get better sleep, you're gonna feel better. You're gonna be less depressed. It's just the truth. And you're disagreeing with me right now. If you are, your disagreement is because you've never really eaten very well. And also because you're young. And when you get older, your food will hit you so much harder, bro. Like, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. Like, if you can get fucking diabetes and, like, fucking, like, high cholesterol and hypertension, all this stuff from eating like shit, you don't think that it could have an impact on your fucking mood? What are you, crazy? Okay? It's crazy. Especially if you're, like, diabetic and your fucking feet are tingling all the time. Like, you think that's depressing just in itself. You get health anxieties. It's the truth, dude. It's fucking true.
Also, in regards to
and you can't say I'm fat phobic because I'm fucking morbidly obese.
No, I don't believe that billboards are the origin cause of fat. Fat people are fat because they can't stop eating. Fat people are fat is because they have a problem with food addiction. And
yeah,
I agree with Destiny. Nobody wants to be fat, which is why I agree with SNEAKO that it's ridiculous that we have this fat acceptance culture because nobody really wants to be fat. And anybody who is talking,
it's fat acceptance isn't about saying that you're awesome because you're fat. It's just about like not talking about people being fat. Like that's what it's supposed to be. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, just, you don't need to tell me all the time that I'm fat. Like, I know it more than you do. That's what fat acceptance is about. It's not about, like, you don't need to pretend to understand, like, my problems. Like, you're going to sit here and be like, you're fat. Okay, well, if you're fucking stupid as shit and you have a low IQ, and I kept talking about how fucking dumb you are, do you think you get upset? Probably be like, oh, man, that upsets me, right? Right? So, like, now we don't know that you're a fucking moron. I'm not talking about any of them specifically, but like, we don't know that you're fucking stupid because like your IQ isn't written onto your fucking forehead. But that's the whole thing. You don't need to judge people based on their flaws just because you can see them that they're obvious to you. Because you definitely have flaws in private. Like you probably have like a fucking small micro penis, and if people knew, you'd cry about it. But please stop shaming me. But then when it comes to something else that's more apparent, obviously, like wait, all of a sudden you want to fucking jerk your little micro penis off and pretend like you know what the fuck you're talking about. But it's just about like leaving people alone. That's it. Because you're just constantly like you're not doing it for a good reason. You're not like I want you to improve. I'm gonna bully you. You just want to be a dickhead, and you're pretending that you think it helps, and you know it doesn't, and you don't really care if it does or doesn't. You just want to double down on that. That's pretty much it, bro. That's it. It's true.
the people who are pushing, healthy at all sizes or attractive at all sizes, it's all baloney. It's all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no,
Dude, I should have tried to get in this call right at the end. This is when I would have popped in. I could have been like, guys, resident fat guy here. I should have tried to pop in at the end. Fuck.
They had the option. If you came up to them with the option to click a button and then all of a sudden they have a six-pack, and they wouldn't take it so that they could stay being morbidly obese. Yeah, that person is
Lizzo wouldn't do it. She's beautiful the way she is.
She's her brand on this lie. She's built her brand on this false.
She's beautiful. She's just beautiful.
She would say that because she knows that such a button doesn't exist, and she also knows that. I don't know her. Anybody can change. Anybody can be inspired.
There are probably some people who would stay fat, but most fat people wouldn't. I mean, Lizzo makes money off of being fat to an extent. Let's be honest. Like, that's her content. Like, she's not bad at like music, but like the reason her music pops is because she's an unapologetic fat girl. So like, if she could press a button and not be fat anymore, she would lose everything. It's just like Rebel Wilson. She was so funny, but now when she was fat, now that she's not fat, she's not funny anymore. And it's because she was like funny, and she was like super like the part of the humor was that like she was super confident and she was unapologetically fat. And like she would do things that you wouldn't expect a fat person to do. She had a confidence you wouldn't expect a fat person to have, and it was like really awesome. And it was like it was powerful, and people really enjoyed that a lot. So like people like you know what I mean. So Lizzo probably wouldn't choose to do it, but generally speaking, yeah, like self-deprecating humor. Generally speaking, people would take that. You know,
inspired to change their life at any point in time, but more than likely, if she's looking at her history, she's probably given up completely on the idea of ever becoming a healthy weight.
She took a DNA test and she figured out that she's that bitch, man. Come on, we all know this.
Lizzo also might be healthy. I know they're gonna fucking cry, shit, and cum and fart when I say that, but like if it's very possible that she exercises and she just overeats. You can be healthy and be fat. It's just incredibly unlikely because most people who are fat eat like absolute dog shit. Just letting you know. Just letting you know, bro. Okay. So some people, like you look at the world's strongest men, they're like some of them like 400 pounds, 450. A lot of them are healthy, right? It's very difficult though.
Don, you don't believe that labor is one of the greatest joys?
Labor?
Yeah.
What do you mean labor?
Like having to work for something?
It's one of the greatest what?
Joys in life.
Oh, it is. It's about
no. You really?
Okay.
No.
I think having to work for something is what makes something better.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but most fat people are not trying to work for it. I don't know. At this point, I'm a little lost in.
And partially, if I had to fuck a bitch, I would prefer to have to lift a fat slab and then get to the box than just get in directly. A little bit of extra work makes it more worth it.
Okay, all right.
Fat people don't feel that way for the most part. They just don't want to be fat, and they wish they would just magically push the button. I'm just telling you.
I get what you're saying, but no, I was saying no, like working hard. I believe that the desire to work hard that all men have intrinsically was put there by God as a part of our punishment for sin. That's what I believe.
What? That's weird.
It's why you feel
Does the Bible say that?
Worthless if you don't work for 2 days straight is because he had commanded you. He said, by the sweat of your brow you will eat bread, because from dust you came and from dust you shall return. You know what I mean? That was your punishment. You know, women, their punishment, pain during labor. You know what I'm saying? And they should be ruled by their husbands, right?
Nick, I want to ask you a question because you met a lot of these people for the first time today. Can you guess how many booster shots everybody got here based on their ideologies?
Oh no. Well, yeah, probably.
Based on their opinions, guess how many shots everybody here got?
I would say
it's more easy for them to guess how many booster shots someone got rather than like what their race is. Interesting.
Don, I don't know if he's
Don's not vaccinated. Nah, you know what? Don's vaccinated, but he's gonna lie about it. SNEAKO's not vaccinated. Destiny's vaccinated. He probably got one booster. JiDion's probably vaccinated for work. Abba, I don't know. Abba seems like the kind of guy who didn't get vaccinated because he didn't have to, but he understands that you probably should, but he just made the personal choice not to. Because that's how I was until I got vaccinated because my wife had to for work. So
he said he likes Matt Walsh. I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say JiDion and Abba. Oh, these guys are boosted up. I'm going to say they got at least one booster. I know Destiny got a booster.
Destiny
and
got 5.
SNEAKO, I bet you're at 0, right? Or no, you got the initial shot, I think, right?
No.
Okay.
I got the
right.
people were telling me that I think that SNEAKO was referring to he might have like a fake vaccination card. People were saying that he was insinuating that in the last conversation, which could be false, but that's what people were telling me when he was being very roundabout about it.
I got the initial shot.
No booster though?
No, same here. I went to Los Angeles. I was at the airport.
Oh,
and
shit.
They gave me that John & Johnson goody good with just one shot, and then I got the fuck up.
Chad, what do you think about the fact that
All right, so I was right about JiDion. I was wrong about Abba. I'm pretty sure I'm right about Destiny.
Nick just nailed that?
No, he didn't. He said we got boosters, bro.
Close enough.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Then he's got a 50-50 chance to be right. That's bullshit.
Oh, how many shots did you got? 2 shots?
There's actually 3 shots, so he had 3 tries.
One. He was off by quite a lot.
But he was right about who got injected. He was right about who got it though, and who didn't get
Nick.
it.
No, he wasn't. He said boosters. You asked about boosters.
If you're looking at me, what would you?
Don, as a soldier of God, you're not with the sciences and not willing to inject.
Here's what it is. I believe that a lot of people. Now, I decided not to get the shot
I
prior
was
to
wrong.
even becoming a born.
Well, no, I'm not wrong. I told him that I told you he wouldn't admit it. So I'm conspiracy right. Okay.
Born again Christian. So, but I will say that the reason why we were able to scare everyone into a frenzy is because they don't know what is going to happen when they die, and so they're incredibly scared of death. And so they were able. They ignored all the information about let's say pertaining to young people. I don't think there's an argument that yes, very old people, elderly people, were at serious risk of dying, especially because the old community has more comorbidities and they just have a weaker immune system in general. That the older people just die more easily. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that it was not good.
The science was very clear that little children, young people, weren't at serious risk.
Yeah, that it was. That's like if they weren't nearly at the same risk, but the argument was like your fucking kid's gonna go touch the grandma, and the kids could still be a carrier even if they're not massively affected by it, and could give it to your fucking grandmother or grandfather, and they would die. That was the whole argument. Most people were talking about how like everybody should have gotten the vaccine to like protect the people around you. That was the biggest fear when sending kids back to school. They're like, we're not super worried about the kids getting it as much as like taking it home to their moms and dads, where like the kid has a good immune system, but that fucking the virus like really boiled up in their body and like fucking went and infected other people.
Some sources say less than the seasonal flu. Some say more, maybe slightly more than the seasonal flu. But the point is, when the seasonal flu comes around every year, everyone doesn't lose their mind, and we don't shut down the country.
That's because more people died to COVID. It was much more. We have like a flu shot that people can take. It's not nearly as impactful. So
okay.
So but what happened is CNN, MSNBC, and all these networks put up a counter. I've never seen that before. Just a constant 24-hour death counter. That was just constantly. What is that? That was so morbid and weird. It's because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that
35,000 people died. Will die a year generally in the United States from COVID. But in the last 3 or 4 years, probably 3 years now, 1 million people died in America. So that's about 330,000 a year. I'm thinking maybe 10 times higher likeliness of death, might be a little bit worse, right? Like I would say that maybe the flu's not as bad if 10 times if 10 times more people died from COVID, right? So that's a little weird. Okay. All right, that's just what this says.
Average person is not safe. The average person has no idea where they're going to go when they die. No confidence where they're going to go when they die. And so they do not want to.
What if you have a false confidence, though, Don?
Die. And so they're like, yeah, I'll take a shot. I mean, I drink, I smoke, I take
religious people don't want to fucking die either. What are you talking about?
Drugs, whatever. I'm doing a million other things that's going to kill me. I'm eating McDonald's every day. You know what I'm saying? What's a little shot?
My bad, Don, for interrupting you. But SNEAKO, why are all your super chats on my dick? Like, why are they paying money just to talk about me?
Bro, that's on you. There's 20,000 people watching.
You're literally clicking it to put it on the screen because I'm the one that taught you how to do that. I know you're literally picking these out to put it on the screen.
Chats. If it had JiDion, I'd put it up too, bro. Why are you mad at me that the chat's against you? And also, why are you reading the chat?
I'm not mad. I know your chat's always.
This one says this panel without Destiny has to be a weekly thing or something. Bro, why without Destiny?
Bro, I know it's tough love with your chat, so I'm not tripping. I'm just trying to figure out why your chat's paying to just say JiDion. That's all I want to know.
Wait, JiDion, you're saying I was reading W Nicks all the time, and now you're reading the chat, and it's against you.
No, I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about the super. I said super chats.
Super chats is what you care about, but not the regular chats.
Yeah, because they're paying him.
Because he's putting them on the screen.
Money just to say JiDion.
Okay,
oh no!
It's because you called me racist.
Did you see? You are fucking racist, though.
I love black people.
Hell no.
I love you as a black man.
Yo, I swear to God, it would make my fucking year if a scandal came out and it was found that Nick Fuentes has like crazy sex orgies with just black women. That shit would.
That's very likely. I think it might actually happen.
Be the most
well, maybe not orgies. I don't think that Nick is like that into that, but like one-on-ones, you know.
goated piece of news possible.
I got my audience attacked me this week because I said black women are bad sometimes. So
wait, what do you mean by
what kind of audience do you have if they attack you for saying that?
Well, my audience is racist. No, I'm kidding.
They are.
Well, he's not kidding. He's serious. They bullied him out of liking an Asian girl once, apparently. Just because she was Asian, even though she was like a fucking traditional wife, a traditional girl, you know.
They are though. They are. It's okay.
No,
they are. No, they are. Come on.
Hold on. When you say
to me,
hold on. When you say black women are bad, you mean like they really?
I'm like they're bad. I'm like they're bad. Yeah. And people in my live chat, they're like, you mean like, you know, like black girls that have a little white in them. I'm like, no. I'm like midnight. I'm like, no. I'm like,
hey,
go. I have a white son, so can't do that.
I mean, what about a concubine? Would you be open to that? Provided
I'm
Christian.
Subscribed for 4
Hey, thanks for the sub. I gotta mute those now. Love you too, brother. Love you too.
Can't do that. But if we lived in Destiny's world where we're all just on a floating rock in the middle of nowhere, then yeah, I guess I would have at it. Yeah.
Destiny,
what is Destiny doing right now? He's like not even paying attention.
I don't want to do a religion debate right now. I'm good on that one, Chief.
All right.
I feel like we went from like super heated in the beginning to now this somewhat cordial. We're all goofing and laughing.
I mean, listen, we can.
That's how the post debate works, bro. You kind of push your shit out there and then you take a break. You know?
That's what people we vehemently disagree with. Like JiDion, you feel like Nick Fuentes is a racist? Nick Fuentes says he loves black women secretly. You know, we all find ways to connect each other. It's good.
All right.
And that's the point that you know what's crazy? It's so bizarre that we, especially with a racist like Nick, we can have something at least to like laugh about and talk about. But you know, H3, I'm over here trying to promote the KKK. That's just crazy.
I was gonna say that. I said that before. Ethan's gonna be, if he sees that, he's gonna be like, "See, JiDion's talking to white supremacists." And then you want to know what too? If Ethan does talk about this, you can quote me on this. If Ethan does talk about it, and he talks about proximity to Nick Fuentes, I guarantee you, if he does talk about it, he's also gonna say that Destiny's another white supremacist or something negative in some capacity that's going to be generally misrepresentative of who Destiny is. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
But you know, it is what it is.
Did he ever say that?
He said I was parading around promoting the cake. It's something like that. I'll have to watch
it makes you feel any better. He probably copy pasted his opinion from
Hassan.
So, yeah, guaranteed.
He did actually do that.
Okay, well, listen, guys, I think this is good. Anyone else want to bring up anything for?
But we should do this more. We should do this once a week. This is a good panel. I like having good disagreements on a stream. It makes for a much more interesting conversation. I liked, bro, look at the fucking panel I was able to bring together. We got a bunch of different.
Yeah, true. He wouldn't watch the actual conversation. He would just comment on it for sure. For sure.
For people, we got a lib, we got a racist, we got JiDion, Abba, Don, the Bible in here, bro. We got a bunch of everybody, man. We got to do this more regularly.
Agreed. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, all you blacks are all right. No, kidding, but it's true. You guys are cool, and I like Don. Don's very. Don. At first, I wasn't, but Don's based. You gotta be Catholic. Other than that,
All right, man. Listen, it was a pleasure, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, peace out. I'm out of here too.
All right. Well, I guess that's the end of that.
Bye.
All right. I think that's about good. That was a lot. Okay. I mean, interesting conversation. Thank you so much for watching, guys. And another special shout out to all my Patreon and Twitch subs. If you'd like to support this channel further than you already have by just watching the video alone, go down to the links below where you can sub on my Patreon, which will allow you to get your name on this beautiful black wall. Or you can go to the Twitch page and you can actually use a free Amazon Prime sub, if you have Amazon Prime, to subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. Take care.